Scoop turn, inside, Ronaldo, track back. What a goal! What a goal! What a goal!
This is the biggest FIFA Ultimate Team event ever has been.
It's all about mental. These are the most elite players. Gotta take your chances. And it's all about controlling the tempo.
Finishes in style.
It's pretty much win or go home.
I'm here to win it. I'll beat anyone that's in my way.
All right, guys, how you doing? And welcome back to Amsterdam. It is decision day here in the Netherlands. These are the Global Series playoffs. Today, we're going to crown the winner on Xbox, who's going to get 35,000 smackaroonies, or dollars if you don't speak French, okay? Now, it's not just the winner who's going to pick up some prizes. You guys at home can also win. If you link your Twitch accounts to your EA accounts, some of the prizes being dropped into people's accounts today are unbelievable. As we're in the Netherlands, we've got Netherlands icons such as Rijkaard. I think we've got Van Basten as well. And I hear a rumor there could be 94 rated World Cup Lionel Messi, who's not Dutch, but he's double decent, dropped into some people's accounts. So make sure you've linked them. All the information you need on that will be shared throughout the show. Let's take a look at the competition format here at the playoffs to find out exactly how we got to this decision day and how things have been going so far. So, it started off obviously 2 days ago. It's a 3-day tournament. 64 players in total began. And they played in a Swiss format, which means you play someone with the same record as you. If you win a game, you play someone else who won a game, and so on and so on and so on until you get to 4 wins. Once you get to 4 wins from a maximum of 7 games, you've made it out the group into the last 32. And this was super crucial because if you made it to the last 32 in this tournament, it meant you had a chance to play for qualification to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. And that's exactly what 16 players did yesterday, and they have been qualified. We know our last 16. Today is all about finding out who's going to be the winner. $35,000 come into that winner on the Xbox side. And in a couple of days, our PlayStation tournament starts as well. We'll be deciding who gets it on that side. And this is how it all fits into the kind of FIFA ecosystem and the route to the eWorld Cup Grand Final. We had loads of different ways you could qualify for these playoffs here in Amsterdam. We had FUT Champions Cups, we had online qualifiers, we had the FIFA eClub World Cup and league partners. But these playoffs are the only way you can make it through to that FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. You have to get in the last 16 at one of these events. And as we said yesterday, on a qualification day, that's exactly what happened. So what we're going to do in a moment is we're going to have a little bit of a recap of how we got to where we are at this tournament, starting off with the group stage and what happened in that infamous Swiss format. So let's take a look at what went down in the group stage, moving on, obviously, into yesterday's knockout action. So we saw some great games in the group stage. We saw some fantastic face-offs, I should say. This one was PSG Dax versus ICHOR Joey. Now, PSG Dax one of the shocks of the tournament. No wins in his first 4 games, which meant he was eliminated. We saw some really dominant performances from the likes of Kurt getting through pretty quickly. Fabio Denuso had a great game here, and he's actually through to the last 16s, we'll talk about later. So we saw some really big upsets. The Roy was another guy who crashed out. The goal machine kept doing what he's become famous for, scoring goals all over the shop. And of course, that man, FaZe Gorilla, also made it through in superb fashion, scintillating skills, goals all over the shop. So that's what happened in the group stage. Once you got out the group stage, as we discussed earlier, it was the round of 32 game. This was the most important game of the year, really, in terms of the FIFA competition, because this was the game that decided whether you got to the World Cup final. And this is what happened in some of those games here. Perhaps the most dramatic exit was seen by #Ryan, who got beaten in extra time, 120th minute. Him and Harry both out of the tournament. In this game here, we saw Elastico beaten by AJAX Dani on home turf, representing Ajax in Amsterdam. Dani made it through. Take a look at this celebration. Talk about character. That guy's got bags of it. And then we saw Digiani get knocked out by the infamous MSDossary. This guy is very hard to beat. We're going to see him very shortly trying to get through to the last 8, of course. And this is the bracket, the way it looks. These are the games we've got coming up today. You can see MSDossary is taking on #dreamR. We've got ICHOR against Rafsou. We've got NRaseck against Crafty. We've got Gorilla versus Goal Machine. And on the right-hand side there, Aero versus AJAX Dani, JSSF versus Kurt, Alexander versus Fabio Denuso, and MegaBit versus Sakul in the all-German match. So very shortly, we'll be seeing those games and finding out who goes through to the next stage, which is the quarterfinals. But let's take a look and let's hear from the guys who've already secured that spot in the last 16 and got a ticket to the World Cup Grand Final.
I am FaZe Gorilla.
I am SKC Alekzandur.
Je suis AeroFIFA.
Ana MSDossary.
NRaseck 7.
Ich bin Michael Bittner.
Eu sou ICHOR 7.
JSSF 107.
I am Rafsou.
Character 411.
Gold Machine 21.
Ich bin Sakul.
Crafty.
I am #dreamR.
Fabio Denuzzo.
Ik ben AJAX Dani.
We are going to the FIFA eWorld Cup
Grand Final.
Me, Jimmy Conrad, and I want to welcome you to what I think is the most comfortable spot in all of Amsterdam, my chair and my couch. And I'm being joined by Maverick Wolves and Mike LaBelle. Now, guys, we are here, decision day, day 3 of this tournament. So much has happened up to this point. What have you guys seen so far? We got 16 guys. Let me scale this back, actually, one step here. Of these 16 guys, okay, one of them is going to win, and there's a lot of money at stake, but all of them have already made the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. How motivated are you as a player in this situation to continue to push on and try to win it?
Look, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So, if anything, this is now the perfect opportunity to test out who you're going to be potentially coming up against in the grand final. So, and also, you kind of want to have the bragging rights that you're number one. Kind of, it could give off mind games to whoever you're facing. So yeah, there's plenty of importance on getting as far as you can go.
And seeding is at stake as well,
exactly.
Right? And that's very important.
It's a tough one, though, because no one has ever won 2 titles back-to-back. So that's what you'd be required to do. You'd have to win here and then also over in London. So
wait. So you're saying you don't want to win this one, so you have a better chance of winning in London?
Not necessarily. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you...
Nobody has one back-to-back, so there's some truth to what you're saying.
Not do so. So it's tough.
Okay, and then Mike?
And if you win this event, you're going to have a target on your back, but with that target comes $35,000. So I think I'd accept that target, and you should be practicing. This is a great way to prepare for the next event and also to send a message.
No, I feel like if you have the mindset, right, that you want to be the best and get better every single time that you play, you have to continue to strive. I think if you settle or get relaxed in any way, you're going to lose that edge that you need to be the best. So I agree with most of what you guys said, except that. What? You don't want to win this tournament?
Hey, we've got to have one saying something.
Okay, no, that's fair. I appreciate the contrast, and I appreciate you guys being on the couch. Now, let's get into a hot and cold segment. And we're going to start with hot first. Now, one of the hottest players for me outside of Dossary and Gorilla, some of the familiar names, is SKC Alekzandur. And I'm not just saying that because he plays for the club that I used to play for, Kansas City. No, he's 6-1. He's been fantastic. Look at this. Took down Bailey. He did end up losing in round 2. That's his only loss, and that was by 1 goal. Then he took down Snip Guy, took down Marlet, who's very good, #Ryan, that's a big win, and IX Joey. So fantastic run through this whole thing. Then he beat Senna, JSSF, in round 7, Schwenker. Those are some pretty close games, but he ends up on top all the time. How impressed have you been with his performance? And then maybe anybody else that could be hot for you right now?
No, like you said, I've been very, very impressed. 6 for 1 is no mean feat, and he's put away some big opponents. And he's, like you said yesterday, he's actually been under the radar, and it's probably going well for him. And I like when we had him on the couch how confident he was. He thinks he can go the whole way, and we don't really hear that. Like pros actually come out and say, look, I'm going to come and win this. They're kind of sit on the fence a bit, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, he was oozing confidence when he sat on this couch yesterday. And that is something you do need to be the top professional in anything, not just FIFA, not just real world football. You need that confidence, you need that self-belief to take you to the next level.
And Mike,
and this means a lot to him.
Right.
I mean, over the last couple years, Alex has always been 1 game away from getting to the World Final or making that next big result where he's on the podium. And this kind of been his breakthrough. And I think that's why he came on the couch. He had so much confidence. He's like you said, oozing of just like an aura of ready to get into the next day and potentially get a win here.
Okay, well, that was our hot selection. Let's get into cold, and what I am going to say is F2 Tex. Now, I love the kid. He's got a ton of talent, but he's got to be disappointed. He did well. He got 5-2, but he also got 6-1 in Manchester and fizzled out in the following rounds. Is he the coldest guy for you in this tournament? Obviously, there's PSG Dax who went 0-4 and the Royal who went 0-4. But I think because of the expectations that Tex has on his shoulders, it just feels like maybe there was too much pressure?
Yeah, I mean, personally, we spoke to him before the event, and he was feeling very, very confident. Maybe it didn't really go the way he wanted. Obviously, he got a loss in his first game, so maybe that kind of changed the mindset a little bit. And he was pretty unfortunate in his last game, but
so maybe he's just cold in knockout round games.
Maybe
that's where it is.
Yeah, that could be it.
I mean, again, it's a tough one. Obviously, it does come down to that little bit of, like Mike said, you've got a target on your back. When you're seen as one of the best, people always bring their A game when they play you. They never let the pedal off. They don't give you a second to think. Maybe it's a part of that coming into play. A little bit of misfortune yesterday as well. We all saw that at home. So there's a number of factors which came into play here.
Well, he's definitely not the coldest competitor, but for his expectation, everybody expects him to reach the world final. I think he's going through this learning curve where he's dealing with pressure. Because when he won the initial event, because it's not his ability, he has all that, it's definitely down-packed. But when he won the initial event, he was unheard of at the time. And now he has the F2 sponsorship. And I've talked to him a little bit. I've heard him talking to other people saying that he's a little more nervous. And he's playing on the big stage. Every game is his game. Kind of like with the Dossaries or the NRaseck or the huge Gorilla. Every time they play, that's the game that we're talking about. Everybody wants to know, hey, how's Gorilla doing? How's Tex doing? How's Dossary doing? And I think that's a lot to live up to. And I agree with you. He had a little bit of misfortune, hit the post a couple times, but he's out of the event. But he can learn with this. He can use this. Facing adversity is good for developing your skills.
Well, this is the chatter on the couch for us. What's the chatter on social media? You can join our conversation using the hashtag FIFA World Cup and then tagging EA Sports FIFA as well. And in fact, we did a match poll. There's a lot of big matches today, so we asked you guys what you wanted to see. Is it MSDossary versus hashtag dreamR or MegaBit versus Sakul? These are two fantastic matchups. MegaBit and Sakul played against each other in Barcelona. MegaBit beat them 5-4, so there might be some rivalries there. Maybe some revenge, I'd say, for Sakul. And then hashtag dreamR, who, another one who's been quietly hot throughout this tournament, is taking on the heavy favorite, MSDossary, who won in Manchester. Now, what's gonna happen is, you've already acknowledged, the poll's been done. So we're gonna see MSDossary versus hashtag dreamR. Now, Mike, you know these two guys inside and out. Break this game down for us a little bit.
Well, Dossary is going to be the favorite coming into this match just based on previous results, but I think dreamR is probably not getting the respect he deserves. He's been amazing all tournament, and he's not as well known as some of the other hashtag guys, and I just feel like people have not brought it up how consistent he's been, the people that he's gone up against, and the wins that he has on the books. So I think he's been really impressive, and he can definitely make something happen here. He can make this interesting.
But Mav, this is Dossary we're talking about. He is just cruising. He hasn't lost a game. Well, he did lose to NRaseck, excuse me, in the Swiss round format.
Yeah, it's tough, but again, we've got dreamR, who also lost to NRaseck. And dreamR plays a very similar style to NRaseck, the way he does actually play. So Dossary may be aware of that. He may have to think about it.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for your expertise, as it were. Now we're going to throw it over to somebody else that has a ton of expertise. It's ChuBoi.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, of course, my name is ChuBoi, and I'm going to be bringing you all the stats and recapping some of the action from the global series here in Amsterdam. And I want to tell you about one player in particular who's had a dramatic journey here to Decision Day. It's Fabio D'Annunzio from Italy, and he had a ridiculous match against hashtag Ryan in the round of 32. We'll talk about it in a bit. You can see his stats over on my side here. And Fabio D'Annunzio, again, Italian player. He's been around on the scene for a very long time, so a lot of experience there. Now let's take a look at some of his highlights from that match against hashtag Ryan. He was actually down 2-0 in the first leg, and he had a red card, but somehow he managed to claw things back in the leg and then win in the last minute of extra time against Ryan. And you can see what it means to Fabio over here. He is going to the eWorld Cup Grand Final in London, representing Italy. He's got his whole crew of fans here. They're making a lot of noise for him, so he's going to be in full support. Now, let's take it to the casters to see what they have.
Thank you very much, ChuBoi, and welcome back to Amsterdam, or more importantly, welcome to Decision Day. Day number 3, we've seen Survival Day, Qualification Day, and now we're here for Decision Day. We know the 16 players that are playing are already in that grand final in London in August.
Yeah, those players did secure their spots at the grand final yesterday. Today, it's all about finding a winner and finding out which seed you will be in those two groups. It's one group of 8, another group of 8. Depending on how well you do in the tournament today will depend on what position you are placed in the group. So you want to go as far as possible to really enhance your chances of performing well in the grand finals. But this is the game that we are going to get started with here on this Decision Day. Rogue MSDossary up against hashtag dreamR. Tale of two different Swiss styles, really, Brandon. One finished 6-1, one scraped through 4-3 in #dreamR, but they got the job done in yesterday to get into those grand finals.
They certainly did as well, and I think Mike hit on it quite well. The #dreamR doesn't always get the credit he deserves because obviously you're coming out of a very, good roster. Obviously 5 players made it to the Amsterdam playoff. Sometimes it is hard to get yourself seen, when you are a newcomer in the scene, got drafted via the G20 Elite Series after an incredible tournament in Barcelona, which ensured that top 8 finish over there in January. He was already in the Amsterdam playoffs by January. And you've mentioned it before, coming into today, we've looked at the fact that a lot of players that perform well in Barcelona back in January are performing well here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, 5 of the 8 players who secured their qualification spot in Barcelona have made it to this stage in the tournament. If you look at the Manchester qualification, only 2 out of 8 have secured it. One of those being MSDossary, who doesn't seem to be getting beaten at the minute. He's suffered 1 defeat so far in the tournament to the hands of NRaseck, 9-5.
I think the way we got to look at these games right now is who really wants to go that full way? Who wants to play for the $35,000? Who wants to get that top seed and to be a winner here in Amsterdam? Of course, not really a champion on paper, just a winner of the Xbox side of things. You're playing for that seeded spot, as we've mentioned. It comes down to that, though, Richard. Who's happy just to get to London? Who wants to be a winner again and add that to their CV?
Yeah, and I think you heard MSDossary in an interview yesterday saying, the job's not done yet. I want to be the playoff champion. Take that $35,000 and be the winner of the Xbox side of things. Saw the formations just before the game did start. 4-1-2-1-2 for both players, playing that narrow formation. And I'm just looking out the corner of my eye. There is another game that is taking place between MegaBit and Sakul. And MegaBit's gone 1-0 up in like the first 3 minutes. So we'll be trying to keep you updated with that game as it is underway.
The German side, as you said, Richard, underway over there. 2-legged game, as we know. This is round of 16 action here for the FIFA eWorld Cup playoffs in Amsterdam. #dreamR in the blue strip, of course, trying to hit things off early. I'm not sure we're going back for a free kick. Yes, we are on the edge of the box. Rogue MSDossary joined them just before the Amsterdam playoffs. Left Team Falcon, a really surprising move. dreamR off the post. Somehow David De Gea got a ricochet on that, or a hand or something on it to send that into the post. But a man from Saudi Arabia and a man from Wales.
Yeah, bit of a clash of styles, you could say. dreamR, the most recent acquisition, I should say, by #United. Picks up in the G20 Elite Series. What a save.
Double save if he can, just over the bar here. Remember, this is only the first game. We've got 8 matches to show you across the round of 16. And we'll, of course, go to quarterfinals, semi-finals. And then we'll find out who's taking top seed into London.
Just clear your lines.
Get rid of it, Dossary. I mean, dreamR.
You see the heart rate monitor. Look at the difference.
Is this just suggesting that dreamR's maybe a little bit more nervous out the 2?
Nervous, tense. I think he has to settle into the game well. If it's create a couple of chances, or just do this right now. Keep your foot on the ball. Keep possession. Just for a spell of the game. Just to, as you see, you saw it there with the heart rate. Just to lower that heart rate down a little bit and settle yourself into the game.
I think what you can look at here is, Richard, is who started well in FIFA 18. dreamR was one of those players. November qualifying month, he got the job done there. Ensured that he was playing fantastic FIFA. On the other hand, MSDossary took him a while, took him a few months to get into the game.
What, even in Barcelona, Dossary?
No, I think his first main tournament was ESWC back in Paris, beginning of April. Got 3rd place there, didn't really see the whole, Saudi Arabian package. Went to Manchester and went and won the tournament there in style against ICHOR, the Kingfisher.
Yeah, we're a 3rd place finish in ESWC. Week after, went to Manchester and pretty much did the job. Did MSDossary. And now, just sort of no one seems to be derailing him at the minute.
Well, the only person that has derailed him in this competition is NRaseck. Again, a man that plays exceptionally well in these big majors. Manchester, Barcelona, and of course here in Amsterdam, he's out the group, or the Swiss-style format, into the knockouts. He will be also in London. And he's got a bit of a tough game as well.
Yeah, up against Crafty, NRaseck. That game will be taking place a little bit later on. But into this game, pretty much end-to-end FIFA at the minute.
As we said, Rogue Esports set up by Steve Aoki, and he'll be very happy at the moment. No reaction, as we're used to seeing from MSDossary. Normally it's smile, but that's about it. Just over 20 minutes in game. And the first real chance is a goal for Dossary.
One chance, one goal. That's all he needed. He's so clinical is MSDossary in that final third. If you give him a centimetre, he will make you pay for it. Little turn out of his feet, low-driven shot past the goalkeeper. You can see his brother there in the screen, his biggest fan.
It was thumbs up yesterday when he just about got himself through. The first man, wasn't he? The first man in the hat for London for the grand final. The first one out of the 16 players. If you didn't know, 16 places are selected, are already confirmed from the Xbox side. Then we repeat the whole process later on in the week for the PlayStation. But there's going to be a live audience here later in Amsterdam. And I'll tell you now, there's one Amsterdam man they'll be looking for. dreamR, that one comes in. David Haya, just about doing enough then. But the point I was trying to say, AJAX Dani, he had a lot of character yesterday, a lot of passion, played exceptionally well. And he'll be playing around a 16 game later on.
Yeah, he'll be facing up against Envy Aero later on today. Both of these players got into, you see the heart rate there from dreamR. He's conceded a goal and it's dropped so much. It's dropped by almost 70 beats.
I don't know why that would be either. Is that just
settling into the game, I think, a little bit now.
Maybe conceding was what he needed just to relax himself, which is a very weird thing you're probably thinking. Now, MSDossary's maybe looking a little bit panicky right now.
And it reflects in the passing there. Dossary rarely gives the ball away. Lost possession in the middle of the pitch there.
Very high line offside trap was played by Dossary. As we said, a two-legged game. Extra time is used if needed, of course.
Even penalties.
Which, you know, not everyone wants to see that go down to penalties, but there has to be a winner. There has to be someone to go through to the next stage here in Amsterdam. Dossary now with Messi. He'll try and get on that left foot instead. We'll go to Henry. Unbelievable ball. That heavy touch, though. The sprint touch just let him down.
That pass there was unbelievable. I don't think anybody saw it. That driven pass just whipped around. And the heavy touch from Ronaldo just couldn't settle it. For a second, I thought the heavy touch, we're going to see it into the back of the net.
I thought it was for a second, but imagine if he just had maybe a not as heavy a touch. That would have been a finesse, surely.
Or even a first-time shot.
A great goal. Look at the heart rate of Dossary as well. Remember, this is just him defending it. It may have jumped up. I'm not too sure. I'm sure they'll be interviewed after the game to find out why they were panicking so much.
Great addition, that, to see really what is going on inside the players' bodies at the time. You can often tell by the facial reaction. I'd love to see it when AJAX Dani scores a goal. What the heart rate's going to jump to then?
I'm sure we'll let you know about it as well when he does score it. An unbelievable game going on behind us as well. And the other...
Is that 4-1? MegaBit's leading up against Sakul.
5 goals scored in the first half of action over there. Incredible start. You can see on the corner of your screen now, NRaseck. Vieira. Into Messi now. Rogue Dossary will try and open up on that left foot. We know that Messi's very deadly on it. From very far out as well. We've seen a number of finesses used. And I think a man that does deserve some credit. He said yesterday, everyone went quiet on me. SKC Alekzandur, Sporting Kansas City, had to go through last chance qualifier to get there. Gfinity couldn't do it. Couldn't make it via Gfinity. And I love that to see. He may be out of the competition, hashtag Ryan, but there to support his teammate. And as you said, that kind of family vibe that the hashtag could bring. We are a team. We're all trying to get to that grand final, trying to get some representation there. They already are there. And I'd like to see that he's pushing them all the way through to this final.
Yeah, great to see from Ryan. Knocked out of the competition yesterday in quite dramatic circumstances, but he's here today to support his teammate, hashtag dreamR. What a year it's been for dreamR. In Barcelona, unsigned. Picked up by hashtag in the draft in the Gfinity Elite Series. Didn't play that much for them in that tournament. He was more of a coach.
He still came every week. He still was there supporting them. You know, coming from Wales on the train every single week to support him. And that's what, you know, there's players out there like Jazz from Team Envious, you know, and Lyrics as well. There's players that were part of that Gfinity Elite Series that may not have been played every single week, but they were there. They were supporting, and they'll get their chance. And when they do get it, they'll take it, and they'll get the support.
Yeah, they will get the support, and you're going to see Jazz later on in the week. The only British player on the PlayStation 4 side to be competing. Dossary coming forward once again from kickoff.
Straight away, that one's just deflected by Ramos. The attack isn't over yet. Messi now on that left foot, drived it forward. I can just see the game below as well between MegaBit and Sakul. 4-2, MegaBit leads Two players, both from Stark Esports, one for a football club and one from an esports organisation.
Yeah, both under the Stark Esports agency as well, Brandon. So imagine the training partners in the past, probably played against each other coming into this tournament to get themselves ready for real top-level opposition.
And in this game, still only 1 goal separates them. He would be happy to keep it at 1-0 if he had to. I'm not sure dreamR won't be looking to do that. So there'll still be another 90 minutes to play. But at this moment in time in Amsterdam, there's only been one man that's been able to stop him, and that's NRaseck. As you said, he's through to play Crafty from England. Who again is another player we'll come on to later. He has been at all the tournaments this year, all the majors. He was there, Barcelona, Manchester. And he ensured that he got himself into Amsterdam.
Yeah, and he's ensured himself a spot in the grand final.
Oh, this Henri there, looks like he was fouled potentially. Jordi Alba, though, just doing enough. That's the hashtag thing. I'm pretty sure I saw Ryan using Jordi Alba yesterday. Both players maybe enjoying using him. Skill moves out in full force. Walker into Vieira, tried to find that man just with his back to goal to try and hold up the ball. But no luck there.
Dossary coming forward. 2/3 of this game have been completed. This is the first leg.
Do not give Ronaldo space into the box. You can see what he's trying to do. And there we go. Just that one pass, that one more ball to make it 2-0. And that's the thing about MSDossary. He could be quiet for 5-10 minutes, and out of nowhere, he could just strike.
Yeah, his expertise of the game, I've said it before, it's muscle memory for him. He knows what to do in the perfect opportunity. He had the ball with R9 just on the edge of the box, turned left, turned right, waited for the opportunity to arise itself. And when he's in front of goal, he's so clinical. He's not going to miss from that sort of range.
What a cracker as well. It's taking place off stream at the moment. Sakul has just got himself a goal back. 4-3, still to MegaBit.
I think we are going to jump over to that game between MegaBit and Sakul, the all-German affair. Currently 4-3, MegaBit does lead. 52 minutes on the clock in that game.
Gretzka into the book. Let's see there for MegaBit. As we said, Sakul from the Focus clan. Plays alongside Pro-Owns and Stylo.
Chance for dreamR.
As we said, we're going to go over to that game now. MegaBit versus Sakul. All German clash. Two players playing incredible FIFA. At the moment, 4-3 MegaBit leads in that first leg. There's been goals galore in it as well. As we're just joining right now, Sakul in that white strip. Kicking from left to right in this second half. And then VFL Buku MegaBit. The man that's got so many stories this year in competitive FIFA. 160-0 during qualifying month. And then he got 158, 157 on his other console as well. Qualified on both consoles. Sakul's got other ideas though.
And MegaBit was 4-1 up. Sakul's on the comeback charge. 3 goals in around 20 minutes. Great little drag back, created the opportunity, smashed home past the goalkeeper. 4-4 the scoreline. What a game to get decision day underway.
And one thing that MegaBit recently we've seen quite a lot, when it's not going well for him, you'll see it. He gets a little bit frustrated at times. And it's those players who can keep themselves, composed and relaxed. They're normally the ones that go and win tournaments and champions. But you have to say, MegaBit, every single event he's played in the major ones, he's got himself out of Swiss-style format. He had a quarter-final finish in Manchester. Then he had a semi-final. Yeah, and he had a semi-final finish in Barcelona, of course, against F2 Tex now, who was unstoppable back then and was the Barcelona champion.
Yeah, did lose out 10-6 against Tex in Barcelona back in January.
You can see on your screen there the two players in focus. MegaBit recently lost in that final Sportigo E-Leagues against Cody the Finisher. Another German there. So he's been there. He's been in the knockout stages. It's just that one more push to go and win a trophy. Ronaldo, one more. Surely! Just maybe he needed an extra touch. Just to spread that ball a little bit further wide.
It's not going well for #dreamR at the minute. 3-0 down against MSDossary.
All the players you are watching are in that grand final, the FIFA eWorld Cup grand final in London, happening in August, 2nd to the 4th. Get that one in your diary. 32 of the best players from all around the world will be competing there. We don't know how much money it will be for, but 200,000 was for the winner last year. Of course, FaZe Gorilla, he's already there. Chance,
what save?
Massive save. David De Gea, who's been incredible.
Yeah, De Gea spread himself really well there. Hully was the midfielder running on, threaded through ball down the line.
Referee.
They'll be asking questions, will Sakul, of the referee there.
Shoulder to shoulder, though, the referee said we're going to play on. Possession very tight between the two, and it will probably be a fact that they would have played against each other before. Both from the same organisation. Both German players. Heavy touch outside, didn't need it. I thought he was going to overplay to Marcelo, who is in possession. He'll recycle back, fake to go one way and the other. And then shot with his right foot.
I think it's quite interesting to point out as well that there were only 4 lower place seeds who did make it through that round of 32. And one of those was Sakul, the others being AJAX Dani and Rafsou. So he's been quite an underdog as Sakul throughout the competition.
And as you did say, rogue MSDossary leading 3-0 against #dreamR at the moment. Not the best start for the Welshman, who's already got his ticket to London under the #United banner. MegaBit though. 4-4, he was 4-1 in front, as you said in that first half, looking to retain his lead. Ramos, well read.
For me, had to go for a low driven there. The opportunity arose itself. I think Sakul were reading the danger straight away, probably where he's played from MegaBit before. He's got that experience of what he likes to do. Try playing that one more pass and going for the 95, 98% chance of scoring instead of taking on that low driven, which the goalkeeper could have saved.
Watch Hullet there. He's tried to make an overlap. We're going to use Marcelo again. He's been involved in quite a few attacks. The Brazilian left back has won a throw-in. And the pressure still remains on Sakul. He's been incredible to get himself back in this game. Remember, as you said, Richard, 4-1 down. He was still a second leg to play. If we can go into the second leg with 8 goals scored, we're going to be in for a cracker for the second one as well.
Yeah, this completely different to their tie in Barcelona, where MegaBit beat Sakul 5-4. We've already seen 8 of the goals out of the 9 that were scored in Barcelona, so I highly doubt that's the scoreline. MegaBit never placed outside the quarterfinals in Barcelona and in Manchester. In Barcelona, finished in the semi-finals. In Manchester, it was the quarterfinals.
But we'll use Marcelo again, just to recycle it more than anything. And time is running out. Added time to come. We saw a number of last-minute goals. Fabio Denuso was one of them in added time, in extra time in his second leg to send himself through to London. And MegaBit will score at the perfect time, just to give himself an edge going into this second leg.
Kyle Walker bombing on from right back. Left-footed past the goalkeeper. Great finish from that team this season, Kyle Walker. MegaBit just fashioned the opportunity perfectly, just kept on recycling it, waited for the overlapping run.
It's been one thing to notice that MegaBit enjoys getting the fullbacks high. Get the fullbacks high, get them involved in the attacks because they can offer the cross. And they can offer that extra bit of help on attack. There's full time in that one, and then dreamR has just scored himself a goal in added time to make that 3-1. Again, that could be another important goal.
Yeah, gave himself a little bit of hope there. 3-1, that first leg, 90th minute, so I imagine that's just wrapping up against MSDossary. 3-1, the scoreline. Big game, second leg coming up for #dreamR.
Oh, for sure, and he didn't have the best start. He knows more than anyone. He's got, a #fan base right down below us on the floor. What does he need to do next game? You can't show the Saudi Arabian any respect. MSDossary, you normally come into games like this a little bit scared. You saw the heart rate at the beginning. Is it a fact he was a little bit nervous? But then at the same time, the guys at the couch said, when you play against the better players, you give that extra 10, 15% in the way you play. We need to see that. We have to see that next game.
Well, it's very much like a team if they've just been promoted to the Premier League. Look at someone like Huddersfield. Your team, Brighton, when you go to the big place, when you go to Old Trafford, your team always seems to put in that extra 5, extra 10%. People do that against Dossary, against Gorilla, because they are the real standout, you could say like top of the pile players in FIFA, especially on the Xbox at the minute. So dreamR, does he need to find that extra 5, 10% in this second leg?
He has to do it, and you can just see there The guys are just waiting to get back into the game. I'm just sure they are inviting each other. And then we'll be back into the second leg there. As you know, second legs, or 2 legs, always used throughout the Swiss-style format. 7 rounds were played, 5 on survival day. Pretty simple, survive. If you lose 4, you're out the competition. Big names went out. The Royal, PSG Dax, Millennium Mino went out. There were some big names that crashed out the tournament early on day 1.
Yeah, there were, and then you're moving into day 2 as well. You're looking at Tex knocked out in the round of 32. Hashtag Harry didn't make it into that round of 32. So I think the bigger names, maybe with a little bit more pressure on them, they're the ones who are falling away, and then you're seeing people come through the ranks. You're looking at someone like a Crafty. Not really that much expectation on him from other people, but for himself, he knows he's very much capable of getting into, as he has, into the grand final at London. What's stopping him from going all the way in this tournament?
There shouldn't be anything stopping him. Of course, the Englishman, who, as I said, he's been in Manchester, he's been in Barcelona as well. All the majors this year, he's been there. He's got himself out of Swiss-style format every single time as well. He should be proud of himself, first and foremost. And he's in that grand final as well. So all the majors this year, he's been there in capacity.
Yeah, well, just getting to the playoffs is a success itself. Look at some of the names who have missed out on the playoffs. You're looking at Tass, you're looking at someone like Rocky, Shells, T-Mox, Salzor, all not actually participating at the playoffs. But this man is very much at the playoffs, and it's MegaBit.
He is indeed. This is just some of the scores, of course, as we said, up to round 7, a Swiss-style format. Beat Remy Martin, a very tight game, 7-6. And to play against Ajax Joey on the home turf. And was lucky enough just to beat him by 4-2 to ensure he will be in the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final, of course, in London.
Yeah, and coming into this second leg, currently leading 5-4 is MegaBit. A late Kyle Walker winner gave him the slight edge coming into this second leg.
But if anyone can get a comeback, it will be Sakul. You mentioned it, 4-1 down he was in the first game. Got back to 4-4. MegaBit, though, he likes to start early, and will he do it now? What a tackle, Marcelo. Not too sure what he knew about it. But just did enough to stop MegaBit, making it even worse.
Yeah, and for all the hashtag fans out there, we have got an eye on the MSDossary and hashtag dreamR game, so as the goals go in, we will be able to keep you up to date. But the featured game on stream is this absolute German clash, you could say. Clash of the Titans, Sakul and MegaBit.
Clash of 2 Germans, obviously, under the same agency, Stark Esports. One plays for a football club, VfL Bochum, MegaBit. And, of course, the other one, part of the Focus clan there of other German talent. Sakul in that right strip, remember. And in the VfL Bochum kit, as always, MegaBit. Started the year well, and he's still playing well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we've seen a lot of MegaBit throughout the year. He doesn't only compete at the majors, he tries to get every single tournament under his belt. We saw him at the Draft Story Cup, we saw him at the Sport Eagle Global Leagues, we've seen him on training day with AFC Ajax going up against those guys. Any single time he can play a competitive game of FIFA, he will.
He's there, he's the first in line, and he'll be ready to play it and play some of the best FIFA as we know. And one thing that deserves a lot of credit, playing around the back like that, we've seen a lot of players go back to the keeper, try and recycle it. It's not always something that's expected. It's normally hoof, get it back to your goalkeeper, play up high, and a goal has been scored. And unfortunately, if you are a hashtag United fan, it's not looking good for your man dreamR. 4-1 down on aggregate now. MSDossary, again, no one seems to be stopping him. However, in this game, MegaBit, Neymar into Ronaldo, out to Hullet, expect a low driven, and he'll score it.
Yeah, Hullet with that 5-star weak foot, left foot or right foot, he's pretty deadly in front of goal. Finds it out wide, low driven across the goalkeeper, into that bottom left corner. Extends the league to 2, 6-4 he now leads.
Just underneath as well. Ramos, he could even get himself there.
Saw MegaBit in action throughout the tournament. Does like to use that 4-2-2 formation. Told us coming into the tournament, he expects to use Team of the Season Gretzky in his starting lineup. They're also using Team of the Season Marco Reus last week in another tournament, but it looks like it is Gretzky who's starting. It looks like Neymar, that Player of the Year Neymar, is also in his squad as well. So plenty of options for the guys on the account.
Just looking across, you know, the Swiss-style journey both these players went on after this attack comes in from MegaBit with Ronaldo. Nearly defended, no it isn't, that's very poor from Sakul. Sometimes do not play in those areas. You can see MegaBit just saying, sorry, I didn't mean to take that off you and score it, but that's the mistakes you make. Do not keep possession in those areas or you will pay for it.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for Sakul and also for #dreamR. MSDossary currently 2-0 up in this game. That makes it 5-1 on aggregate. Seeing the formation change. Is that a 4-1-4-1 from Sakul right now? Got to think that's going to be changed, potentially.
He has to be going out for it, otherwise that will be the end of the tournament for him. Yes, he'll be in London, but he'll be out in the round of 16 and won't be able to try and work for a better seeding position.
So he's switched into a 3-4-2-1. Sakul has to throw everything forward at the minute. It's very early, but you see someone like FaZe Gorilla do it. He'll switch to this maybe 30, 40 minutes into the game and just constant pressure, just keep on piling it on his opponent, and he will get through sooner or later. 4-1-2-1-2, still from MegaBit, formation in choice.
As you said, in the Swiss-style format, MegaBit went 5-2, losing to Kurt and Los Chigueras, of course, the Spanish player, and the Maltese. Well, that was in round 4 and 5, so he actually lost 2 on the bounce, and just about got himself through. Beat #Ryan and beat Remy Martin in round 6 and round 7, then went up against the man playing his, you know, for his home club of Ajax, Joey. Of course, lives in America, came over for this event in Amsterdam, and he did lose 4-2. MegaBit in this position right now. And in cruise control, you saw he changed his custom tactics, the way he's pressuring. He's turned it all the way down. He wants to just relax now and think, right, surely that's game over.
Yeah, just take the sting out of the game. You're going to have an opponent who's pretty much throwing everything forward, really trying to high press. You can see there, just look how high his midfield are, and then that's when the gaps do start to appear at the back. So if you can just keep hold of the ball, keep on recycling it, and wait for those gaps and those opportunities to come up, that is when you can capitalise on your opponent.
You can see everything you need to know on screen. Sakul in the white needs 3 goals to at least send this to extra time. Imagine a 7-7 thriller going to extra time as well. Sakul, one of the top goal scorers in the competition as well. 3rd down on the list at the moment. 54 goals he has scored. But he has conceded 45. So one of them outscores, scores a lot of goals, but does concede a few as well.
Yeah, it's not the best of goal difference.
MegaBit again. Goretzka deflection. Good to see Leon Goretzka involved as well. Recently got that team of the season for item. And now he has been drafted into playing the big stage. And look, he's dropping the shoulder, tried to feed that one through to Neymar, out for a corner again.
Yeah, it's that 97 Player of the Year Neymar from the league and playing at Cam, actually. Used to be Messi for MegaBit, but now Neymar. I think Neymar just, he possesses a little bit more. He's got that 5-star skill, he's got that 5-star weak foot, so he can go on either side. And he's probably overall a better item than the team of the year Messi.
Lovely touch. Sakul, he just was a little bit too heavy with the 2nd or 3rd touch there. Yes, I think he didn't expect to find the space originally and kind of panicked before trying to line up that finesse. You can see the pressure, 4 players just trying to hunt for that ball, trying to turn over possession in MegaBit's half. But when MegaBit's flowing and when he's playing the FIFA he knows he can, no one will stop him.
Is a force to be reckoned with.
We always talk about this with MegaBit though, where he's played so many games. If you didn't know already, he plays on Xbox, plays on PlayStation at the highest level. Both of them, he is very good at them.
They qualify for both.
It's the basics he's very good at. The finesses, the low dribbles, all the basics. The how to take a free kick, the best way to take a corner. He knows the game mechanics of what works and what doesn't work. And when you're in a big tournament like this, it helps. When you only have one chance in a game and you have to score it, that's why he's so good at it.
He's also ruthless. Some players, if they go 5-6-0 up, they might start to bring out the skills. They might want to score those really good goals. MegaBit will just keep on going all the way through the game. Nothing changes. I think we saw him win a game 11-0 once. It was 5-0 up, his opponent stopped playing a little bit. MegaBit kept the pressure exactly the same, kept on going till the very end. He wants to make a statement out of every single person he plays. Really put his foot down on the competition in general.
And just to turn our attentions, #dreamR. 6-3 down on aggregate. There's been 5 goals in that game. The scoring went 2-1 to MSDossary. Then dreamR got himself back a goal. And then 3-2 the score right now. Half-time in this game as well. The dreamR game is literally about to go into half-time. Still 3 goals need for dreamR. Needs to kind of change the way he's going to play if there's any chance of that. I expect maybe a 3 at the back from him. Oh no, MSDossary's just scored again. Ruthless player. 7-3 up.
You saw the halftime stats from MegaBit and Sakul. 60% possession from MegaBit. And I think one thing you got to take away from that, the pass accuracy. 95% is in cruise control at the minute, but jumping back over to this game, Rogue MSDossary just scored again to make it 7-3 against #dreamR. Massive second half needed for dreamR.
And of course, on paper, you are in the grand final. You are in London, which is an achievement with itself. He's been to all the majors this year and has started playing FIFA well since the beginning. Rogue MSDossary was a bit of a slow start to the year for him, and then got better, was at ESWC Paris, got himself a 3rd place finish there. Obviously, you needed top 2, you needed to be in the final. And to get that spot for this, instead, he went to Manchester, and after that kind of warm-up in Paris, it was just enough for him to play incredible FIFA, went all the way, was unstoppable, and was the champion there.
Yeah, it's been quite a remarkable journey for MSDossary. And then after Manchester, comes into the Club World Cup, Brandon, alongside the Royal. Got knocked out to Envy in that game in particular. The only person who seems to be able to tame MSDossary at the minute is the Kingfisher, is ICHOR. And he's on the PS4. They're not going to match up this week because we don't have a cross-console final. We have an Xbox winner and a PS4 winner. The only way that they could potentially match up is if one of them wins the Xbox side of things in London at the grand final. If Dossary wins the Xbox and ICHOR wins the PS4, that's the only way we're going to see those two match up again.
But if you remember rightly, of course, another FIFA eWorld Cup qualifier did take place last week in Paris, another tournament in Paris. Dossary moved over to PlayStation. Royal played on Xbox, so that's why he played the Kingfisher once or twice. Dossary again. 8-3. Another player that can play across both consoles, and as you mentioned, only one man could stop him, ICHOR. And in the other game, 7-5, MegaBit leads. A goal has been scored by Sakul, just to slowly maybe try and bring himself back.
And a famous quote, I feel, is quite necessary for MSDossary. To be the man, you have to beat the man. Ric Flair once said that. Who is going to beat MSDossary? That is the question.
As we know on paper in this tournament, only NRaseck, and in past tournaments, the Kingfisher. We'll see him a lot more throughout the week, of course. Still the PlayStation side. 64 players will arrive on Friday, and we'll be ready to go through the same process as these Xbox players, and to find out who will complete the last 16 places for that grand final in August.
It's been, you see the heart rates on the screen there. Slight dip from MSDossary, but been constantly around 115 to probably 130 throughout the game. dreamR started off at like 150 beats per second, I should say. And now, almost half that. He knows the game's over. He's just playing out regulation time. But he'll be happy with this performance. He's got to the grand final. He's represented #United very well. And they will definitely have a presence in London.
And of course, just to confirm, it's beats per minute of the heart rate there. You can see a new addition added into these knockout stages. An interesting one to see as well. Who's nervous? Who's going to crack under the pressure? I'd love to see it in a penalty shootout as well.
Yeah, beats per second will be quite remarkable.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be a little bit worrying. Dossary. Oh, I love that one. Spread it wide and score a goal. 9-3, he leads. He plays a little bit like AJAX Dani. Just keeps on scoring goals to ensure that there's absolutely no way possible on paper his opponent can mentally try and get back in the game.
Yeah, he did switch into the 4-4-2 second variation, I think, at half-time. I was just watching, while we were watching the MegaBit game, out of the corner of my eye, at the formations. He's got probably 3 or 4 different formations that he can run with MSDossary, and so far the only person who's been able to tame him is NRaseck. He beat him 9-5 in Swiss style.
What a way to come into this game. What a way to arrive in it. MegaBit scores. If there was any chance of Sakul getting back in it, that has just been wiped away, as we saw there. And we left it at 7-4, I believe, 3 goals behind. Sakul was, and look at how focused MegaBit is and how good he's been throughout the competitive season in FIFA. If he doesn't get himself a place in the grand final, he'd be worried and he'd probably be disappointed because you said he loves playing in every single tournament he can. If there's a tournament, if there's some prize money in it, or if it's just practice against some very good pro players, he will play in it.
Yeah, he will play in it. He'll play in any single tournament possible. Will MSDossary. I think we have got is that another game underway as well, Brandon, at the same time?
As we said, we'll keep you
Just
updated
kicked
with
off.
all the games that are taking place here. Round of 16, as we know, 8 fixtures. And we're in a position now where we're just playing for seeding ahead of the London Grand Final. If you finish top or if you win, I'm saying the whole bracket today, it will just give you that advantage. You can see the Stark Esports guys there, Victor. It's a bit of a tough one for him. Two players in action. You can't really cheer anyone on, can you?
Yeah, I think he's had that situation a couple of times, hasn't he? Especially with the on the other side as well, the bundled guys. They've had two players representing the same agency, both playing against each other. So bittersweet for Victor from Stark Esports, but he knows that his man, MegaBit, more than likely will be moving on into the quarterfinals. MegaBit doesn't finish outside the quarterfinals. He is a top 8
always
perfectionist.
Out of style format. It's interesting to see as well, you know, over in MSDossary's game, there has been 12 goals scored in this one. There's been an incredible 13 goals. It has not disappointed. Some of the best players in the world competing. As we say, just for that extra prize money and for the seeded positions. We'll talk through the group tables a little bit later, what it means if you do better or finish higher. Sorry, out the remaining 16 players here.
Yeah, and as the day does progress, we'll see that as people start dropping out of the competition, that group stage for the grand finals start to fill up. 2 groups of 8. And by the end of play today, we'll know exactly who's in whose group.
MegaBit, here he comes again. Aguero on for him and gets in the team of the season for item. Recycles to Gretzka. Neymar will have a effort goal, that one saved to keep it out. As we said, there's still 3 goals. Sakul trails with 15 minutes in game time left.
Just wasn't meant to be for Sakul. Tough matchup against MegaBit, extremely tough.
Unless,
what a tackle.
Huge tackle, Ramos. You can just see MegaBit nodding there. He knew he's done a good job.
Sakul got into this round of 16 after beating Kid Mamito 7-2 in the round of 32. MegaBit, as we said, beating Ajax Joey 4-2. And the winner of this game will face the winner of Sporting Kansas City Alekzandur or Fabio Danuzzo. That's quite a mouth-watering affair as well.
You mentioned there Kid Mamito, obviously MLS champion, the first ever season that has run for Houston Dynamo. A fantastic competition to get out of Swiss-style format against players you haven't really played before. It's an achievement to take away, and it's good to see as well another FIFA eWorld Cup qualifier, bringing out some of the best players in the world. 31 events there was this year, plus the last chance weekend across 21 different countries. Take that in, you know, the movement that has been made with FIFA as an esport has been incredible in the last 12 months.
We're just looking at some of the countries represented. You've got the United Kingdom, Germany, Colombia, Austria, the USA, Saudi Arabia, Canada, France, Malta, Italy, Brazil. I could go on and on. It's pretty much, it is a global event, Brandon.
It is the global series, of course. This competition and only the grand final left, and all the attentions will turn to FIFA 19. But before we get there, we've got a lot of action, and we've got to crown another world champion. Last year it was Gorilla. Will he do it again under the FaZe clan after ensuring he was in the grand final? And it'll be back in London again. 2-time winner maybe in his own country.
I'll tell you what a game he's got against Goal Machine in that round of 16. So evenly matched if you look at some of the previous history between the two sides. One Goal Machine beat Gorilla 5-4 in Manchester. In the Swiss-style format in Amsterdam, Gorilla beat Goal Machine 5-4. There's nothing to separate the two.
And the thing that was interesting about Goal Machine, of course, the player from Canada, was using, you know, the super subs, the Alessandrinis, Lozanos, Salah.
I imagine that team of the season Lozano will be on, and team of the season Salah on the bench.
You would think so as well. He said that I use those players because when I was playing qualifying month, those were the players I could afford. Obviously, you weren't on an unlocked account. When you get to these events, you are, as we just have added time in this one, just to secure that MegaBit will be going through as he defends that one very well. Added time of 2 minutes to come, and then MegaBit will be in the quarterfinals.
I'll tell you what, Brandon, MSDossary is different gravy. 10 3 on aggregate against #dreamR. The man's on another level.
If there was no stopping him from yesterday, he's gone back, he slept, and prepared well. Congratulations, MegaBit. And as always, commiserations to Sakul there. 2 German players, 2 friends in the scene, and sometimes in competitions like this, you have to say bye to one player, but they're both in the grand final, and there's a chance that maybe they might meet again.
Yeah, potentially so. I think MegaBit into that quarterfinal again. Made it look quite routine
everywhere, man.
Against Sakul there, but plenty of opportunities now moving forward for MegaBit. He'll be facing the winner of Alexander and Fabio Danuso. And then he's got the potential of AJAX Dani or Kurt.
MSDossary has just confirmed his win as well. He'll be going through to either play Resende or Rafsou. I believe that game is underway and it will be covered as soon as possible there. Of course, the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs here in Amsterdam. Day number 3, decision day. One man with a smile on his face, MegaBit. He's done the job, scored a number of goals, and then played some impressive FIFA as he has done all year. Talk to me about how difficult it is to go and play from at home to a venue. The lights are on you, the camera's on you, our commentary's over you.
It makes it look so simple, though. It makes the transition from at home to at LAN, it's almost effortlessly, I should say. It's an early morning, the words aren't quite there. The ones with more than 3 syllables, I should say, this morning, but we're going to get there throughout the day. Yeah, I think the thing is with MegaBit, I think the way he plays, he makes everything look so simple. The way that he creates opportunities, the way that he defends, the way that he can use the right stick to switch players so quickly. I think that's what you get when you can play 3,000-4,000 matches of FIFA on Xbox and on PlayStation 4. He's not only qualified for Barcelona and Manchester on one console, he qualified on both. That just shows how much of a grind this man is putting in. And you've got to say, if you put in the effort, if you put in the practice, it makes perfect.
You can see there some of just the goals that he scored. Of course, playing that blue strip, VfL Bochum, he's been a hero for that club. I'm sure a number of the fans know him there. Of course, not the biggest club in Germany, playing the Bundesliga too, but since his rise in esports, he's really, rose the club up into some great media as well.
Yeah, he's got so many more eyes on the club that they would usually have. They're a Bundesliga 2nd division team, and you've got people from around the world. There were 7 million people last week watching the Club World Cup, Brandon, in China alone. That just shows how many people are going to be seeing VfL Bochum who have never, ever heard of that team before. You can see the stats after the game. Deserved for MegaBit the victory.
Of course, quite a number of chances, had a little bit more possession, which, played in his favour, and what he did as well, exceptionally well. When he's winning, he changes his tactics. When he's losing, he'll change as well. Always changing, always ensuring that he's consistent in the way he plays.
Yeah, he's always got a plan B or a plan C in his locker. He can use that 4-2-2 formation, which he's quite familiar with, but his favourite, that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, that's where he can create the goals, and you can be blown away in a whirlwind in like 3 minutes by MegaBit. 3-4 minutes in real life time. That's probably, what, 30-40 minutes in-game? You can be 5-0 down, and the game's over.
And of course, we've seen 2 games already, 2 players into the quarterfinals. However, one man from Saudi Arabia is with ChuBoi right now.
Hi guys, I'm here with MSDossary, who just won his match against #dreamR. Dossary, how are you feeling right now?
I'm really feeling so happy and so good, of course.
We saw your heart rate monitor. Your heart's good, because you were like, your face was like, but your heart was like up there,
That's the beginning, really.
So I was watching all your matches in the first 2 days, and I know that you had 4-4-2 going in, but then you switched to the 4-1-2-1-2 for the first leg against dreamR. And now for all the people at home, the 4-1-2-1-2 is probably one of the most dominant formations. Why? Because of these CMs right here. Let's say 1 and 2. We got Hullet and Prime Henry, and the thing about these guys is that they're going to give you some extra attacking options. They're a bit wide, but they can also drop deep as well and give you more chances with those 2 strikers over there, and you can kind of overcrowd your opponent. Now, Dossary, you're known for your, I guess, pressing. What was it that made you switch to this instead of going with the 4-4-2?
Because I've watched basically the #dreamR played 4-1-2-1-2, and I think his play style was position against dreamR Martin. So I've decided at this time to play narrow, so I can keep the ball more than him. Yeah.
So for anybody that plays FIFA at home, if they see an opponent going 4-1-2-1-2, is this the best way to counter that, or would you recommend something else?
No, because I know how to really press in 4-1-2-1-2. So I played it with Gorilla for 1-2-1-2, and he was the same. And I was really better than him that game.
Now, I noticed that the person you added into your team was the team of the season, Messi. How come you added him in camp? What was it about him that made you pick him in camp?
It's really his stats, everything. I prefer also to the camp a left foot because he can play as a LM in the 4-4-2 and Henry on the RM. So that's why I don't need to just enter anyone from the bench.
So there you guys have it. That is how to use that 4-1-2-1-2. Narrow formation to dominate your opponents like the man MSDossary. Maybe next year you might be on the stage talking to me and maybe you might beat him. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So guys, we're going to go to a break, but we'll be right back after this.
Love, heart. Nobody has that. Come on, guys, let's go. I said, what do we do best? We win!
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Amsterdam, and of course, welcome back to Decision Day. This is the day that we've been looking forward to for the last couple of days. We're going to find out who is going to be our winner. Of course, it's Onset and Kuhn joining us, and we've got a good game to bring everyone at home, haven't we?
Absolutely, thank you, Mark. We've got the second leg of Rafsou versus Resende. The Frenchman we saw yesterday beating Tex, that was a surprise, against Resende, a guy who's been facing so many big names in this tournament here in Amsterdam. And Rafsou is leading 3-2. He was leading 2-0. Resende got back, but Rafsou won that first leg through 3-2. So interesting second leg now.
Yeah, absolutely. All to play for in this second leg. Very, very tight between these two players. As you can see on your screen, Resende versus Rafsou. Yesterday, you talked about it. You mentioned it. Rafsou bringing off that huge performance against F2 Techs. Some would say an upset, some wouldn't. But to see the Barcelona champion crashing out shows the pedigree of this player and how he's coming right at the right time in this tournament. Absolutely.
Rafsou, we've discussed him so much. Took that last chance qualifying weekend. That's the way he qualified for Amsterdam, the last chance he got. In the Swiss format, we've seen him play, a little struggle. Only 4 wins in that Swiss format, but that's enough, as we know. And now he's here. Now he's qualified for London for the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals, and he's still in the running for winning this thing. Resende, 5 wins in the Swiss format. We saw him yesterday, of course, beating Bailey. Got here now. Second leg started, Mark.
Yes, it has. And as a reminder to everyone, 3-2 at the moment to Rafsou. Man from France, of course, representing Olympique Lyon. He's going to be starting off in the white kit, in the Lyon kit, as you can see, from left to right here. And I mean, 3-2 in that first leg, obviously some goals, and shows how tightly contested that these two players are, how well matched they are as we're into this, the round of 16 now. All the players that are left in the tournament, as we said, down from 20 million players who are involved in the FIFA eWorld Cup. These are the best 16 left on the Xbox.
That says enough. 20 million, and here they are. Only 1 goal difference, Mark. That's not too much. Rafsou had one huge opportunity in the final seconds of that first leg. 4-2 would have been a major difference. Now I think Resende still has lots of hope left. Resende, you might say, the little favorite for this matchup, but he's trailing.
He's trailing at the moment, and it is Rafsou who's on the attack at the moment, just playing this one around nicely in the midfield, looking for any opportunity of those players. Might be finding a little bit of space. Switch of the play there, just stretching the defense here of Resende, as you can see, making some progress off the pitch now. Finds the ball in, it's Neymar on the right foot. Once again, David De Gea, not the first time we've said it so far this tournament, not the last time we say it, makes that big save.
Great attack by Resende, that was. Rafsou can't do anything more than just defend in these first 10 minutes. He loses it again now.
Neymar now into the box, beautiful little combination there. Skill moves, the little flip-flaps coming out. Oh, and almost a big mistake there. Cristiano Ronaldo was in the right place at the right time, but just couldn't react quickly enough in order to get what would have been a very fortuitous goal.
Very exciting to see the heart rates, bottom of your screen. Rafsou seems a little tensed, seems nervous in the start, the first 15 minutes of the second game, Mark, I must say. He is leading 3-2. He's attacking now with that Olympique Lyon kit, but he seems nervous.
I mean, nerves, even though you do have that lead, your mentality has to be one of 2 things. You have to think, a moments away from potentially winning this leg, going through into the next round, or you're thinking about losing that goal advantage, and that is exactly what has happened, because that man on your screen who was putting in huge performances yesterday, every time he scores, we can hear him across the arena here in Amsterdam, making some noises, another goal. And surprise, surprise, it's the man who was doing the damage for him yesterday. It's that prime icon, Ronaldo.
Just seconds after we say he seems nervous. He might be a little nervous now in the start of the second leg. Rafsou does it. He gets that second goal lead, 2-goal lead now towards Resende. Resende can't do anything more. He just has to go full-on attack now. Only 70 minutes left for him in the second leg to get back in the game.
Yeah,
and
the next goal is super important. We have to say, if Rafsou gets this one, then, we could say almost this leg might well be over, and the tie might well be over as well. A 3-goal differential between 2 players at this level is a very, very difficult thing to try and come back from. However, Resende can get one back on the board here. Get that next goal, give himself a fighting chance, wrestle that momentum back. There is always the opportunity to pull off the comeback. On the attack at the moment. And this one nice and patiently with Marcelo. You're going to see him move the ball infield. Ronaldo coming deep to collect that one. Picks the ball back up. Nice patient stuff here. Is there going to be an opportunity? Little Ronnie chop there to try and find the space, but well defended there by the Frenchman. He brings the ball away.
Yeah, we can see great defense by Resende. It's kind of surprising Rafsou already scored 4 times against Resende, because only 28 goals conceded by Resende in the Swiss format. One of the lowest numbers in the Swiss format, only 2 goals conceded in the previous round.
Big chance here, cuts it back, but Patrick Vieira, again, no! Oh, huge mistake!
No way!
The defender and the goalkeeper just got in each other's way. He can't believe it, we can't believe it here on the desk. But how big a moment could that be?
I don't believe what I'm seeing, Mark. I cannot believe this. Must be an own goal. You don't want your biggest enemy to overcome this.
Wow, the two Spaniards, David De Gea and Sergio Ramos, getting in each other's way there. Fortune very much on the side of Resende there, and that could be a massive goal. We were talking about how important the next goal would be in this leg.
Absolutely. 3 goals he needs now to get back in this game. He still seems rather calm, I must say. Don't see any frustration there on Resende's face. And he knows there is enough time left, of course. But Rafsou 2-0 lead in this second leg. He seems so strong, mentally very strong, probably after beating Tags yesterday. Rafsou might think, ha, who's there to beat me?
Exactly, it's belief. A big result like that earlier on in a bracket can give you that belief that you're looking for to go on and, you know, potentially win a tournament. And that's exactly what he's going to be looking to do. A slice of luck there, as you say. Most certainly falling in his favor, but 5-2 now on aggregate, a 3-goal advantage. However, there is still time left in this game. We have seen how quickly games can turn around very quickly, but strikes like that, so they're not going to affect that scoreboard.
I think we can see a formation switch for Resende. Just looked like that when he wasn't in possession. Now he is. Does seem like he's playing with the 4 defenders still 4 at the back. Pull it at the right side of the pitch now. Here he is again.
Is it wide to Ronaldo now? He's come wide to try and get involved in the action. Desperate for a goal here. Might be an opportunity. Neymar goes for the heel-to-heel. Does get the strike away, but no real venom behind that one. An easy block. Maybe didn't need to go for that heel-to-heel there. Maybe could have struck that one a little bit earlier when he had that space, but decided to try and get a little bit closer in on goal, create that angle potentially for that strike, and now straight up the other end. An opportunity here. The roulette comes in again to try and buy some space, but this time Sergio Ramos and David De Gea communicate a little bit better than we saw earlier on in this game.
I'm so curious about how Resende is going to do this. Plays with 3 attackers, rather small. It's the 4-3-2-1 he's using now, I think. Neymar on midfield. Cristiano now back to Neymar.
Messi now cuts back inside to Hullet. Just looking for any opportunity to find one of those killer passes, but Patrick Vieira again just marshalling the defense. Sticks out a long leg, breaks up the attack, and that's exactly why he's here. In every single pros team, we talk about it all the time, but how quickly just winning the ball back can transition into attack now. As you see now, Ronaldo on the edge of the box, turns. Little drag back, but Marcelo win that tackle. And Resende will be on the attack.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
As he turns back inside here, Neymar. 3 goals as we are approaching half-time right now. Somewhat of a mountain to climb, you have to say. What would you be suggesting at half-time right now? If you're down by 3, we're going into this break right now, like going back on your experiences as a player, what's going through your head right now, and what are the formation options that you think is probably the best choice to go for?
It's going to be a challenging puzzle to solve for Resende. I think we can see another formation switch. 3 defenders. I think he should play 3 defenders. There's no other option, really. You have to go on attack. You need those 3, 4, 5 players up front to, well, to make it harder for Rafsou. Rafsou, only 1 goal conceded against Tex. You know his defense is really, really strong. You need to go full on attack, and Resende knows it. There's no other option. 3 defenders, he must do it.
Yeah, I think you made a good point there. If we're talking about how good his defense is that game against Tex. You know, Tex is one of the most free-scoring players that we have in the tournament and in the world, to be honest with you. Always creates those opportunities. However, Rafsou put up an incredible defensive performance, and being up by 3, he's got to feel confident going into this second half. If he can just see out this next 10 minutes or so, he really does have a foot in the next round of this tournament.
Absolutely, and of course, against Tex, people all might say he was a little lucky against Tex. Tex hitting the crossbar, hitting the post, missing a penalty kick as well. And Resende, what's he going to do now? Change some custom tactics. I thought he was going to change his formation again, but he's, yeah, slightly changing his custom tactics. Some more pressure to put on Rafsou's defense, Mark.
And break this down for some people who might be watching for the first time, tuning into competitive FIFA, really wanting to get involved with the scene and see what makes these players so good. Exactly what is he doing in the custom tactics there to increase that pressure? What will that do to the players on the pitch?
Well, the biggest change he was making was putting the pressure up to 75, I believe, which means his defense, the 3 defenders he's got at the back, will be nearly or totally at the middle of the pitch. So his entire half of the pitch will be without any defenders on it.
Risky, you have to say, but at this point in the game, down by 3. No, you can't think about conceding a goal at this point. You have to think about just getting that next goal back and trying to work your way back into the game. Might be an opportunity here. You can see all of the attackers streaming forward. Rafsou, though, on the edge of the box here with Hullet. Pass inside. Having that 3 at the back is going to mean there's space. Neymar wriggling in the box here. Great close control, but patience as well here being shown.
That's exactly what Rafsou's doing. He is very patient now. Of course, that's exactly what we saw in his game against Tex. Rafsou knows that once he's up front, once he's got the lead, no matter if it's 1, 2, or 3 goal lead, once he's got the lead, he will not give you the ball anymore.
Possession is the name of the game at the moment for the Frenchman. As we say, didn't have the greatest performance in our Swiss format. Came out of that. Came through F2 Tex, your Barcelona champion. Came through that test as well. His next test is the man you can see on screen at the moment, and he seems to be passing it with flying colors. Rafsou just coming right at the right moment in this tournament. Resende here has to get the ball back. You see he's tried to increase the pressure. You know, he's gone 3 at the back. You can see using that second man press, but this is what Rafsou has been so good at all tournament long. Keeping this ball. Now he's got the likes of Heung-min Son on the pitch as well with those high work rates that are going to help him defensively as well as offensively. He really is set up here to go through to the next round.
Absolutely. This is the hardest thing in the game now for Resende, mentally as well. It's so hard to get that ball off of your opponent. Oh, he loses it too fast now.
Big chance here, and it's going to be put away. And that might well be the tie put away as well. Rafsou scores another. That's going to be 4 goals to the good on aggregate for that man you can see on screen at the moment. Very animated yesterday, but of course today is decision day, and you can see all focus on the man from France.
Yeah, Rafsou knows this round is done and dusted now. It was a huge mistake of Resende. Resende obviously stressed, knew he only had 25 minutes left for 3 goals. The stress made him make that huge error.
Yeah, and this is where sometimes you'll see across a bracket when you're looking back on performances, and you'll see, you know, 6-2, oh, what a huge performance there. But again, we went into this second leg at 3-2. You have to remember how tightly these 2 players are, you know, in the context of the tournament. But when you are trying to chase the game, it does leave you susceptible to scorelines like this.
Absolutely, and I think Rafsou, he's playing like one of the Germans in this tournament. He's so effective with his chances. Only 2 shots in the first half, 2 goals. The second half, he hasn't really had many huge chances. But again, the 1 chance he gets, it's a goal.
Can there be a little bit of pride salvaged here for Resende? Can he get a goal on the board? Can he make something magical happen? An opportunity here for Neymar. David De Gea determined to keep a clean sheet, though, for Rafsou. This is what he's going to be fighting for at the moment, that clean sheet, keep that pride. Always good to come out of a big game, especially against such a high-caliber opponent, and say, you know, you couldn't even beat me. You couldn't even hit the back of the net.
Resende again, making some changes. You've got to respect this. He's still trying to make as many goals as possible. He doesn't give up. He doesn't give up. You've got to respect that. He might as well, like some other players would have done, be sitting back, waiting till the clocks run down. But he's not. He is trying to get back in this game, trying to score.
It's going to be a ball across here. There's an opportunity to get back in the game. The first goal in this game for Resende. That's an opportunity for him to maybe see a little chink of light at the end of the tunnel. Ball across to Neymar, who's completely unmarked. Of course, with all those players forward, there's always going to be the opportunity to find a player. Are we about to see more drama here in Amsterdam? We saw some dramatic moments yesterday, although it is a long way to go still.
We've absolutely seen enough trauma yesterday. Makes me think about the game of #Ryan, for example. But Resende knows, and we all know, that this game is hardly impossible to turn around. Rafsou knows he will just have to keep the ball as long as possible. He's still attacking, I'm surprised by that.
There's space in behind, you've got to take advantage of it. It's Cristiano Ronaldo at the moment. Biding his time again, you can see, not looking for any killer passes, just keeping possession of the ball, because that's what's going to win this tie, and I kind of respect that, even though he's lost that goal. Shows that his head is still screwed on, sticking to the plan, knows what he has to do to see out this tie. This is tournament FIFA, remember. Nobody remembers the players that score a lot of goals and crash out the tournament. It's all about picking up those wins. Opportunity here on the left-hand side as well for Neymar. And again, just looking for that pass back. Just perfect game management here.
Absolutely, and Rafsou is starting to become a player no one wants to face in this tournament. I mean, he wasn't the favorite against Tex. He wasn't the favorite now. But he seems to pull it off again. Oh my God.
Looking for something special there. Had the opportunity to strike it, but wanted to give everybody here in Amsterdam and around the world who is watching maybe a little highlight moment for us to enjoy and for everyone at home to enjoy as well. The kick will be given here. Just 7 minutes left on the clock. The Frenchman keeps marching on though. He does just seem to be getting better and better and better.
Absolutely, Mark. He will proceed to the quarterfinals here in Amsterdam at the Global Series playoffs. He already got his scarf yesterday. We'll see him again in London. But he's top 8 here now. Top 8.
Top 8, a fantastic performance out of the 64 players that turned up in Amsterdam to compete for those scarves, for that opportunity to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup finals. And now it's all about today, all about the seeding, and that's going to put Resende to bed there. The Frenchman once again, a little bit of a celebration there, but definitely a more muted celebration than what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. The scoreline is starting to get really impressive, by the way. And I'm wondering if it will be impressive on MSDossary, because MSDossary will be his opponent in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's a scary match to go up against, but as you say, he's feeling good. His form is good going into that match. You're always going to have to beat that man at some point in the tournament. You know, he's always making those deep runs, MSDossary. A lot of people's favourites coming into this tournament. Of course, our Manchester cross-console champion as well. Of course, only the Xbox going to be involved over these first 3 days here in Amsterdam. A huge test ahead of Rafsou, but the form he's in, it's going to be a real test for MSDossary as well.
Absolutely. MSDossary, of course, one of the big favourites. However, Rafsou's confidence hasn't ever been higher than at this point, I think, Mark.
Absolutely not. And I think that win, we talk about it a lot, but that win over F2 Tex yesterday, huge result for him, mentally. Huge result for him to take out a player that maybe not a lot of people were expecting him to take out. People were looking at F2 Tex and thinking, you know, he's going to be the player to watch in this tournament. He took him out, and now he's taken another victim. Resende will be going home, but Rafsou will be moving on now to face off against the man from Saudi Arabia, we believe, MSDossary. A big test for him coming up, but a great performance across the 2 legs.
Absolutely, Resende. We will see him in London. And Rafsou, we might say, one of the underdogs from the start of this tournament. Took his last chance qualifying weekend. That was the last chance for him to get here. Took the last chance, the 7th game in the Swiss format, to make it to the round of 32. Now he's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's in the quarterfinals, and you know he's making his life in that eWorld Cup final even easier. You got to remember these guys at the moment, they're playing for those seeding spots. They're playing for the seed in both of the groups, the Group A, Group B. The better the result, the further you go in this tournament, the easier potential bracket as far as seeds are concerned that you are going to get when it gets to London. And there it is, just confirmation. Victory to Rafsou, fantastic performance from him. But also a step closer to increasing that money. You know, there's money on the line here as well, so you have the replays coming in. But I want to talk about the mentality of this man. We saw yesterday, getting loud and proud, getting really pumped. But today, it just seems like it's all business.
Yeah, his mentality is really strong. As I said, it might be a good thing for him, a positive thing, to be the underdog. Sometimes it's hard for players to have that role of a favorite. It can be hard, and Rafsou has never been one of the favorites. For Richard and Brandon, he has been the favorite. I think Richard told us beforehand, always mind Rafsou, as we can see the stats here.
Well, here are the stats, as you can see. 7-3, the final score across the 2 legs. And look at those statistics. No real surprise there, 16 shots, 14 shots on goal. Fantastic conversion rate, to be honest with you. Half the shots going in, finding the back of the net, and boss in possession as well. So the Frenchman will march on into the quarterfinals there. Fantastic performance and into the next round. Now let's talk about some of the people that he's obviously going to be joining. You know, we've seen MegaBit, fantastic performance from him. Very attacking performance from him as well. Goals galore. You got MSDossary waiting there as well. Lots and lots of stuff. But that's going to do us from the desk here for the games for the moment. We're going to throw it back over to Jimmy and the guys on the couch.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm on the couch with two of my good friends, Mike LaBelle and Benedict. You might know him as Salzor. Now, guys, great game there that we just saw with Rafsou, but another game was happening at the same time. It was Kurt, and he was taking down JSSF. And I say taking down, I gave it away. He won 6-1 over 2 legs. He won the first leg 4-1, and then complete domination in the second one, 2-0. It's pretty rare to shut out anybody at this level in a second leg, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I mean, we're seeing goals galore every single matchup.
Now, Salzar, you know Kurt quite well. He's backing up now all of his big talk online. You've been impressed so far?
Yeah, for sure. But everyone knows Kurt. If he play his own game style, and yeah, he could win versus everyone. And yeah, let's see how he performs in the next games.
All right, well, let's take a look at these match stats between Kurt and JSSF. Also, I want to give a shout out to a man we also know as Senna from Brazil. A lot of great Brazilian players, but he ran into a player in Kurt who's just on top of his game. Pretty even, all things considered. 14 shots for Kurt, 12 on goal, only 1 corner kick, a lot of possession there for JSSF, but couldn't turn it into any type of goals. 6-1 overall in those 2 things. What does this mean for Kurt now moving forward? Do you think the pressure's off of him a little bit because he's already qualified for London at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final in August, that he can just almost play with house money, right? But he has lost in the quarterfinals, I think, of every competition so far, if I'm not mistaken. So he's now in the quarterfinals. Are we going to see him lose again?
I don't think that the pressure's off. I think Kurt has major expectations for himself, and for him to be able to talk the way he does, he needs to get past this point. You said he's gone out at the same area over and over again. It's been a constant reminder that he doesn't want to have. And in the next matchup versus Rafsou, we have the classic possession player with Rafsou, a controller of the game, versus Kurt, who you saw only had 42% possession, yet he beat Senna in that matchup. He's not a possession guy. He's looking to go forward quick. He wants to be direct. As Kurt would describe himself, he's ruthless, and we're going to find out versus Rafsou.
And then, Salzar, really quick, you're a veteran of these formats, this type of tournament. Are you relaxed now if you're Kurt? Because you've already qualified for London. How would you feel in this situation?
Yeah, on the one hand, I would say, yeah, it's okay. I'm qualified for the big grand final. But on the other hand, we know Kurt. He wants to win that championship, that title. And yeah, it will be important who scores the first goal.
Sure, of course. All right, well, other big goals that were happening in other games. One in particular was #dreamR versus MSDossary. Now, the scoreline was very dominant in one way to MSDossary. He won 10-3. But we want to highlight a goal using the Champions channel that dreamR scored. And we feel like this is such a great goal. We needed to show you because this is the type of goal, how perfect you have to be to score against Dossary. So Mike, walk us through this goal a little bit, and then Salzar, you jump in and kind of break down what he did well.
Perfect. So for dreamR, as you're going to see the change of possession here, it sets up at the very end of the match, which I thought might help him for momentum going into the final game. But something that we've seen via Dossary is how well he's able to make things simple. He makes the game look so simple. A lot of people think they can replicate what he's doing, forget about it. And you have to work your tail off in order to create opportunities against Dossary. He makes everything complicated for his opposition. So it's kind of the perfect mix and balance, and that's why we've seen such good results.
Yeah, here's, I think, the start of the sequence. A lot of good passing. How important is it going from side to side, do you think, in opening up gaps, Salzar?
Yeah, he tried to play it over the wing that because Dossary plays always so compact on the midfield. Now he has a really good dribbling with Ronaldo tries to play over the wing again to have some space. You see now the tiki-taka football style like Pep Guardiola, and it's
so
finish.
Beautiful. But that's how good you have to be to just score against Dossary. That's not even beating him. That's just trying to get one goal. Is he untouchable right now? Because I think he's on a run where he could make history, similar to Real Madrid in real life, where he's going to win back-to-back tournaments.
I definitely feel that a lot of professional players are concerned going up against Dossary. I actually feel like dreamR maybe gave him a little bit too much respect in their matchup.
How can you not? He's MSDossary.
You can't go in there with that mindset. You have to go in like this is I'm about to introduce you to dreamR. Good luck. You know,
Right,
you can't be
I
like
know,
this is MSDossary.
But
you've played against some of the world's
course I
greats
have.
in real
Thanks
life.
For that. Thanks for grabbing my hand on that one. but Salzar, you have to give respect to your opponent in some capacity. What would you do? Let's say if you're dreamR, you're coming in. Obviously, you've had all night to think about this game because you know who your opponent is. How do you make that jump? How do you?
It's nearly impossible.
Right, because you're a human being.
Yeah, it's crazy because you know you can play FIFA. You're qualified for such a big tournament, but if you play against a player like Dossary, it's nearly impossible. You don't have the chances to score goals, and on the other hand, every shot, every situation is a goal against you. So, yeah, you need to be clear in your mind. You need to get a really, really good day, and maybe then you can win against such a good player.
Maybe, I think, is the key word that you're using there. Maybe you can get that key win. Now, everybody watching at home, reminder for you, if you want to get some of the Twitch drops that are happening in the stream, you got to link your accounts. Go to ea.com/Twitch, and you have a chance to win 2 icon cards, Frank Rijkaard and Marco van Basten. And you get some ultimate packs. We've already dropped a bunch of Leo Messi ones. Unbelievable. If you got either one of those icon, how excited would you be? You too.
I'm happy days with that. Free icon works for me.
No problem. Same with you? Would you prefer Rijkaard or Van Basten?
I would prefer Rijkaard, I think.
You think?
Same.
Have you seen Van Basten play? That guy is incredible. I guess it depends on where you want to fill him in on your team. Van Basten was incredible as a player. Either way, you can't go
We're
wrong.
talking about FIFA.
Yeah. All right. We are talking about FIFA, but they're both excellent players. Anyway, we also saw a lot of excellent players yesterday, so let's take a look at yesterday's recap.
To Amsterdam. Today is qualification. We're going to find out which 16 players have clinched themselves a spot in the FIFA eWorld Cup.
It just shows how much pressure can get to someone at such an important stage.
As I said, we've got the best Xbox players in the room right now.
Because all of the last 16 will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. Loads of different ways people can qualify for the playoffs here in Amsterdam. Many different routes through, but only one way you can get to the FIFA eWorld Cup final is by finishing in the last 16 here in Amsterdam. It's that simple.
Anyone on their day can beat anyone here.
Let's go!
First person to have one. Let's put it on you, sir. You've qualified for the World Cup final.
Very happy to be under the top 16.
And awesome. I'm happy that I made it. He's qualified for the eWorld Cup.
dreamR and Fabio Denuso, congratulations.
Who ultimately becomes the Xbox playoff champion here in Amsterdam.
Well, welcome back to Amsterdam once again for day number 3, Decision Day. Kurt has just won, Rafsou's just won. 2 players playing fantastic FIFA at the moment, and unfortunately for some players, the end of the road.
Yeah, the results are coming in thick and fast, pretty much for every single player here. You saw Kurt, convincing victory, 6 goals to 1. And believe it or not, for how much that he speaks on Twitter, this is the first time in the Global Series that he's been beyond the round of 16. He lost 5-1 against Herosia in Manchester, lost 5-1 against Tex in Barcelona. So could this be the tournament that he backs up the best in the world, self-proclaimed best in the world status?
Maybe this is, of course, if you have just joined and you're wondering how the format of the tournament works, we'll talk you through that right now. Of course, a 3-day tournament, and we are in day number 3. But a few days ago, we started with 64 players from the Xbox side. They all got here via FIFA eWorld Cup qualifiers. There was 31 events, plus that last chance weekend. And it was quite simple. You win 4, you go through, you lose 4, you're out of the competition.
Yeah, the Swiss style that we've come to love here at the EA events. You get to 4 wins, you are through into the last 32, into that round of 32, and you've survived day 1. Day 2, it's all about qualification. 16 players will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals, and we found out who them 16 players were coming into day 3.
We did as well, and from all over the world as well. 11 different nations, I believe, so far. And this is only on the Xbox side. We're still repeating the whole same process again later on in the week, over the weekend, Friday to Sunday. But everyone wants to be in that FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final, of course, in London. And this is how it's looking so far.
Yeah, that is the bracket as it stands, and they're the matches that we're going to be seeing on the stream. NRaseck and Crafty, I believe that's the second leg in that game. I think NRaseck came out with a 2-1 victory in the first game, and then the trilogy, I like to call it, FaZe Gorilla up against Goal Machine. In the Swiss style, Gorilla beat Goal Machine 5-4 in Manchester, the exact same stage in the tournament. Goal Machine beat Gorilla 5-4. Nothing to split the two coming into this third and final trilogy game, but the man there, NRaseck, talk to me. I know you're a big, big fan of this guy.
I think one thing that comes to mind when you see NRaseck is he's not all over social media. He's not always, you know, bragging about playing in big events. He goes about his business quietly. He was in Barcelona, lost in his console final over there. Was over, you know, in Manchester, lost again, console final over there. He's making all these big finals, but it's just that extra 1 step or 2 steps forward to lift the trophy, or in case here, you mean, just to be the winner or get top seed.
Yeah, he's forever the bridesmaid, never the bride, is NRaseck. He's the nearly man. On the cusp every single time. Can he go 1 step further this competition and become the Xbox winner? But that's the man he's up against, Crafty.
Again, a player as well, he goes about the business, was at all the majors this year as well. Both these players have been playing consistent FIFA since the game was released in September. November qualifier month, they were both there. They both got the job done. And it's great to see months later they're playing in one of the biggest competitions in the world in FIFA.
Yeah, and these two have matched up before, Brandon, in Manchester, in the Swiss style. NRaseck beat Crafty 10-4. And then in the round of 32, Raseck repeated the same result, 10-3. So on aggregate, it's 27 coming into this round of 16 game.
Not a bad little stat there. However, I think Crafty's really held his own, and I think one thing that people expect is NRaseck just to brush past this game and just to get himself into the quarterfinal. That's not going to be the case at all between these two. Crafty can hold his own. He can, you know, represent England, still a free agent. So if you're looking to sign this man, I'm sure he'll be waiting for an offer still right now.
I bet he's on plenty of team and organisations' radar.
Same for Raseck as well, free agent at this moment in time, and you know, in FIFA right now, in the competitive format,
there's not a lot better.
There isn't. There's no one else really spare as well that hasn't been signed up by an organisation. NRaseck, could it be 3-1 up in front? Very well played indeed. He's offside. Calm down. I believe he's offside.
Shake of the head from Raseck, just inches. It's the smallest of margins in FIFA. You see that a lot. I remember #Aggie at the G-Fin Elite Series did an interview, and he said sometimes when the margins aren't with you, the game just slides away. And you have to, that's where the real top level players, the elite players, they manage to stay switched on when those margins aren't going with them.
Maybe that was a warning for Crafty, just to say, I'm in this game. And I'm coming at you from the first minute.
England versus Germany in this World Cup fever at the minute as well.
One thing that we say about NRaseck is when you come out of a field of German players, it's so hard to get recognised. You know, when you come up against players like Stranger, Sakul, MegaBit, you know, the Wolfsburg guys as well, Timo, Salza, they've been around for such a long time. It's so hard to get yourself seen. And this is a man that you have to say deserves credit. He has played in all the big tournaments. He has to be in the top 5 German players at the moment.
Well, he's not only in the top 5 German players, he's in the top 5 Xbox players at the minute. I think if you look at the results just off LAN events, probably one of the best performing players this year.
Last year as well,
I'd say.
FIFA 17, he was part of the Global Series, was part of the last 32 over there. And there's no doubt why this man shouldn't be, you know, proclaimed in some of the best players in the world right now.
Only person to beat MSDossary at this tournament as well, at the playoffs, beat him 9-5 in the final round of Swiss style.
Of course, he's playing in a Spanish kit from left to right. Crafty, representing England, of course.
Spain kit with the Ajax badge. NRaseck just
a man of mystery.
Plays the way he wants.
Of course, only one of the 4 players to finish 6-1 in Swiss style format. Was incredible there. And the only player he lost to was Ryan. #Ryan, of course, crashed out the competition, unfortunately. That was in Swiss style round 2, in fact. But they've played before. And on paper, Crafty's never won. against RaseckX. Hasn't beaten him. The third time these two will meet in a major. You win this leg, you're in the quarterfinals. You're playing for bigger prize money and for a better seed in London.
Yeah, the winner of this will be playing the winner of FaZe Gorilla versus Goal Machine. What a quarter-final that is set to be.
It does have goals all over it, literally. I know his name's Goal Machine from Bundled, and he scores a number of goals. But Gorilla, not always known for the way he defends, but the way he scores and creates chances, one of the best in the business.
And there has been a goal in that game. Gorilla 1-0 up against Goal Machine in the early stages of that first leg.
Of course, as you said, an interesting one between them two. The game went, that one's just saved over the bar. When they played in Manchester in the round of 16, as you said, Goal Machine, 5-4 winner. You were lucky enough to commentate on that one with Chris Trout.
That Lozano goal at the end, infamous for Chris Trout's voice break, I should say.
And it comes. Anywhere near a flick on at the front post. All eyes on these games as the floor behind us starts filling up with fans as it opens up for the final. So you'll be top seed going into London on the Xbox side of things. And they'll be supporting one man, I'm sure, AJAX Dani.
Yeah, their man, AJAX Dani, will be up against AeroFIFA, representing Team Envious a little bit later on. That plans to be a rowdy affair. Aero's not the quietest of players either. He'll let you know about it when he scores a goal.
The thing that I'm looking forward to seeing in that game, though, is how Aero will feel. When you've got AJAX Dani scoring goals and, shouting in your face, come on, and showing the passion, how will Aero feel? How will he be able to compromise? NRaseck now, chance, that one's in! He's inside that time. You could just see a double check just to ensure he was. And the margin has been extended again.
Yeah, NRaseck,
it's there, look, just that fullback. Carl Walker just comes in.
I'm getting flashbacks to the MegaBit gameplay. Very simple, doesn't overcomplicate anything, keeps the ball on the ground, simple passes, waits for the space to open, but when he gets a chance, you can pretty much guarantee he'll be taking it.
Well, then 3-1 the score on aggregate. Crafty needs 2 goals to send this to extra time. And some would say to cause an upset. RaseckX, as you mentioned, that German play style that seems to be quite similar, quite basic, no skill moves really needed, just trying to get yourself in the best position possible. As he comes forward once again with Hullet.
You're almost just capitalising on your opponent's mistakes.
Look, he'll happily do this. He's in front, he can keep the ball, he can relax. Crafty needs to come out and play. I'm sure he'll have a lot of support behind him as well. 2 English players, of course, in London, Gorilla and Crafty. In the home nation, the capital.
Yeah, Gorilla will be looking to defend his crown as well for the first time ever. They'll be joining an elite list of 2-time FIFA eWorld Cup champions alongside Bruce Granick and Alfonso Ramos.
And of course, past times now, Bruce Granick more in the commentary role, but still following the competitive scene around. I'm sure Alfonso Ramos would have been supporting the Spanish guys in action. There's a few more in action later on in the week on the PlayStation 4 side. Added time of 2 minutes to come. It's been all RaseckX so far, other than that one chance that David did tip over the bar from Crafty. And there we go. Half time between the two. RaseckX still in front. That kind of speaks volumes of this game. More possession from RaseckX and only 2 shots registered between the 2 players.
Yeah, the big difference there for me in terms of the stats, you got the possession, 61% for NRaseck, but also the pass accuracy. 95% RaseckX had to, I think it was Crafty, 83%. Maybe Crafty feeling a little bit nervous, letting the ball go. He's playing passes that he usually wouldn't play. Maybe if he's playing on Weekend League, comfortable in his own home. It's probably the first time he's played on a stage like that as well. He's pretty much on the main stage, all the lights, all the cameras, big audience watching him as well. So RaseckX, that's not something that is going to affect him because he's been to 2 console finals. He knows what it's like to be on that stage. It's the smaller things that people don't really think about. They only think about gameplay. Things like having a good night's sleep, being mentally switched on to the game.
And it is those little facts, as you said, how you prepare. At the end of the day, these are athletes. Whether you play for a football club or if you're a free agent, you know, you're playing for thousands of dollars, and here he comes now. NRaseck, that one's just about blocked by Marcelo.
I know you often tell the story about Bruce Granick when he was in his prime. He'd go home, he had that coach with him as well. And he was just one step above the curve.
He was, I speak to Bruce about Bruce Granick quite a lot. You know, there's a reason why he won so many titles. You know, when you're at big tournaments like this, of course, there's distractions to go out, in a fantastic footballing city, to go out, have late nights, not prepare well. Bruce Granick, he always prepared well. He had a coach behind him. He had a team of people that looked after him. And at the end of the day, that was the difference where you started to see esports move.
And that's why he's regarded as the greatest of all time by a lot of FIFA players.
And right now, another man that will be trying to climb that ladder, NRaseck, that shot was blocked. Crafty had that one chance, tried to drive forward with Ronaldo. He was just shouldered off the ball, maybe out strength, you could say. But still, he's knocking on the door of NRaseck. And there's still no way in for him.
You see Raseck, even though he's 3-1 up right now on aggregate, still not very happy with the performance that he's giving.
Look how far Carl Walker's moved across there. We're talking about a right back here who's playing. Looks like he was just
right forward.
Yeah, just came all the way across there just to defend. And this is what I like. Maybe Crafty will make a change, because right now he needs to start attacking a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a 4-1-2-1-2 up against the 4-3-2-1. You see there, just switching back and forth, seeing if his opponent does make a change.
If you're wondering why they are doing this, is because on paper, you don't want to not see if they've made a big change. You need to know exactly what they've changed, so you can target that, so you can try and counteract the move. A lot of players will match each other up. There was a story between Dito and Cody, the finisher back in Manchester, that they both kept on matching each other up, and the referee had to say, guys, can we just play this game, please? Because all they were doing were just trying to play in each other's mental game and try and just match each other up.
I don't know if you remember the game between Epsilon Foley and #Ryan, where they both played the 3-5-2. Nothing to separate the two at all in Manchester. And I think it did go down to penalties, yeah. You heard Desai talking about it in that interview earlier, where he's got a 4-4-2, the second variation, or he can switch into a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and his opponent has to match him up if he wants to even be within touching distance of Desai.
You see the pressure that Crafty's just trying to put on there. You can see, looks like maybe a 3 at the back. He may have moved into. Or I may be wrong there. Looks like 4 potentially. Yeah, Marcelo just moving back in position there. I wasn't too sure the way he was defending that one. Ronaldo back to goal. NRaseck trying to just rub salt in the wounds.
Good high press from Raseck.
He's not happy. NRaseck just shaking his head saying, I'm not happy with how I'm playing. Yes, I'm in front, but similar as you said, a German player, so I just wants to destroy the opponent, score as many goals as possible. And the man that's been looking after NRaseck. There we go, finesse! Crafty just misses there. And he'll be praying that NRaseck can pull himself through this game.
See there, plenty of people watching to support their players. Everyone's got their favourite. Everyone has their coach who's with them. I'm sure we're going to see Tass a little bit later on with Gorilla supporting him, not only giving him the tactical advice that another pro player can see, but also just being there for your friends to be able to go out, get something to eat after the event, give them that.
Just take your mind off a big game.
Yeah, just not always obsess about the game.
Here's a chance for Crafty now, in a little bit of space. Ronaldo! Game on! Get the ball, 20 minutes left. Can the Englishman pull a comeback? A pause straight away into changing it up.
Yeah, that's Raseck making the pause. Substitutes are coming on as well. I think he's just moved R9 off, I believe. I'm not too sure if we are going to see a formation change from Crafty as well. Clearly Raseck unhappy with something in the team, switched it up straight away. As soon as that goal went in and off the post, the pause was cued instantly. He knew, okay, I'm 3-2 down, something needs to change right now. And you only get that knowledge from playing hundreds and thousands of hours of the game.
When you try and read inside a pro's mind right now, you're thinking, Crafty's like, come on, one more chance, I can get back in this game, I can send it into extra time. Then the mental side of the game, it will be affecting NRaseck, because he was in front by 3-1, and every time a shot doesn't come off, every time he misses a chance, he'll get frustrated a little bit more, and sometimes you win your games in the mental side.
Yeah, you do. Both players you saw there as well, wearing the headsets, Turtle Beach headsets, just trying to block out everything, just get into the zone. Find that inner place where you can play your best FIFA. That's what they need to do right now, and they've got 20 minutes to showcase that at the global stage.
Will there be a comeback? Well, the man that seems to be making all the console finals, Nicolas Rajek, Barcelona, Manchester, and maybe here in Amsterdam. Or has Crafty got another answer?
Is he going to make it 3 for 3 with the playoffs added to it?
Carl Walker into Vieira now. Nicolas Rajek trying to just find a way through. Matthias has been subbed on for him as well. Pele. And
Good
somehow
defending from Crafty.
Messi just there about doing his defensive duty for him.
Yeah, solid defending from Crafty on that occasion, just to read the situation.
There we
He's
go.
got the overlap.
And run. Just didn't play the ball he was looking for there. Crafty looking for an equaliser. Carl Walker. I think just that through ball where it's the smallest things that do affect players. The way he just took that extra second to turn. A pause has been made again by Rajek. Obviously not happy with how it's going. I'm going to say now he's going to be changing to a formation that just defends for him.
Yeah, he's put on that 4-2-3-1. He's got the 2 CDMs just to sit in that position there, just to sit in front of that back four, almost protect the back four. Anything in and around the box. How many times do we see a player gets one more chance and it's just on the D, just passing back and forth, waiting to create the opportunity? If you've got your 2 CDMs sat in front there, if you've got a Gretzka and a Vieira, someone like that, pretty much, it's very hard to break down and break through with that back four.
I completely agree, and this is where you can really get yourself into a professional game at the highest level, to look at all the little changes, to ask questions. Why, as a casual player, I'm not beating people at weekend league. Look at this, learn from this. There's players out there like Crafty that would have wanted to get in the competitive scene for a long time. At first everyone was like, who is this man? Back in November when you saw these new names popping up. And when FIFA esports continues to grow in the way it is, you're going to get new faces. You're going to get new people that want to be in your position, want to be part of these huge tournaments all around the world.
Not only that, but you also get people such as Zelonius who they use their pro platform to enhance their career in general. With the Twitch live streaming that he does, he's now built a community.
Does coaching
around
sessions now.
Yep.
Looking at all the avenues. But just if Rajek scores this, it could all be over. Could be the end. There we go! Just a basic drop back! And you could just see that pressure released off Nicolas Rajek. You could tell he was under it. And you wonder why he was making the changes. You wonder why he was pausing the game, to give him an extra second mentally to prepare.
And you saw that reaction from him, usually quite a subdued reaction. He knows that goal could be the goal to send him into the quarterfinals.
And it's back to the drawing board again for Crafty. I just thought there was going to be that chance for him to get back in the game. He needed one chance to equalise, and now he's down by 2 goals.
Yeah, 2 goals with only 6 minutes left on the clock. And Rajek just going to keep hold of the ball, just move it from left to right, and sort of kill the game off right now.
Pele. Nicolas Rajek to confirm his place in the quarterfinals in Amsterdam.
Wins himself a free kick as well.
As he comes forward, Pele overlap. Into Neymar, Ronaldo. He just wants to keep going. He's going to try and score again. Skill moves are out. Ball roll or two. A drag back in there as well. Just trying to toy with a backline of Crafty. To play around in those small areas is incredible. And if he can finish it, oh wow, that could have been goal of the tournament if he pulled that one off.
Yeah, we have heard a few shouts behind us as well. I think I heard an AJAX Dani shout. He's currently playing up against Envy Aero.
And AJAX Dani raw. Crafty plays it across. I'm not too sure what he went for there. He for a shot, tried to play it across goal. Added time of 2 minutes. Nicolas Rajek, the German that just keeps on giving in big tournaments, wherever it is, all around the world. Barcelona, Manchester, and here in Amsterdam. He's going to be in that grand final, and in style again. 5-2. No one seems to be stopping this man either.
He goes about his business like a silent assassin. It doesn't create a lot of fuss. It doesn't really say a lot on social media. It just goes about it, turns up to the big events, and performs to the best of his ability.
And of course, he beat MSDossary here. He has played against the man that we said can't be stopped as well. He's beaten him. And there's the full-time whistle. Congratulations, Nicolas Rajek. And commiserations to Crafty, but you're still going to be in that FIFA E World Cup final. of course, in London. Of all the talking points, there'll be, part of the 2 Xbox players that are English that will be representing that.
Yeah, did the job, Crafty, in the tournament. Finished in the top 16 to secure his place to the eWorld Cup Grand Finals in London from the 2nd to the 4th of August. And 5-2, it's not the worst result. If you look, that's improvement. Look at Manchester. He lost 10-3 in the round of 16, I believe it was, against NRaseck. So the same opponent is only lost 5-2.
He's playing some fantastic FIFA again. I think 5-2, you don't look at that for me. From an outsider, you look at that when Crafty, he didn't really hold himself at all there. He did, to be fair. It was the last, 2 to 3 real-life minutes of time there, 20, 30 minutes in-game. You can see some of the replays here, which just separated the 2. At half-time, there was literally 1 shot between the 2 players. Remember that NRaseck had that early chance that was offside. Crafty, though, dropped the shoulder or 2, went low-driven and scored.
Yeah, the comeback was on where with Crafty, but Raseck killed the game off late on. Pull it into Ronaldo, creates the opportunity, low-driven shot into that bottom left corner. And that was the goal that did seal it and put Raseck into the quarterfinals. Big, big performance from Raseck, and that's what he seems to do at the big stage, perform.
Well, you can see there, these are the stats of all you need to know. 13 shots, 10 on goal for Raseck. Had more possession, and when you're playing against a player that's going to hold possession and try and frustrate you, you are going to be in trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, you are going to be in trouble. And ChuBoi just came up to near the commentary desk there and gave the NA all day sign. So I'm wondering what the other games are doing around the grounds as it stands at the minute, because the game we just saw there, Raseck, 5-2 victory. Commiserations to Crafty, as we said, but Raseck, the person who everyone's saying needs to stop is MSDossary. He's already stopped him in this tournament. He beat him 9-5 in the Swiss-style format, so is Raseck now the favourite?
Maybe he is, and of course, the couch of all the talking points is over to Jimmy, who is joined by that winner now, Raseck.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am on the couch with 2 Germans and Mike LaBelle. You like that? You like that setup?
Thank you.
I got T-Mox and NRaseck. You just won this past game 5-2. You looked frustrated at times. Was that your best match that you could have played? Were you unhappy with your performance in any way?
I wasn't really happy with my performance. I didn't take my chances in the first game, so I was frustrated and I didn't play really well. He defended really good, so it was really hard and it was a really hard game, and yeah, it was a really close game, and yeah, I didn't play really well, so I wasn't happy about my performance, but I won.
Yeah, it's fantastic when you can win a game when you're like, I didn't play very well and still win 5-2. You were also very good defensively. Actually, Mike, I'm tired of seeing your face. You know what?
Asked me to come on, you subbed me out.
It's because your hair is better than mine, and I just can't handle the glow that it has at the end of the couch. We're going to bring in somebody that you might be familiar with. His name is Spencer Owen.
And also has better hair.
Whoa, no, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Spencer, welcome to the couch.
Hello.
Now, you've seen a ton of games that have been going on, including NRaseck's. What's been your favorite so far? Maybe even including his game.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is doing the business, you have to say. He looks like he's on track to get to another final, maybe even further. I wouldn't say we've seen too many shocks so far today. A lot of the favourites have been going through the likes of MSDossary. One of the hardest games to call actually is on your side of the bracket right now. The way it could work out is you've got the Goal Machine versus Gorilla game, which Gorilla's just had a fantastic first leg in. But that side of the bracket is so tough. Like, if you are going to make another final, you're going to have to beat some really good players, some people you've come up against before in tournaments. You've got MSDossary on that side of the bracket as well, of course, all doing well. So at some point, there's going to be a massive face-off, sort of semi-final, quarter-final time on that side.
Now, Nicholas, do you look ahead? Or you just say, hey, listen, I got Crafty right in front of me, or I'm like, geez, after this one, I'm going to have Goal Machine or Gorilla. What am I going to do with my life? I mean, are you taking that next step, or you just take it one game at a time?
No, I'm just taking one game at a time. I wait for my opponent, and then I will see.
You sure?
Yeah.
Sure about that? How about you, T-Mox? When you're playing in these competitions, do you ever look ahead to say, well, if I get past this guy, then I'm going to have to face NRaseck. I don't want any part of him.
Well, it's always easy to say that you're only focusing on the match you're going to play next, but of course you think, if I beat this guy, then I'm playing maybe Gorilla next, and Gorilla's so good, I don't know if I'm able to beat him, and that's in your head, of course, but if Raseck's able to focus on this match he's going to play, then I think he's going to come far.
All right, and then there's some other scores that are going on. I want to give a shout out to SKC Alekzandur. Let's go, my friend. Absolutely dominated Fabio Danuzzo 6-2. So he's moving on to the next round. He is going to play against MegaBit. That's going to be a great game. I look forward to seeing that.
He warned you last night, didn't he? Well, not you, but everyone watching. He said, people are sleeping on me. And turns out, yeah, I mean, people haven't been giving Alexander the credit he deserves. he could go even further into this competition, I think.
Yeah. On that note, I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Turtle Beach. You got to tweet at Turtle Beach using the hashtag #WeAreElite for a chance to win Elite Pro headsets, courtesy of Turtle Beach. They are doing incredible things here at this tournament, and I'm glad they're a partner as always. Now back to you, NRaseck. So, you got a big game coming up. If you could play either Gorilla or Goal Machine, who would you prefer to play?
I don't know. Both are really tough, so I don't mind. Both are really good players, and both will be hard
You're
matches.
playing it safe right now. Okay, so T-Mox, you're not playing right now. Tell me who you would prefer to play, Gorilla or Goal Machine?
I think it's very hard. Gorilla beat Goal Machine in the first leg 3-0, I think, but Goal Machine had a lot of chances, so it could have gone either way. I think I would prefer to play against Gorilla if I was NRaseck.
All right, wow. Good to know, Gorilla. Throwing some heat there. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations for moving on to the next round. Well, we have more big games coming up, so stay with us right after this break.
Let's go! Yes, come on, let's go!
Hey, Alex. Alekzandur?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
Well, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Here we go. A chance, Ronaldo. We're on the verge of something that's going to make headlines for years to come. Oh, the whole stadium stands as one. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, header gone! He's up for the header. Power, sheer class, astonishing, increíble, unbelievable strike.
Competition is a mental game, and that means being focused. So when the time comes, I'm calm, ready for anything. I'm not worried about my opponent, what they might do. Those are just distractions. Champions don't get distracted, because for me, there is no off the field.
Welcome back to Amsterdam once again. And every single game we go past, the heat slowly just starts to tick up here Of course, we're playing for seeding now. If you didn't know already, we came to round of 16 today, 16 players left in the competition, and slowly but surely there's going to be 8 left, and it's going to be quarterfinals time.
Yeah, the pressure cooker that is the playoffs is really, really producing some unbelievable results, Brandon. I think at the minute we've seen a 4-1 Gorilla up against Goal Machine, but the game that is in focus, it's a tight one between Ajax's own Ajax Dani and AeroFIFA. 3-2 the scoreline in the first leg.
A game with 2 stories as well. You know, 2 players both have a story. Ajax Dani came out of last year with all the talking points. You know, this man that was incredible, didn't start the year well, even admit that himself, I said yesterday. Had to go to the Eredivisie, won the Xbox side there, came against Alireza Agun, the man on the PlayStation side, the PS4 player who will be part of the playoffs, beat him, and then went and win that. You know, was just playing some incredible FIFA. On the other hand, talk to me about Aero.
Yeah, 0-3 in Swiss style. It looked all doom and gloom, but what happened? He turned it around. He finished 4-3, the first ever player to do that in the Swiss style format. He then went on in a really, really tough game up against Los Ugueres, the Spanish player who, one of the favourites, beat him 5-2. Something quite interesting to note, Dani was actually 3 goals up in this game, and these 2 played in Swiss style against each other at the playoffs. Dani won 5-3. So it just shows Dani might have the better of Aero in Amsterdam.
And of course, if you were watching yesterday, you would have saw Ajax Dani end the stream in style. 6-1 against Elastico, the German. And we saw a special celebration as well from him as well to the crowd that is going to be, you know, picking up soon. It is live to an open audience if you want to get yourself down here. And if Ajax Dani can keep on bringing up results, currently 3-2 up in this second leg, you'll start hearing him roar. And more importantly, it'll be massive for Ajax.
Yeah, massive for Ajax Dani in particular, because it's not been a great year for him. In January, he actually, 2 coaches came on board the Ajax team, his personal coaches. They helped him with not only his FIFA ability, but with his lifestyle as well. And he's really turned things around. He went on, won the Eredivisie, and it looks like he's really hit his peak form right now for Amsterdam.
And playing some incredible FIFA as well to back that up. A player that is so passionate about FIFA esports, so passionate about being one of the best players, not just in the world, but in Holland. And of course, representing one of the best football clubs working in esports right now, where they go about looking after their players, the content strategies and approaches that Ajax use. It's really been significant to the, you know, to the brand, to the club, and the impact they make every single day in esports. However, Aero, a man that's been at so many big tournaments this year, Gfinity Elite Series, part of eFoot de France, best 16 players in France. He wants to go the extra mile. He's obviously, of course, part of the grand final in London. We already know the top 16 players from the Xbox side there. But he wants more. He wants to go the full way, especially after the disappointment of not doing that at the FIFA E Club World Cup.
Yes, he had a 3-goal advantage going into the grand final, lost 6-0 to FIFA Houston. It was actually also in Manchester as well. Aero finished 1-4 in Swiss style. So it's been a pretty turbulent year for him. It's been a roller coaster ride for Envy Aero.
And he's still a young player. I think one side of the game
2018.
Is that mental side that was questioned a few times, but where he's been there, especially yesterday, when you're 0-3 after survival day 1, of course he got back to 2-3 in the end, you are asking questions of yourself as he comes on the attack now. But as you said, he made history, one of the first player to come back from a 0-3 to go 4-3 in Swiss style format. You know, he'll be over the moon with that. In the other game we can see right now, I believe that's Gorilla, just scored again. To make that 5-1 on aggregate. Since signing for FaZe, seems to be playing some exceptional FIFA. Again, one of the only players you have to say, alongside MegaBit, NRaseck, who's consistent at all events this year.
Yeah, after the Club World Cup, Gorilla, I got a chance to just have a little chat with him. He said, this is the last opportunity right now. I need to start playing my best FIFA. It seems as though with Gorilla, when the pressure's really, really cranked up, that's when he performs his best.
Ajax Dani now. Big fan of Luis Suarez, was waiting for that special foot item to come, and when the 97 team of the season was straight into the teamy slide as the corner comes in again. There he is, and there's the goal! Ramos wins the flick on. And a big celebration as always from Dani, just to calm himself down. This is where you can see a different Dani right now. Look, scores a goal and straight away, relaxing.
And that might be that impact that the coaches have had on him. Last year, it seemed as though a little bit over passionate at times, over emotional. He let the game get to him. Would you say that's a fair reflection of Danny's performance at some points last year? On the complete opposite side of it, Enviero, what is going through his mind right now? He's been all over his emotions over this week so far, from going 0-3 to finishing 2-3 on Monday, to coming out and shocking everybody and finishing 4-3 in extra time, needless to say as well.
It's one of the most underrated things as well. Just to take that second, your hands off your controller, to take a drink, just to get your eyes off the screen, to give yourself that small little break from the gameplay can just relax you so much more. And it does have impacts in the way you play. It will have an impact. However, Enviero needs 2 goals. When AJAX Dani is playing at his best, that's not going to be easy.
These are actually the final 2 round of 16 games as well. Then we'll have our bracket complete for the quarterfinals. The winner of this game will be facing up against Kurt. On the other side of it, NRaseck awaits the winner, who probably at the minute will be FaZe Gorilla. Gorilla versus Raseck in the quarterfinals. What a matchup. That's a final.
It could be, easily. Especially if you look at maybe a FIFA eWorld Cup qualifier, you'll be looking at those guys to be in the finals. And of course, we saw a little interview from MSDossary that was done with EA Sports. And he said if there's a players that are rated in this competition, he did say NRaseck was one of them, Gorilla was one of them. And there was one more player in there that he was...
Gorilla, Kurt, and Raseck were the 3 that he said he wouldn't like to face.
Then he also said that he plays a similar way to NRaseck, so...
Well, they've faced up against each other a few times now, and it seems as though it can go either way when you get 2 powerhouses facing against each other.
If they both win their quarter-final games, Richard, they can actually meet in the semi-finals, those 2 players. That'll be interesting. As Gorilla just had an unbelievable chance there in this game. Aero, back to goal, dragged back with Ronaldo and just into the path of Rude Hullet.
What Dossary can't do is write off Rafsou, though. Rafsou's an unbelievable player.
And again, a player similar to AJAX Dani. In some aspects, he was in Barcelona, Rafsou, didn't have a good performance there. Went through a period of the game when I think he kind of questioned himself, saying, am I still good enough to be a professional FIFA player?
Yep.
Did exceptionally well, won the Orange E-Ligue. The second time that season has run it, he came out top there last year. It was Manico of FC Metz. And then went to the last chance weekend, got a 40-0, and now he stands here in the quarterfinals against MSDossary. Azpilicueta drafted in. That one goes all the way across, offside. Rude Hullet was in the end there. Still 2 goals needed by Aero. And of course, his PlayStation teammate's not here to support him just yet. I believe they're all arriving in later in the day, of course. Icevogel and Jazz, maybe even Lyrics might come out and support. We know that the team infrastructure they do have, Team Envious, a new organisation, new esports team in FIFA. I know they've been well established across other esports titles, but they made the move into FIFA. And ever since they haven't looked back.
Yeah, they'll be backing their player all the way. I think you just need to look at the G-Fit Elite Series to see it's very much a team experience.
Aero inside, that one's just about saved by David De Gea. As Aero still trying to hunt for a way back in this game. Ronaldo, edge of the box, tried to feed that one through to Vieira. And as you were saying about Team Envious, just that team structure, it's got to be a factor that will help them. AJAX Dani now, his time. Try and drive the ball forward, still in front.
Dani's not looked great since he scored the opening goal in this game. He gave away possession a couple of times, quite needlessly.
But on the other side of that, AJAX Dani, we saw it at the Draft Story Cup. It wasn't a FIFA eWorld Cup qualifier, just an extra professional tournament for players to play in back a few months ago. He was a more mature performance back then. You know, he was defending when he needed to, he was keeping possession when he needed to. If he scores one now before half-time, that would be incredible! He does! A more relaxed celebration, but more importantly, a perfect time to score a goal.
Yeah, there you have it. I said he's not done a lot since he scored the goal. Silenced me. Silenced everybody else who wants Aero to win this game. Doubled his lead on the stroke of half-time. Cristiano Ronaldo firing into that top left corner. Perfect time to score for Dani. Aero just has to change formation, go free at the back, just make a change. He usually does play in that 4-4-2 or in that 4-2-2. I'm surprised he's not matched him up right now. Dani playing in the 4-2-2. Usually, Aero does enjoy that formation.
It's as simple as it looks, Richard. You need 3 goals right now. You have to make a change. You have to go out and attack. We see people go 3 at the back. We can see Dani go 3-5-2 occasionally this year. A way that he played last year in a number of tournaments was 5 at the back. That was the way he played.
Yeah, well, we spoke to him as well this year, and he said he enjoys the 3-5-2. If you go maybe ultra defensive, put your CDMs on stay back or attacking, you pretty much get your 3 at the back, then you get your 2 sat in front, and then you get your 2 wide players. That's pretty much a 7. You get that wall of, on this occasion, blue away Ajax shirts, and just sit back, and then you've got the attacking prowess of a R9, of a Team of the Year Messi, of a 99 Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo up top. You don't need a lot of attacking players moving forward from your midfield. You don't need a Ruud Gullit. You don't need maybe a Mateus or someone like that. You can just do it with the 3 players up top.
If you can control it well, you know, as you said, with the custom instructions and tactics in there, you can see out a game. As you said, you can actually get 7 at the back. If you can hold those 2 midfielders, just literally say, stay back while attacking. Change it, you know, your custom tactics, how far forward your team defend, the pressure they do. You saw MegaBit make that change a few games back. When he didn't need to press, when he was in front, just turn it down, turn down the pressure. And 3 goals in front of AJAX Dani now. Surely he can relax a little bit.
Yeah, you got to think he'll be relaxing into the game, AJAX Dani. 1 more goal. We might see the arms folded celebration again. Can he grace us with it on decision day?
Vieira. Pull it. Ronaldo. Trying to find a way through this back wall, you could say, or defensive wall that Aero is providing. He is still 3 goals down, though, and needs to find a way back pretty soon. Inside, that one just taken a horrible deflection out for a corner. The pressure for Dani still remains on.
Yeah, pressure very much up by AJAX Dani at the minute. Corner to the edge, Asplaqueta not going to take a shot from there.
Goes to the back post, though, instead. Heung-min Son with time to turn, with time to take a touch, heel to heel. And just for a goal kick in the end. Pressure over. Aero, though. Not all players put their headsets on. Aero's not one of them. He likes to just hear the atmosphere in the arena. All the other games, all the rules, all the cheers. Sometimes it helps you, and sometimes it doesn't.
I'm just looking forward right now to some of the quarter-final ties.
Well, you're looking at MSDossary, Rafsou.
NRaseck, Gorilla.
And Alekzandur, for Sporting Kansas City, keeps on delivering. He said, watch out for me, and he's backed it up.
And he's got a very tough test against MegaBit. That's a 3rd versus 6th seed game out of the Swiss style. So, tough game for Alekzandur if he wants to progress into that semi-final. But he's got all the tools to be able to take down MegaBit.
Of course he has. He's got that experience as well, and he's got a different play style that MegaBit will not be used to. Of course, an America's player up against someone from the European regions. We know of FIFA, rest of the world, Americas, and of course, the European region. 3 regions, of course, all playing their own weekend league. And if you follow the Top 100 TV and of course, the Foot Champions channel, you can see everything that goes on there. And between the pros all around the world. And that's how you get to the big tournaments, such as Barcelona, such as Manchester. And at the moment, AJAX Dani can relax on the ball. 5-2 up. He still is. And this is what I was talking about, a more mature AJAX Dani. He can relax. Of course, he wants to score more goals still. But there's no real pressure for him to go forward. From left back to right back, he can relax on the ball.
Keep hold of the ball. Wear down your opponent. Go backwards if necessary. Don't always have to go forward in this occasion. You're 5-2 up. Just don't take any risks. And you're in the quarterfinals against Kurt.
Well, threaded through ball down that far hand side. We see a lot of them. You know, it kind of came into fruition a few months back. It was from Barcelona when we started seeing the goal kick, the DH text at the time. Somehow found out.
Yeah, and it's funny you talk about Barcelona there, because we've got a Barcelona rematch. NRaseck against Gorilla. I don't know if you remember, NRaseck beat him on penalties against FaZe Gorilla. Right now he's leading 5-1 against Goal Machine, so imagine he's going through. So can Gorilla, he's already got redemption against Goal Machine. Can he then get revenge against Nicholas NRaseck? You'll be able to find out later on in the broadcast.
It's one of those ties that you're thinking about it saying, it doesn't really mean much. Trust me, it does. IceVogel played an extra 10, 15% into his game to ensure he beat MSDossary on the second time of asking. And you see it down there with Gorilla, still 5-1 up. That one's in the 80th minute.
Yeah, you speak about IceVogel and Dossary. The last 2 times that IceVogel's faced Dossary, he's beat him. So you lose once against that person, you don't want to lose again. That's the main talking point.
And one thing that Danny's done here, he has just controlled this game completely. A pause has been made by Aero.
He's not had a touch of the ball. Just Aero in like 10 minutes.
Completely in control, Danny. And he'll be in the quarterfinals if he goes and wins this one. Imagine winning a tournament on your own home turf! Barring in. If that didn't conclude it, I think it has now. 6-2. Probably his first real attempt to move the ball forward into Aero's box. There you go, and there's a goal to follow it.
Go back to last year, the Ziggo battle, the ultimate clash in Amsterdam. Who won the tournament? It was in the Johan Cruyff Arena. AJAX Dani. He had that hometown advantage. He went all the way, beating TAS when he was at #United in that grand final. Right now, AJAX Dani, he's playing some of the best FIFA that I've seen. He talked about the maturity that he showed at the Draft Story Cup. Looks like he's only built on that, if anything, and he's got better and better throughout this tournament.
And he's a man, as you said, that plays for a crowd sometimes, and it's going to fill up here later. And if he can get there to the semi-final stages, the final stages, when he's got Ajax fans supporting him. Of course, we're only just around the corner from the Amsterdam Arena or the Johan Cruyff Arena as well. Depending on how you want to call it. Both people just call it each or other.
And he will be a massive, massive fan favourite against Kurt in that quarter-final.
Then Kurt, a player that, if all tournaments, he can follow up, how he talks on social media, the best player in the world. Could this be it? Could this be his, his chance to really go the full way and ensure he is top seed going into the grand final?
Not that as well, but
over in one of the other games, Richard. Gorilla has won 5-1. Only 1 goal in it as well in the second leg. He got all the business done in the first one. Gorilla just scored himself 1 goal to make it 5-1 in the end.
The winner will also be taking home $35,000. So it's not a bad 3 days' work.
No, not bad at all. Of course, the pressure that brings with you as well, going to that tournament as a favourite. Of course, you've got 16 players, maybe all at the same level, you could say, but if you are a winner,
you've got that prestige. You can go in as a winner. Look at the grand final last year. We were part of a closed-off press conference that took place, Brandon. And all the players got to ask a question who they thought were favourite. There were only like 3 names said. That was Rocky, because he was a champion. He won the FUT Champions Series in Berlin. TAS, he won the Paris regional event in February. And a couple of other players said either Gorilla or Danny. They were the 4 names said. So it shows that the pros, even the pros, know that there's favourites who are peaking at the right time with their performance levels.
Added timer, 2 minutes to come here. And AJAX Dani will take another step closer to the console final. Congratulations, Danny. Into the quarterfinals he will go. And that is all around 16 games concluded. That means that Danny will be up against Kurt. SKC Alekzandur against MegaBit. And then 2 other tasty ties as well.
Yeah, on the top side of the bracket, you've got Rogue MSDossary up against Rafsou. Rafsou, the lowest ranking seed left in the tournament. He finished a Swiss style 24th. And then you've also got Nicholas NRaseck against FaZe Gorilla. What a tie that is going to be.
Well, commiserations to Enviera, of course. He has had a good year overall. He's still in that grand final. That was the main objective for all the 64 players that come from each side, 128 in total. See there, high fives all round. from all the Dutch guys bundled, ECV, and of course the Ajax esports guys saying, well done, keep carrying the flag for our country and try and win a tournament in your own hometown.
Yeah, if you look at Enviero, he left it late to qualify for this tournament in the playoffs. He qualified through the Club World Cup alongside Ice Vogel, and then he left it very, very late to get into the round of 16, a 4-3 Swiss-style format, and then quite a dominant performance, really, against Los Higueres, 5-2 victory, where a lot of people were probably writing him out before the game started. You see the replays from AJAX Dani, how he got his place in the quarterfinals, and look at that reaction.
Always a big celebration from the Flying Dutchman here in Amsterdam. Aero just couldn't get himself back in it. Lovely chance there and a lovely goal, of course, on the stroke of half-time. All of a relaxed celebration. And then this, the way he controlled this second half. This was the first chance he really had in the second half. He was all in control, had, 5-2 up, could relax, had a lot of possession, and then you could just see an incredible game from him. Have a look at these stats then.
Yeah, team of the season, Hong-Min Son sealed the deal for Dani with a 6-2 victory. 12 shots on goal, he scored half of those, 6-2 win. Dominant possession as well, 61% to Aero's 39, and rightful winner looking at the stats.
Oh, for sure, and a man that can relax now. The next objective is a tough game against Kurt. And if you've got, if you're Kurt right now, and you've got AJAX Dani coming over you and celebrating, surely it's going to have an impact. You've got a player that, shows a lot of passion, really wants to be one of the best players in the world, and then you've got Kurt who says he is the best player in the world. Is this his time to really back that up as well?
Yeah, you got to think it could be, but the first quarter-final that you're going to be seeing on the broadcast is an absolute cracker between Rogue, MSDossary, and Rafsou. You see them there chatting with each other.
I'm sure when that whistle starts, they won't be chatting anymore. They'll be in the game mode, all jokes, all smiles at the moment, but 180 in-game FIFA minutes separate these two. Rogue, MSDossary on your screen there, and then the Frenchman, as you said, the lowest seed player still in the competition from Olympique Lyon, Rafsou there as well. Two players that play some incredible FIFA as well.
Yeah, they've been pretty remarkable throughout the competition, and somebody who's going to be able to give us a little bit more insight to this tournament, ChuBoi.
Thank you, Richie. Now it's been about the goals here in Amsterdam, and we're about to tell you who has had the most goals on average in the tournament so far. Now, I want to point something out and let you know, do you see a little pattern in the list that I'm about to pull up? So let's take a look at the top average goal scorers. Futwiz Dubsy with 7.13, FaZe Gorilla in second, Gianni in third, Dossary in fourth, and Tex in fifth. So a lot of those top 5 players are not in the tournament anymore. So is it a better idea to maybe hold back on the goals, not score? Is it about maybe more defensive tactics instead of going all-out attack and controlling your team? We're going to take a look at the top 10 here instead. So a lot of goals, amazing goals so far. I think Spencer's going to be showing us some more, but we'll see the rest of the top 10. Sakul in 6th, NRaseck in 7th, Kurt, who is going to be playing a match soon, in 8th. We got Dragon, another player who is out of the tournament, in 9th, and Alasko, once again, another player who's out of the tournament, coming in 10th. So those are the top goals on average for a player. Now let's see what Spencer has for us. Spencer? All right, before we go to Spencer, I was talking to Futwiz Dubsy. He was very disappointed about the result that he had yesterday. He went out to Gold Machine, did unfortunately go out to Gorilla as well. So a lot of the players using that 4-1-2-1-2 formation, that I was talking about earlier, that 4-1-2 formation is probably the best way to get the most goals if you are playing professional FIFA. Now we're gonna see the top goals against Los Uruguayos. In number 1, Dossary actually has the most goals against on average, which is very surprising since he's been probably the most dominant player so far in the tournament. But looks like Spencer's ready for us, so let's go up to him.
Yes, I'm ready to. Chu telling us some of the highest goal scorers there and some of the best at defending goals. We're going to show you some top quality goals as well, because it's not all about the quantity. Sometimes it's about the quality. But before we do that, let's take a look at the updated bracket. These guys are all through to the quarterfinals here in Amsterdam. Every single one of these players is getting $10,000. Pretty healthy, I think you'll agree. MSDossary versus Rafsou is up next. On top left there, we've got NRaseck against Gorilla. That is a rematch. NRaseck knocked Gorilla out, of course, in Barcelona. Bit of chance for redemption for Gorilla. Dani versus Kurt. Holland or Netherlands versus Malta. That's a cracker. And Alexander versus Marlot. So there are 8 quarterfinalists, as I said, all $10,000 richer. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to make it through to the semi-finals and ultimately win here in Amsterdam for the Xbox playoffs. Now then, as Stu was talking about, there's been lots of goals scored, but who scored the best goals? We've collated 3 of the best goals from today's action so far. Let's take a look at them, starting with number 3. So, first up in our top 3 is this goal right here. So NRaseck in the red here against Crafty. We saw this game not too long ago. It's a great passing goal. This building up between Hullet, Vieira, into Ronaldo, to the other Ronaldo, cuts back, beats 2 defenders in the process. Simple finish there for Goretzka, but the build-up was lovely, just like the Spanish kits he was wearing. That was tiki-taka football. Number 2 here is Kurt on the ball against JSSF, the Brazilian. Look at this for a finesse hit from Ronaldo outside the box. You can't give him the time in that space. He will punish you. And look at this for a goal, right? This is left foot, I believe, R9. Weak foot, wait for it. I mean, that's 36.5 yards out at least. What a goal from Rafsou. That's why he's a quarter-finalist in that Leon kit. Fantastic stuff there from Rafsou. So the thing is, of course, quantity of goals is more important and not letting them up in defence is important, but I like scoring good ones.
Hi, Spencer.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, Jimmy. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, thanks. I added a little whip there to the horn. I just saw you were doing the top 3 goals, and I thought you forgot one.
Oh, please.
Can we see that? Can we go to Jimmy's pick right now, please? For me, it's SKC Alekzandur. I got to give a shout out to Sporting Kansas City. Look at this from Vieira. Good ball in back and through. Messi takes a touch, puts it to his stronger foot, not that he has a weak foot, and buries it into the corner, 2-0. This is a great complete performance by SKC Alekzandur, and that was just a great goal. However, it's not always about the goal, Spencer. Sometimes it's about the pass, and the best pass that I have seen at this tournament is actually yours. Check this out. Look at this thing. Look at you passing it to, it's inception.
That's unbelievable.
It is, it's a great pass.
Can you tell I used to play
But I'm
rugby?
not so sure about that shirt. I feel like your chest hair might get caught up in that velvet.
It's a 50-50, that shirt. Some people love it, some people hate it.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that shirt. You're
Just-
gonna have to explain more to us right now, so you can take it away.
Just to be clear, Jimmy, that was filmed on rehearsals. That wasn't supposed to be on camera, that T-shirt. That was just for your eyes, Jim. But you can tell that I used to play rugby, right, with that technique. Out of either hand. That's what I had in my locker. Anyway, yeah, thanks for that, Jimmy. Thanks for that stitch up. There's got to be some rehearsal footage of Jimmy we can use later on. Anyway, it's time for some more action now, so I'm going to pass you over with one of my legendary passes to our casters. It's Mark and Kuhn.
Thank you, Spencer. Oh, there it is. Got it. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Spencer. Got that beautiful throw there. Those two seem to be getting on famously, but we are still friends. This is still, you know, a good relationship we have on the desk here. And now we're moving into our quarterfinals. All of the action is really boiling down. 64 players turned up to Amsterdam, but now down to just 8.
Only 8 players left. And the next game we are going to see is the one between MSDossary, we might say the huge favorite after winning in Manchester, of course, against Rafsou, as we might call the biggest underdog of the 8 players that are left in this tournament, Mark.
Yeah, and arguably a clash of 2 playstyles as well. I mean, MSDossary, he has been phenomenal so far. I mean, we made the joke before, you know, 3 things that you can guarantee in life is death, taxes, and MSDossary winning games of FIFA, and that's pretty much has been the case so far. But such an attacking style of play, you know, got such a great flow to how he attacks as well. And on the other side, it's been Rafsou who's just been grinding out results with his back against the wall all the way through this tournament.
That's what he's done. That's what he's done. And when we look at the stats, it's very funny to see that Dossary is the player. Only Gorilla scored more goals than Dossary. That's what I wanted to say. Only Gorilla scored more goals up to now in this tournament than Dossary. When we look at goals conceded, we have seen, of course, Rafsou defending amazingly against Tex. Rafsou defending amazingly against Resende in the previous round as well. But still, he is the one of the 8 players left with the most goals conceded. So it's very, very interesting to see how many goals Dossary will be able to score against Rafsou.
It's a good question. It's obviously, you know, Rafsou's going to have to raise his game here. MSDossary coming into this one obviously took down DiGianni in the round of 32 to guarantee himself a place at the eWorld Cup finals, and then took down #dreamR to book his place now in the quarterfinals. And the other side of the thing, as we mentioned, Rafsou taking down F2 Tex, huge win for him there, big confidence boost. And we just saw recently taking down Resende, the man from Brazil as well. So that is both of these players' paths to our quarterfinals. 8 players left. The game is underway. The first leg, as you can see, MSDossary in the yellow will be going from left to right, and Rafsou in the white of Olympic Lyon will be going from right to left. Early chance potentially here as well. As you can see, Neymar picking the ball up in midfield. And I want to talk to you a little bit about, get your opinion on what you feel like Rafsou has to do in this game. You know, arguably the underdog coming into this one, MSDossary, a lot of people's favourites as we get into this game. What's he got to do? How do you take down MSDossary?
I feel like Rafsou is feeling very, very strong mentally. And I think he wants to start and frustrate MSDossary, because when you let MSDossary play his usual game of attack, 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 he will destroy you, like he has destroyed so many before Rafsou. So you just want to frustrate him. You want to keep the ball as long as possible, maybe? That's about Rafsou to figure out.
And one thing you can't do is make mistakes, but one thing you will need is David De Gea to come up with some big saves. You know that MSDossary is going to create opportunity. He's usually so clinical. If you can have that man between the sticks, have a big, big game for you and pull off saves like that, it's going to definitely help your cause. And now Rafsou showing no fear. He's straight back up the other end with Ronaldo. Tries to find Cristiano Ronaldo, though, but defensively, MSDossary, we talk about his offense, but in defense as well, he's been so solid all tournament long.
Yeah, that's a crazy statistic as well. I told you about scoring goals for him. Only Gorilla scoring more goals in the tournament up till now than he did. He is the one with the least goals conceded.
What a strike! Oh, just wide of the upright on the left foot of Cristiano Ronaldo. And Rafsou giving as good as he gets at the moment at the start of this game. You can see how much he's grown. We talked about it before in this tournament. He's showing absolutely no fear in the opening minutes of this first leg of the quarterfinal.
Rafsou, one of the 5 French players coming into this tournament in Amsterdam. He's the only one left now, Mark.
Last man standing.
The only one left. AeroFIFA, of course, knocked out just now by Dani. Here he is, Rafsou in possession. I'm very curious for how long he will keep the ball, because we saw when he is leading the game against Tex, against Resende, of course, he will stick to the ball very, very long.
One way to stop MSDossary scoring is, of course, to keep possession of the ball. This is a fantastic move, to be honest with you, from the Frenchman. Little drag back from R9, looks for the ball inside, finds Heung-min Son, but block comes in all too quickly there. And now it's going to be MSDossary who's on the attack and building an attack of his own.
There was some great dribbling by Rafsou. MSDossary doesn't seem to have found his best play in the first 20 minutes.
Here, the offside trap has been played, a massive chance here! And Rafsou, the Frenchman, wags a finger, but complete focus on his face. He knows he has a long way to go, but what a goal that could be.
Wow, Mark, this is what Rafsou needed. And we can say that this is a huge mistake of MSDossary. We see him pulling off the offside trap lots of times in every game. He wants to put the pressure on, but when it goes wrong, you're gone. Your defense is gone, just like we've seen now. And it's Heung-min Son, the Korean, not failing eye to eye and eye with the goalkeeper.
Huge, huge moment in our quarterfinals here. The first goal across the 2 legs goes to Rafsou. A mistake, a very rare mistake. One of the first mistakes I've seen in the entire tournament so far from MSDossary. Does he have in his locker to come from behind early on? And of course he does, just like that. Straight back up the other end. MSDossary ties things up.
I don't think there's anyone of the 8 players left that can score goals so easily like MSDossary. Just a little fist pump, not much more than that, because he knows this game is far from over. He needs more goals.
He's a winner. He's only interested in one thing at these tournaments, and that is first place. Some players might have come into Amsterdam thinking, you know, our target here is to get to the eWorld Cup finals, you know, to get to that last 16. MSDossary is a different breed. He's all about winning. He wants first places. Second to him, it's a loss.
Absolutely. I mean, qualifying for Amsterdam in Manchester wasn't enough for him. He won it all the way in Manchester.
Big save there from David De Gea, and MSDossary's keeper coming up big there. Been a very tight game, to be honest with you. I mean, 2 goals in it so far, 1 from a mistake. 1 classic MSDossary attack. 2 saves made by either player's keeper. And you can see at the moment, Rafsou really isn't looking like the underdog. This is, you know, in my opinion, we're only early in this game, obviously half an hour in, but Rafsou really is given as good as he can get. However, MSDossary now starting another attack of his own, but again, that defense we talk about from Rafsou that's served him so well throughout this tournament. Still standing strong, but MSDossary still in this dangerous position, just moving that defense around, pulling those CDMs about. Pull it now. Pushes in towards the box. Vieira fires it outside. A little bit of room, looking for the rebound. Save from David De Gea, and Rafsou gets it away. Big mistake, though.
Well, Rafsou, we can see the focus, concentrated. Very high, as always.
Gets that one away. I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle, flying through the air, trying to get a diving header away. Now you're going to see straight up the other end here. Rafsou, again, it's Heung-min Son who's streaking away. Can he get a strike away? Penalty potentially, referee. Is it going to be a free kick given just outside the box? I think that infringement.
Rafsou with Neymar taking the free kick. No, it's a step over. Hullet passing it to Cristiano Ronaldo. That's a penalty. It is a penalty kick, Mark.
Referee points to the spot. Another big moment in this game. And Rafsou with the roulette. And it's Thierry Henry. Wrong place at the wrong time. Not the player you want at making tackles in your own box.
Wow.
Right on the edge of the box. A huge moment in this game. Look at the heart race of these two players. Rafsou steps up. Finds it down the middle. Dossary makes the save.
Oh, misses it. That was the opportunity for Rafsou to take the lead again in this game, but he fails. Dossary stands still.
What a moment that could be. What a moment that could be in the complexion of the entire tournament as well. You do not get a better chance than from the penalty spot, but fair play to Rafsou here. He's going straight back on the attack, taking the fight here to MSDossary.
I think Rafsou...
one player that's doing a lot of damage as well.
Absolutely, I think Rafsou is surprising everyone here. He's showing a lot of courage in his gameplay, in his playing style. He is attacking very much, and he's showing courage, like I said. He's not waiting for Dossary. He's not just frustrating Dossary. No, he's saying, I want to score goals myself. I want to get into the lead, and after that, I will defend my lead.
The danger, though, is that MSDossary is so devastating on the attack. A little bit of a loose pass there, and straight up the other end now. You can see Rafsou on the attack. Little ball inside. Neymar, unfortunately, gets taken out, but again, it's that man on the wide right. Heung-min Son with a strike. David De Gea forced to make the save.
Wow. Great shot by the Korean, who scored the first goal of this game. That was 1-0 to Rafsou. Dossary nearly immediately equalized again. 1-1 it is at halftime in the first leg in this quarterfinals between MSDossary and Rafsou.
And it looks like we're getting straight into our second half. No hanging about here. It was a fantastic first half. The first game of our quarterfinals. Both players have had difficult journeys to get here, but they are here. Both players, of course, qualified for the eWorld Cup finals in London, August 2nd to 4th. But now it's all about first place. Again on the attack. Early on in this game, it's going to be Rafsou. Kyle Walker pushing forward. A great ball into the box here. Cristiano Ronaldo finds it back. Little ball across. Almost found Neymar, who in that position you always feels like going to finish.
Absolutely, Neymar, one of the favorites. Nearly every player uses Neymar in their starting squad or on the bench. Such a dangerous man with the 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. Very agile player to use on the central attacking midfielder position, or perhaps at the wing.
Rafsou's doing a great job of just soaking up any pressure. Hit it with a little bit of a heavy touch there, gives possession back to Rafsou, but he really is using the width on the pitch well here. Finding those wingers. Heung-min Son, as I say, he was so influential in that first half.
Absolutely. He was the one with the goal. He was the one with the huge chance at the end of the first half. And here he is again.
Another chance here, Ronaldo strikes it. Blocked from the defender, though, will be a corner to Rafsou. Marcelo now.
We could see the friends of MSDossary shaking their heads. They're seeing this is probably the hardest game he's had so far. Probably the hardest opponent.
Without doubt. Absolutely, without doubt. I mean, some of the names that are sitting in these quarterfinals at the moment, you just have to look through the bracket at the moment. You've got NRaseck sat there. You've got FaZe, Gorilla. You've got AJAX Dani, Kurt, Alexander, MegaBit. I mean, every single player who you probably would have picked at the start of the tournament to be there is pretty much there. So an absolutely stacked quarterfinal we have. A lot of incredible games to come. As you say, this first quarterfinal here, definitely not disappointing.
Absolutely, you already mentioned him, NRaseck. NRaseck was the only one up till now beating MSDossary in this tournament. That was in the Swiss format. He was the only one be able to beat MSDossary. Might Rafsou do it now? It's 1-1 in this first game still.
He's already caused one upset in this tournament, taking down F2 Tex, of course. He's looking to add another name to that list. With all due respect to Tex, though, MSDossary, different animal, you have to say. One of the most consistent players in FIFA 18. I'm going to see Dossary just slowing this game down a little bit, and I kind of like what I'm seeing here. He really hasn't had too much of a foothold in this game, but now he is finding a little bit of space. Ball back into R9 now, looking for that low driven across goal, but going to be blocked. Bullet now recycles. Stolen off of him by Human Sun, though, but unfortunately, slightly loose pass after the good work.
Looks like MSDossary is more relaxed now than during the start of the game. Looks like he's definitely finding his rhythm now, taking more time during his attacks, finding the little gaps in Rafsou's midfield, Rafsou's defense possibly. Now
Great
he
ball.
needs to watch out though.
Here comes Neymar again. It's another huge chance in the context of the game! And Rafsou puts it away. It's Neymar who's on the score sheet now.
We just talked about Neymar. He can play from the center spot, from the cam position, but he's at the left side of the field now. Has got that 5-star weak foot, that left foot, and the driven shot is too hard to keep for the goalkeeper.
And again, it's that width, the width we were talking about in that first half. That is where the chances came from for the Frenchman. And again, Neymar just streaking away from his man, finding that low-driven shot. And now, you saw the heart rates. The pressure is on MSDossary. Just one goal the difference between these two, but of course, just in this first leg, MSDossary, he answered back almost immediately from that first goal in the first half. Unfortunately for him, not going to be able to do so now.
Just like the first goal in the first half, do you remember the offside trap by MSDossary? Lots of space for Rafsou to just go and run at the goalkeeper. This second goal looked much like it. Again, much space behind the defense of MSDossary, which is, he's making it hard for himself. He makes Rafsou's goals, he gives them away too easy, the goals.
And again, space down this right-hand side here. It was Ronaldo and Pele who were walking together. Sorry, I believe that was Kante, actually. Now you're going to see the ball through the middle. MSDossary with Cristiano Ronaldo looking for the little Berber spin inside. Well read, though. The offside trap played again. Will it work for him this time? Seems like Rafsou just almost expecting it at this point. Pele whips the ball in. Ooh, R9 just overrun that slightly. A third goal of this game for Rafsou. I mean, that completely changes the complexion of this second potential leg.
I think MSDossary needs to watch out. He's not going to become too impatient now. Again, we saw the offside trap. He needs to realize there's another leg coming up. He's not in big trouble when he loses this game 2-1.
Ronaldo's got a 1v1 here, gets lent on by his man. Cristiano Ronaldo in the box. Will it be a penalty? Referee decides no. Strength shown by Laurent Blanc in the center there. But again, one of those moments, we've already seen one penalty in this game, and that was, of course, missed. We almost had another one.
Yeah. We might almost forget about the missed free kick by Rafsou. He could have been 3-1 up now. Rafsou is definitely surprising me, and I think he's surprising the entire world. I think we're going to see a tactical change by Dossary. He's going to switch to the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. We've seen him doing that before. We've seen him playing the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow against #dreamR in the previous round, and it took him to the quarterfinals. Let's see if he can score a goal more easily now with the new formation.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, if he is switching to that 4-1-2-1-2, he is going to have those attacking options. You know, he's going to have that cam in place of 2 strikers, but we've talked about where the problems have come defensively, and that's been in those wide positions. And arguably with the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, he's going to have even more space now, Rafsou out wide.
Absolutely. Rafsou knows only 5 minutes left. I think what we're going to see here is Rafsou not giving the ball away too soon, too easily. He does now. He does. That surprises me. He could just keep the ball at the right back, maybe. Just keep the possession, but he's not.
Pele now for MSDossary, down by 1 goal in this first leg. Mr. Upsets, Rafsou looking to cause another one, as we previously mentioned, but you can't give him room. But David De Gea, we mentioned right at the start of this game, is going to have to make saves for Rafsou in this game, and he comes up with another huge one.
That was Marco Reus. Just entered the pitch, I think. We didn't see the substitutions, but I think Marco Reus, Dortmund's Marco Reus, here he is again, just entered the pitch as a substitute. He missed the chance for Dossary.
Now, just towards the end of this game, the pressure is coming in from MSDossary, and it's going to be The pressure which is relieved going into our second leg. I believe that is N'Golo Kante there on his left foot. We talked about players popping up who we wouldn't expect to score huge goals. We've had Kyle Walker, we've had Patrick Vieira. Yesterday, #Ryan sent out of the competition by the man who's just tied up our first leg.
Of all people, of all players that could score this vital goal for MSDossary, it's N'Golo Kante. But his Team of the Year version is a card. I mean, he can do pretty much everything. His shooting statistics are really, really high. So that Kante card, he's like a machine. He's like a god.
Big moments here. MSDossary looking for blood, but he's not going to find any. And that is the end of the first leg of our first quarterfinal. Definitely did not disappoint. Both players putting in a great performance there. As we head into our second leg, we're tied up at all. Any big moments for you in that game?
So many. I absolutely didn't expect Rafsou to take the lead twice, but he just keeps on surprising us in every single round of this tournament. And the missed penalty, it's gonna haunt him. It's gonna haunt Rafsou if he doesn't make it to the semifinals now.
Yeah, that was a huge moment. As you say, he won the penalty beautifully from that free kick, the little set piece. We saw the player run into the box, the roulette, and it was Thierry Henry who just stuck out a leg there that brought the player down. But, I mean, the heart rate monitors were up. We could see both players, you know, in that penalty situation. Such a stressful situation and so much on the line, and I almost feel like Rafsou just played it safe. I'm going to go down the middle here. At least I can't mess up my penalty.
Absolutely, but Dossary just thought the same thing. As you mentioned the heart rates, I think Dossary's heart rate was 150 beats per minute.
It's crazy.
At one time. So that's 2.5 a second.
That shows how much pressure is on these players here in Amsterdam. Of course, they are playing for those seedings in those two groups at the eWorld Cup final that, of course, both these players, having made it to our last 16 and now our last 8, of course, have qualified for. But MSDossary, definitely the biggest test he would have had so far in this tournament. And before the tournament, I don't think many of us were really saying, you know, Rafsou was one of those players who probably could have given him this test, but we've talked about how you need to peak at the right times in tournament, and he's continuing to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we said, NRaseck was the only one beating MSDossary in the Swiss format. Rafsou having so much more trouble in that Swiss format, having 3 losses there. He just finishes his chances. Again, he just plays like one of the Germans. He finishes all of his chances, peaks at the right moment. He's mentally strong. You just don't seem to be able to beat him very easily now.
And that was the moment, wasn't it? That penalty there. And you can see the disappointment there on Rafsou's face. Great finish from Neymar here to give him the lead. But you have to give credit to MSDossary. We talk about the mentality of a champion, the form of a champion. To find a goal like this and put it away, as you can see in the 90th minute or so, that just speaks volumes about why he keeps winning these tournaments.
Absolutely, he had 2 big chances in the last minutes, I think. It was Marco Reus missing that single opportunity, then Kante scores it. It's even Steven, as they say in England, isn't it?
It is, that's what we say. But I had a question for you moving into our second leg now. Obviously, we're all tied up at 2-2. We saw how impactful the change of formation was for MSDossary towards the end there, moving towards that 4-1-2-1-2. Did you feel like he might go with that from the start here, or do you think he might just fall back to that 4-4-2 we saw at the start?
It's a hard question. That's a hard question because MSDossary has his own playing style. With the 4-1-2-1-2, you can play the tiki-taka more. Obviously, at the end of the game, there will be more spaces. However, I don't think he's going to start with it from now. He is. Oh. He is.
There you go. He obviously felt good at the end of that last game. You can see 4-1-2-1-2 narrow coming in for MSDossary. Going to be interesting to see how the man from France responds to this. Obviously, he's going to be checking the formation, seeing exactly how to match up against it. Did have some success, though. We have to repeat in that first leg with the width. Did Rafsou. So is he going to back his own ability here, or will he be sparked into maybe a little mental battle here between the formations?
Yeah, it's surprising. For me, it's surprising because this says MSDossary definitely wasn't satisfied with the way he was playing. That's what this says to me.
Yeah, 100%. I have to agree with you.
He is sticking with the 4-1-2-1-2 now. Only played 10 or 15 minutes in that first leg with the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. I'm very curious about how this is going to go now.
Well, let's see if MSDossary's change of formation and change of approach in this second leg will change the result for him. But the first attack of the game is going to be with the Rafsou, unfortunately for him. Very, very quickly stopped. And you can already see that cam area. There's a little bit of space there for MSDossary. And if he can find a player in that spot, that little danger zone that Mike talked about on the touchscreen, just outside that 18-yard box, might well be able to create a few more chances than we saw in that first half. But important interception here, and then look at the width. Look at Heung-min Son. Again, he's away down this right-hand side.
Absolutely. He's got Heung-min Son on the right, Neymar on the left. Both of them have got 5-star for their weak foot. So he can go all the way all the way across the defenders. He can cut inside. He can do pretty much everything with those two players at the wings. The goal for MSDossary, like you said, will be reaching Messi, reaching his cam, and then he can turn pretty much to the left or the right, find his strikers. That's going to be his main goal. Pass the ball around and then find Lionel Messi.
Well, it's Carl Walker who's pushing forward here for MSDossary, obviously recently signed with Rogue. Starting the new chapter in his career, and he's going to want to start it in the same way that he finished the last one in Manchester, obviously our cross-platform champion as well as the Xbox champion there. Opportunity here, Ronaldo tries to turn his man. Well defended again by Rafsou. Not the first time we've said that so far this tournament. Now he's going to be turning defense into attack, and keep an eye on that offside trapper. We're going to see it as aggressively used maybe by MSDossary in this new formation.
It's cost him in that first leg, Mark. It's definitely cost him. Otherwise, he might have been in the lead at the start of this second leg. Now, it's even Steven, as we said. Rafsou is in attack again. Can he take the lead for the third time? It would surprise us all, but is it still surprising, though, the Frenchman?
It's a good question. At what point does it not become surprising?
Yeah,
you have
right.
to give credit to him. Now we're going to see Heung-min Son, turning both ways. And the thing about that 5-star weak foot, like you mentioned, on both of those wingers, it makes defending so much more difficult. You don't know which way to show him.
Absolutely. I think yesterday especially, we've seen so many goals by R9, by the Brazilian Ronaldo with his left foot. You just don't know what side your opponent is going to pick to get the shot away. Heung-min Son and Neymar, exact the same thing. 5 stars for their left feet. Oh.
Very cagey opening here to this game. Not many chances so far. 20 minutes gone in our second leg. Tied up at 2-2 on aggregate. Of course, some of the other players who are in our quarterfinals at the moment, waiting for those games to get underway. You've got NRaseck, you've got FaZe Gorilla, you've got AJAX Dani, you've got Kurt there, Alekzandur, MegaBit, but there's a big chance here for Rafsou, and he's going to find the back of the net as well. Once again, the Frenchman's going to be on the score sheet first.
And once again, Mark, we just discussed it. It's R9, it's Ronaldo with his left foot. You can see the way Dossary defends. He tries to block the right foot. Rafsou cuts to his left and scores.
The Frenchman then, advantage to him. Rafsou, first goal of the game. It took it to about the 25th minute. You can see it there, 24 minutes for the deadlock to be broken, and it really was the first chance in this game.
Absolutely, but realize how frustrating this must be for Dossary. He hasn't been in the lead yet in these games. He has not been in the lead yet. It's the third time Rafsou gets the lead.
In behind it again, it's Heung-min Son. There's another chance here. MSDossary has been stretched at the moment. He's on the back foot. Ronaldo squares it across. Oh, what a clearance off the line. But it doesn't matter because Rafsou doubles his lead in this game. He's up by 2 now. And MSDossary has some serious thinking to do.
Wow. Again, so much space for Rafsou to attack with his 4 attackers. Ronaldo, Cristiano, Neymar, Son. They just keep on pushing. Again, it's Heung-min Son with the cross. Ronaldo misses the shot. Neymar tries to get it in, and then again, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. Rafsou, he has the lead now. 2-goal lead for the first time.
I want to see those heart rate monitors if we can as well. I want to see how the pressure is affecting these two players. MSDossary is around 60 in-game minutes or so from crashing out in our quarterfinals. Rafsou has pulled off upsets all weekend long. He's up by 2 goals, not only in this game, but on aggregate as well. Most importantly, the man from France is putting in a fantastic performance at just the right time.
4 goals again as well by Rafsou. And his defense, somehow, no one scores a lot of goals against Rafsou. Somehow, Tex only scored 1 goal in 2 games against him. Somehow, Resende only scored 3 goals in 2 games. Even Dossary, the man with 58 goals in this tournament so far, has only managed to score 2 goals in like 1.5 games.
Well, here comes the man from Saudi Arabia, it's Hullet on the edge of the box now, needs to get back into this game. We've seen how good he is at keeping composure though. This should be a finish, but Patrick Vieira has something to say about that. Sprawling on the floor and getting the block away.
Little bit of luck maybe for Rafsou. That was a huge opportunity for MSDossary, but here's Rafsou again now. Again with Heung-min Son. No.
Oh, just couldn't find the ball inside there again. It was Heung-min Son who was just striding away into that space. Now we're going to have to see MSDossary. He's going to have a big chance here. It's the icon Ronaldo, and that could be an iconic goal in our quarterfinals. Now just one goal between the two players. You could see MSDossary's brother in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Nerves on his face, but MSDossary has a lifeline.
MSDossary doesn't seem to get real nervous himself. We just saw the heart rates again. Funny thing, Rafsou's heart is beating faster than Dossary's. Dossary seems to keep cool. He has experienced a lot in this game. And Rafsou, I think, realizes he isn't there yet. Still, he isn't there yet. And Dossary proves it. This game isn't over yet, Mark.
What a first quarterfinal we've had so far. Rafsou still up by 1 goal. That's the most important thing to remember here. MSDossary very much back into this tie, though, with that important goal. Now we're seeing him winning the ball high up the pitch, trying to feed the ball through to his strikers as well, but an important interception now. We're seeing that counter-attacking style of play coming in from Rafsou again. As soon as he has picked up possession, so quick at turning defense into attack. MSDossary. Heart rate, though, really, as you say, not feeling the pressure so much.
Rafsou with a long period of ball possession now. Heung-min Son and Cristiano Ronaldo again. Heung-min Son is so important to Rafsou.
Son is dribbling beautifully around the edge of the box. Sergio Ramos does manage to just stop Ruud Hullet as he enters the box there, and whew, what a half of FIFA 18 that was there. The man on your screen, Rafsou. 2-1 up in our game, 1 goal up across the tie. MSDossary needs a goal in our second half here. We're getting straight back into the action. Let us know who you think's going to win as well. Use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup. We want to hear from you guys at home, as always. Asked you this yesterday, Keen. Where's your money?
That's the hardest question, especially in this game. I think of all the knockout games we've seen so far, this is probably the most intense, the one hardest to call. I think it's
big chance! Oh, MSDossary's done it! He's back in the game! Again! From 2 down.
Wow! Dossary does it. Rafsou! I think that's some French swearing. some words I cannot pronounce for you. I would love to translate it, but I can't. But Rafsou, he knows he's giving it away now. He needs a new lead. But Dossary will be in the lead mentally.
That icon Ronaldo card coming up huge once again. Coming up clutch in these games where he's needed. We're back to all square, back to level pegging.
Oh, what was Rafsou doing
touch there from Kyle Walker, and last thing you want to be doing after you concede is immediately giving that possession back to your opponent.
Absolutely. I'm very curious about Rafsou's nerves right now. He knew he was very close to beating one of the big favorites, our Manchester qualification winner, MSDossary. Rafsou was that close, but he's given away his lead 3 times now on aggregate.
This is why MSDossary is a champion. This is why he's at the top of everyone's lists. When you head into a tournament, that mentality, FIFA's such a mental game. Can you keep it together when things aren't going your way? When you're down, do you have it in your locker to come back and pull off these comebacks? Rafsou now is going to have to show some mental strength. Can he find the next goal to break what is essentially the deadlock? Well defended, though, by MSDossary as Ronaldo was looking for that fake shot to burst into the box.
MSDossary. Huh. We're an hour underway in this game. 30 minutes left, Mark.
See those heart rates really starting to go up now. You can see what both of these players, what it means to them. The pressure that's on them, the stress levels are going up. Every single moment in this game could decide the outcome of this. Who's going home? Who's going to continue into the tournament? Who's got the nerves of steel to see this one out?
Rafsou now with some space. Still, I think Dossary is using the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Still trying with that formation. Or is it Hullet now on the left side of the pitch?
We might see some changes pretty soon as well. We're approaching that 60th minute. Maybe just freshen up some legs on the pitch. A few players maybe struggling with stamina. Will that happen? Will one of the players come off the bench to make the difference in what has been such a tight game?
Possibly we're going to see Kante and Royce again. The two players that were substituted in the previous game for Dossary. They did it for him. I mean, Royce missed the chance. Kante scored, but they were very dangerous once they got on the pitch. Very curious as to if Dossary will bring them on again.
You see the guys at the moment who are here in Amsterdam, looking across their faces, you can see everything that it means to these guys. Not just the pressure on the players, all the supporters want to see their particular favourite winning these games, advancing into the last four. You can see every single pass at the moment, such pressure. Both these players having to think so much. They don't want to give the ball away. They don't want to give their opponent a chance because they know that that could be the end of this tie.
It's such a tight affair. 2-2 in that first leg and 2-2 again now. Rafsou hasn't been trailing yet.
Oh! Neymar, 97 rated, team of the year. Neymar on that left-hand side, strikes it towards goal, but agonizingly wide. Was that the chance that Rafsou needed to put away?
He should have. As we said, you could see all the other French players standing there. Mino, he was there. 5 French players at the beginning of this tournament here in Amsterdam, of the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs. Only 1 Frenchman left. That's Rafsou. Can he pull it off, Mark?
He's got the pressure of a nation on his shoulders. At the same time, MSDossary, the same situation.
But Dossary was the only Saudi Arabian entering this tournament.
Both players having to represent their home nations on their own in our quarterfinals at the moment. Who is going to take the glory? Messi tries to find the ball inside. Vieira brings it away now. We're approaching the last 10 or so minutes in this game. Extra time at this point would not surprise me, but what a ball and what a chance. It's the icon Ronaldo, and he hits the post, but the rebound's in! And Rafsou, the Frenchman, takes the lead.
Oh, real drama here, Mark. And again, it's a rebound goal for Rafsou as well. We've seen it so many times that Neymar scores from a rebound every single time. What a chance. Rafsou misses the one-on-one. He misses it. That's dramatic situation, dramatic moment number 1. Then the rebound gets in. 184 beats per minute for MSDossary now.
I think if MSDossary had a choice right now, we'd be having to lay down. The ball's coming in at the right time for him. Maybe just to slow that heart rate down a little bit. Maybe just to reset. See, changing formations here. You can see the 4-1-2-1-2 wide. Trying to keep that cam in position. Maybe bringing on Pele there on the left-hand side. Fresh legs there. Can Rafsou hold on, though? 10 minutes left in this game. That's all he has to do. But we've already seen in that first leg. Never bet against that man, because he will make you pay.
Absolutely. 90th minute. That was the minute of the equalizer by Golo Kante in the first leg. Dossary switching to the 4-1-2-2 wide. As you said, ultra attacking formation. 5 attackers you have then with Team of the Year Kante as well.
That is the margins that might decide our first quarterfinal here. Neymar, the Brazilian, making up for his fellow countryman's mistake in front of goal, striking that post. Neymar now going to be leaving the field.
Goal for the visitors.
Oh, Rafsou. Here we go then, MSDossary. You've got a few minutes in game to get yourself back into our first quarterfinals. But giving the ball away immediately, and that's absolutely huge.
The French will all say, 10 minutes, très important, very important 10 minutes for them, for Rafsou.
In behind here, Ibs Rafsou, ball into the middle. Ronaldo was looking dangerous, he was lurking. Looking to rise up and maybe bury this tie, not only the header. Oh, MSDossary going to be caught offside though. Well played by Rafsou again. You can feel the tension in the room at the moment. Everybody crowded around those stations, watching these two players go at it. What an entertaining tie. This has been Rafsou moments away from moving into our semi-finals.
More importantly, knocking out one of the huge favorites.
Oh, what a ball, and what a finish! Confidence running through the veins of that man. What a ball inside, the fancy pass, the emphatic finish, and that is the exclamation point on what has been an incredible performance in our quarterfinal.
It's Pele with the decider here on decision day. The decider in the quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal we are seeing here. Rafsou does it. He is going to beat MSDossary, the huge, biggest favorite we have here.
And MSDossary's given the ball away again, and Rafsou's just going to have to keep hold of the ball. Don't make any mistakes. He's looking for blood right now. He's in behind once more. Ronaldo bursts into the box. Can he find a pass? Yes, he can. Berberspin inside, looking to finish off with style there. Fair play to Rafsou there. He's going to get the ball back again anyway. I think MSDossary, he knows his run might well be over. Is it going to be something magical to finish this game off? Unfortunately not from Rafsou. And there it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The man from France.
Wow.
Sends home MSDossary. What a performance across the two legs from him, and he will move into the semi-finals. He thought he had a hard game there. He'll be meeting the winner of NRaseck or FaZe Gorilla.
Rafsou will think, no one's gonna stop me today. No one is going to stop me today. What a surprise once again. Grande surprise de la France. Still one French player over here. We've got one French player left. 5 of them entered the tournament. Rafsou is still in it. Into the semis, Mark.
The French guys, I mean, the resilience that they have shown throughout this tournament here in Amsterdam, the Global Series playoffs, you know, first of all, we had Aero managing to scrape through from 0-3 to 4-3, qualifying for the eWorld Cup, and now Rafsou, not the strongest performance in the Swiss group again. You know, not the greatest performance from him, but he came through, he beat F2 Tex. And now, in our quarterfinals, has taken down the favorite of many people's favorite from Saudi Arabia, MSDossary, or Manchester cross-platform champion. I mean, you have to wonder now, you have to ask the questions, that man who's on your screen, is he the new favorite in this tournament?
That's a good question. That's a good question. If you beat players like MSDossary, I don't think you can say he isn't the favorite. He is. He's just done it to himself. I think the role of underdog is not for Rafsou anymore now, but for who is it in the semifinals? I mean, semifinals, 4 huge players then.
Yeah, 4 of the best in the world. As we say, 64 players came into this tournament. There was only 8 left a minute ago. Now there's only 7 left. So many huge moments in that game, and you can see if you're joining us, maybe watching for the first time, maybe, you know, you're a big fan of competitive FIFA, how tight that game was and how every single opportunity had to be taken. You can see 11 shots from MSDossary, 15 from Rafsou, but shots on goal, shots on target, tied up, and the possession pretty much equal as well.
We cannot say this is undeserved. Rafsou has been in the lead or drawing with Dossary the entire time. Dossary hasn't been in front in this game on aggregate 1 single second. How strong is it mentally of Rafsou? Seeing his lead being equalized by Dossary all the time, but he just keeps on scoring.
It's very true. Well, that's going to do it for our first quarterfinal, but let's start talking about what we have coming for you guys next in our next quarterfinal. You thought that was an exciting game. Well, look what we've got coming up next for you. It's NRaseck against FaZe Gorilla. I mean, if you wanted a bigger match, I'm pretty sure we couldn't give it to you right now. What
Impossible.
a quarterfinal that's going to be.
Impossible to get a bigger match at this time. I mean, Gorilla. Is Gorilla the favorite of the audience? I guess he is. NRaseck, he must be the favorite comparing the Barcelona and Manchester tournaments. He was in both Xbox console finals. He was in both finals, Mark.
He was indeed, and we're actually going to be bringing you the second leg from that quarterfinal, so some action already underway in that one. We've already seen an incredible first and second leg from the last 2 players we see. Rafsou just knocked out MSDossary if you are just joining us. An incredible, incredible quarterfinal. The question is now, is the next quarterfinal going to be as exciting? You've got NRaseck going up against FaZe Gorilla. Don't go anywhere because it's going to be another incredible match. We'll be back right after this.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. It's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat. If you didn't know I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running. Post it up, we coming.
It is a big day on the biggest stage at the World Cup.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo.
El fútbol es la vida.
¡Vamos, viejo!
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
Guys, welcome back to Decision Day here in Amsterdam, and one of the players in game that I've been most excited to see the pro players use is the 92 team of the season, Heung-min Son. I just added him to my team, and he is probably one of the most complete attackers in this game. Let me run down those stats for you. 95 pace, 94 shooting, 94 finishing as well with 97 long shots. We just saw Rafsou use him in his team. Rafsou knows, so does the boy. Here we see some highlights about Heung-min Son. I mean, this guy can do everything. I've been keeping track of my 1v1s versus the keeper when I'm playing FUT Champions. Out of 20 1v1s versus the keeper, he's only missed 2 for me. He is incredible. The finishing is insane. Low driven, full power shots, finesse shots from outside of the box. This guy can do it all. He's got that 5-star weak foot as well, so he doesn't even have a weak foot. I suggest you get him in your team. Now, the thing is that with FUT World Cup just coming out, a lot of people have been opening those packs, and the market is going down right now. I bought Heung-min Son for 700K coins. You can now get it for 290K. So, yo, press F to pay respects to my account because I lost 400K on him. This is a perfect time to buy him. Go check him out. Now let's see who Jimmy has on the couch. I think it's Rafsou who might tell us more about his Heung-min Son. Jimmy?
Thanks, Chu. So you know who else had a 5-star weak foot? It was me. I had a 5-star weak foot back in the day.
That's lies.
True story. It's not a lie.
That's lies.
That is not a lie.
You
I wouldn't state that
buttered
publicly.
someone up.
That's not. That's not true.
Yeah, you definitely did.
All right, welcome back to the couch. I'm joined with Maverick Wolves and Rafsou, who did the unthinkable. He beat the champion from Manchester, MSDossary. We've been talking about him a lot, about how he's the favorite, he's going to win, but you beat him. And I thought you were in complete control for most of it. I mean, you were always in the lead. He never had a lead once. How did you do it?
You know, I try to play the best I can. And today, I think I'll be playing the best tournament I've ever done in my life. So this is amazing. This feels so good.
And you've now beaten Tex, who was the Barcelona champion. You've beaten the Manchester champion. Do you think you can go all the way and get that #1 spot seed today?
Why not? Why not? I'm playing like if I'm playing in my room. Like there is no
pressure.
Yeah, there is no pressure because I'm already qualified. So I was there just to qualify. I did it. Now I'm playing just for you know, just to play, to be how can I say it? Like to because I like the game, because I like playing competitions. You know, just to be the best, to be the #1.
You said you're playing with no pressure. However, are you going to be okay now playing with a little bit of pressure, because people are going to be looking at you and saying, he did beat Tex, he did beat Dossary, and they're now going to think you're a bit more of a threat, so they're going to really want to pressure you when you play. How are you going to deal with that?
I think it's not going to affect me, because when I play, I'm on my own, you know, and I play alone. I see the TV and I play. I try to do the best I can in the pitch. So this pressure doesn't affect me.
Now, one of the two players you're going to face up against could be Gorilla or NRaseck. They're playing against each other in the other quarterfinal. We're going to get to leg 2 very shortly. But these two players have played against each other in both FUT Champions Cups before this. In Barcelona, NRaseck beat him in the console semifinals in penalties 5-4. And then in the Swiss round of 6 in Manchester, Gorilla got him back 9-4. Let's hear from Gorilla about what he had to say facing NRaseck again.
My next opponent, NRaseck, he beat me in Barcelona in penalties. It was a tough one to take, obviously the first event of the year. So I played him once before, he beat me in pens. I've played him in previous FIFAs as well, but top player. It's going to be the quarterfinals now, so you know obviously he's there for a reason. So yeah, another game, 2 legs. Hopefully if I play my best, we'll see how it goes. But he's a top player. Hopefully it doesn't go to pens again, because you know I'm not really the best at penalties, so we'll have to wait and see. But it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
Now, do you guys think that's a good tactic, complimenting your opponent before you play him, just showing some reverence, or what do you think?
I think he's just showing a bit of respect.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fair.
It's fair enough. I don't know if I'd do that. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to beat you. That's it.
I don't really know what I'd do, because I'm never going to be in this situation. So it would just be a wing it kind of moment for me, and I'd say what comes to my head, which isn't always a good thing.
I appreciate your honesty. Now, Rafsou, who would you rather face, Gorilla or NRaseck? Obviously, you're very familiar with both.
I'd rather face Gorilla, because I think he's the best in the tournament. And this tournament, this is not the World Championship, so I want to try to beat all the best in this tournament. So I want Gorilla in the semifinals.
Well, we love your attitude, and congratulations on getting thus far, and we wish you the best of luck moving forward. Now we're going to throw it over to the casters, who are going to call the second leg of Gorilla versus NRaseck.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And it's great to see Rafsou there, a player that he'd even come out and say, started the year in Barcelona. You're looking, thinking, okay, you're playing well, you've done the job in November. Went through a bit of a bad patch. He'll even say himself, just nothing was clicking for him every single week on Weekend League. And as you can see now, he's got himself through in the end. He's taken down champions. He's taken down winners from Barcelona. He's taken down the winner from a tournament that he wasn't even at Manchester. I think you'll put it in the best way. Club World Cup last year in London, we saw him. He was playing incredible. Lost in the end to Expect Sporting, but no one was stopping that man.
Yeah, he's hit the form that he did hit last year in London at the FIFA Club World Cup in 2017. It's taken him over a year to get back to that level, but right now he's performing to such an expertise, and like just the way that he broke down Dossary, it was always one step in front of him. I was watching the game just off stream while Onset and Kuhn were commentating, and just analysing the way that he actually just broke it down with the way that he would defend it. In particular, as soon as Dossary got a goal back, he was straight on him with the high press, going into custom tactics, changing up the way that they were playing, and always one step in front of Dossary. And if he continues that form throughout the tournament, Who's saying he can't be the #1 seed going into the grand final?
And he said he wants to play Gorilla, which is the matchup we're looking at right now, playing the red strip Gorilla, and 2-1 up against Nicholas Rajek, the German. Two players that said they've played against each other before. Gorilla complimented the way he even plays, but Nicholas Rajek, he'll take the compliment and he'll say, you know what, I want to beat you as well.
Yeah, this is quite a fascinating affair between these two. They've both beat each other in the past. This is the trilogy, you could say. Gorilla and Razek. Mistake from Razek to clear his lines. Gorilla looking to make him pay.
Ronaldo nearly jumped up and won that one on the rebound there. Just looking back at Manchester, of course, Nicholas Rajek and Barcelona. He was in the console finals. He was playing in those big games, and he lost in both of them. If there's not more of a motivation to go the full way, where is it? That is it.
Yeah, lost to F2 Techs in Barcelona, and then lost to MSDossary in Manchester. Rafsou's already done her job. He's knocked both of them out of the competition.
He has. You know, people said on paper, how good is Rafsou? Coming into it, yes, as I said, didn't make Manchester. Won Orange E-Ligue 1 against Maestro in the cross-console final there. Hit a 40-0 in last chance weekend. Gorilla trying to just find a way through this back line of Nicholas Rajek playing in that blue strip. Only one goal behind he is at the moment.
I'm seeing the same sort of Gorilla that we saw at the grand finals last year. Just knowing that he has to win. He got to that top 16 spot, which was essential for him to be in London to defend his trophy. And now I think he just wants to put a stamp down on the rest of the competition on this Xbox side and even on the PS4 side, because they'll be watching this. And he wants to say, look, I am still at the top of the game. I am still on top of the FIFA mountain, and it's going to take something special to knock me off of my pedestal.
Well, Razek has other ideas. Tries to go for like a slide tackle-esque finish there. Obviously, since moving to FaZe Clan, they'll be quite happy with the investment they've seen. Gorilla, one of those players alongside Rajek that is consistent, always making top 8, top 16, make sure that they're always finishing, the upper tier, the upper echelon of FIFA players.
Yeah, always finished, as you said, top 8, top 16 for pretty much the last 2 years, 3 years. Gorilla, since he's been in competitive FIFA, going back to play like a Legends days, dominating the scene.
Fake shot, Ronaldo off the post. Went through a low driven. The attack isn't over yet. Somehow still in possession. David De Gea just about jumped up and collected that one and stopped R9 Ronaldo from making it worse for Rajek. Just poor there. That was something we saw in FIFA
Terrible
17.
distribution.
Losing possession from a goalkeeper's throw. Something so basic you won't do. Off the post again from Gorilla.
He just hit both posts in about 3.5 minutes, Gorilla.
What more can he do, he's thinking? How is that not going in? Inches, centimetres from going in.
He saw it there, Razek not taking the risk to throw it out. Big kick from David De Gea, wins himself a free kick. How many times last year did we see people trying to throw the ball out from the back and it costed them?
It was the theme of FIFA 17 for mistakes in big competitions. Just being careless, throwing the ball out from the back. And if Rajek goes and scores now, especially after those 2 chances that Gorilla missed, he is not going to be happy at all. Obviously, one thing that Gorilla isn't always known for is the way he defends. He's an attacking player. It's always been his strength. But at the moment, Rajek's making it quite easy for him to defend. Not really showing what he's all about so far.
Yeah, so far in the competition, Gorilla has scored 18 goals in the knockout, 13-5 victory over Janos, and then an emphatic 5-1.
Rajek, nearly.
5-1 over Goal Machine to end that sort of trilogy them two have been on. 1 win apiece, and then that's a mistake from Razek. He could get counter-attacked on.
That's awful as well. You do not want to lose possession from a corner or a free kick on the edge of the box when you committed so many men forward. Somehow just about turns over possession. Marco Reus in use as well for Rajek, using a fellow German and Goretzka.
Yeah, speaking to MegaBit last week before the competition started here in Amsterdam, and he said, Goretzka and Reus will both be in my starting team. They're just too good to leave out, especially that Leon Goretzka team of the season.
Nearly.
He saw a finesse. Saw Tass there in the audience. Gorilla's teammate at FaZe Clan. Also, probably being a little bit of a coach. Coach Tass, we saw him at Gfinity when Gorilla was under the Unilab banner.
And you can speak about as well that both these players ensured they would be in these playoffs back in January in Barcelona. Both ensured they had a top 8 finish out of the 128 players that were involved. Ball across there and just about defended by Grilla. This is better from NRaseck. Only 1 goal separates the two still. If we are all square after this game, extra time will be needed. But both players have already made the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final in London off the bar. Razic will strike Grilla's goal and say, you know what, I'm here to play.
And we've seen 3 posts in these first 40 minutes. Gorilla struck the woodwork twice and then Razic smashing that one off the crossbar. This game is far from over.
Maybe Razic slowly trying to just edge his way back in this game. If you have just joined, you would know that at the moment Rafsou has just beaten MSDossary 6 goals to 4. And whoever wins this game will face the man from Olympic Lyon in the semi-finals in Amsterdam. Goretzka involved to Royce. Ronaldo just using a ball roll or two just to recycle possession on the edge of the box. Good to see some of the team of the season for items in use. See, since the Bundesliga one was released a few weeks back. There's Goretzka. There's an unbelievable ball. Oh, he tried to feed it back into Royce.
Has to be a low driven. Had to shoot for me right there. The opportunity arose itself. He tried playing that one more pass to get the perfect opportunity to score a goal. You see the man on your screen there, NRaseck.
A man that keeps himself to himself, doesn't he? Not always on social media. Just
free agent.
Yeah, he is. He's still a free agent as it stands. And you can ask him why he hasn't been snapped up yet. He's playing some fantastic FIFA. Alongside Kurt as well, who of course will be playing against AJAX Dani. And then Sporting Kansas City, Alexander, representing USA against MegaBit, the German FIFA machine.
What a tournament he's had so far, Alexander.
People certainly aren't sleeping on him anymore. Beat Fabio Denuso in the round of 16 and then
beat Schwenker 4-3 in the round of 32 as well. And you heard him on the couch yesterday as well saying, people are sleeping on me. I can cause some real upsets in this tournament. I went 6-1 in Swiss style and people still aren't talking about me.
And there's only 4 players to do that. So that is one hell of achievement. You said about Rafsou, the lowest seeded player, went 4-3, just about edged his way through. And he's the only player in the semi-finals so far.
It once again shows that going 6-1 or 7-0 sometimes isn't the best result. MSDossary 6-1, out. Los Jaguares 6-1, out. Alexander went 6-1. He's yet to play his quarter-final tie. And NRaseck, who was 6-1, is currently losing right now to Gorilla.
And the next game of focus will be AJAX Dani against Kurt from Malta. NRaseck still just trying to find a way through Grilla's defence. As you mentioned, Richard, he just always seems to be playing better in big games, Grilla.
When he has to perform, when the pressure's really on, not only himself, but also the organisation that he might be representing at the time.
Inside, Ronaldinho, back to goal, recycles well. If Grilla can score now, he can release so much pressure, somehow! Just wide.
Whenever that pressure is cranked up to max, that's when he performs. That's when he plays his best FIFA. You saw it last year at the Grand Final. Even on the first day, he didn't play that well. He came out on the second day, got through in the group stages, and then just started dominating every single person he played against.
Well, he did lose to MSDossary, didn't he, Grilla? You know, both players were 5-0. Had to play against someone on day number 2 of the competition. Grilla slipped up against MSDossary, but this is what FIFA's all about. MSDossary not in the competition anymore. Everyone can beat everyone. On paper, not everyone would have said Rafsou would be in the semi-finals right now. Wouldn't even say be in the top 16. But they're the best players. They're the best 64 in the world from the Xbox side.
Lost to Desari and lost to Resende, but was already in the knockout stages of the competition after picking up 4 wins in Swiss. And then that performance from Gorilla against Janos really put down a marker, I think. 13-5. He'd be a former grand finalist, Janos.
Grilla can get the next goal. You would think that he should be in cruise control. Both players using Goretzka, in fact, Obviously, big fans of him. A pause has been cued by the German NRaseck. If something's not working well, he will pause it. He will make that change, especially in a big game like this one. Just look at Gorilla. Just toying with the back line, the midfielders. Back, forward. Surely that's so much space. How did he miss that?
Flashed past the post. We're going to see changes coming out. You see the stats there. Gorilla, 8 shots. And he's only somehow not managed to score a goal in this game. This is somehow goalless. Who would have thought it? That just shows when you've got 2 players who are so evenly matched. You heard Gorilla in the little VT before the game started saying he's one of the best players on the Xbox at the minute. It's not really somebody that you want to match up against, is he?
Look at the difference in the players here. You know, Gorilla, I think he still seems a little bit, he can relax a little bit. NRaseck, though, not happy at all. He just got this kind of fear in his eyes that he wants.
Both players look a little bit nervous to me.
To cause some damage, NRaseck. Still 1 goal down into a 4-3-3.
That's the third variation of the 4-3-3 with the 2 CDMs in as well. Giving that little bit more defensive cover, but also if NRaseck does switch to a 3 at the back, it enables Gorilla to have them 3 attackers who are ready to exploit the space out wide where the gaps may start to appear.
You know, 4-3-3 is normally that formation that everyone starts with just to lock in the chemistry.
I think 4-2-2 from NRaseck was the formation that he did actually swap to.
Still with those 2 CDMs, another formation we've seen being used a lot more recently. Got everything this year. 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, 4-2-2, everything's in use. However, this attacking change that I'm sure NRaseck has made with 20 in-game minutes left, could it get him an equaliser? And could we be going to extra time in Amsterdam in this quarter-final clash?
It were penalties in Barcelona that had to be used to separate the 2. NRaseck and Gorilla. NRaseck coming out on penalties in that occasion. Will penalties be needed again in Amsterdam?
Gorilla in possession. If he gets this next goal, he should be in cruise control. Should confirm this win for him. At the same time, if there's anyone else that can hold out a 1-0 lead, it probably would be him as well. Knows the game. Played, as you said, hundreds, thousands of games on FIFA. Could be, you could say, in the Hall of Fame for FIFA players, up there, the Bruce Granicks, with the list of the best that has ever played FIFA.
Yeah, it's a winning mentality. You can't buy that. The only way you can earn and really create that mentality inside your head is through winning tournaments, whether it's the grand final, the biggest FIFA tournament ever last year, or it's the smaller tournaments that you don't really talk about on Twitter, the tournaments that might be £500, £1,000 that you start your career with. That's where that winning mentality...
NRaseck, somehow, a little bit of space. But the point you're saying about Gorilla there, everyone laughed at him at the beginning, What are you doing? What are you playing competitive FIFA for? $2,000 prize pots, $3,000 prize pot. Oh, there's nothing in it. Go down a few years later, $200,000 he was, and he's a world champion right now. He's already going back to London to try and, win that again if he can, as part of the 16 Xbox players that are there, alongside a fellow Englishman in Crafty.
You got to think if he does defend his trophy and win the FIWC for the 2nd year in a row, the first time ever that someone will have won it 2 years in a row, got to think he's got a case for being the greatest FIFA player of all time.
You got to say, he has to be up there. You said about Alfonso Ramos, you said about Bruce Granick, some of the Hall of Famers in competitive FIFA.
2 people who's won it twice. 3-4-2-1 formation from NRaseck coming out for this last 10 minutes. 10-15 minutes, I should say, in this game.
Well, he knows it's now or never to get to the semi-finals or to go home. Yes, you still locked yourself in some fantastic prize money. Gorilla now on the attack, Min Sung, just to conclude this game, to see out. Look at the back post, look at the space. Bullets will have an effort goal, and so will the air if he can. Out for a throw-in. And the pressure still remains on NRaseck. He needs to get back the ball and try and create one more chance.
Yeah, you always get one more chance. It's just about how you nurture that ball.
One thing that Gorilla will look to do is just kind of shift over the back line of NRaseck. You'll see what he tries to do there. If he plays out, on the right back side, he'll get it over to the left, ensure the left back somehow pulled out of position to find that space. Similar to what Fabio Denuzzo did yesterday. And he scored that winning goal in extra time. against #Ryan with N'Golo Kante, of all people, stepping up to score a big goal. And this is what Gorilla will try and do, tease the players out of the back line of NRaseck to try and find a gap in behind, and he will not let go of possession to ensure that he is in the semi-final. He will be playing against Rafsou.
This is one of the most interesting nil-nils that we've ever seen, really. Just because it's so tactical, the game. It's like a chess match right now. Each player trying to produce their best move.
There's nothing to separate the two players as well, Richard. That is another factor you need to look at. And look, he hasn't touched the ball, NRaseck, yet, and time is running out. Win the ball back, NRaseck, and keep it. You won't have long left, maybe 30 seconds, not even that, added time to come. I'm going to say 2 minutes. There's the ball. He's got it still. This is now or never for the German. He is in London, don't get me wrong. But he always seems to just fall at the last hurdle. Made console finals, been part of the best players in the world. Ronaldo, inside! Is it in? Yes, it is! Nicolas NRaseck will not fall this time at the last hurdle, and will ensure that this 0-0 is not 0-0 anymore. 1-0 the score. Of course, an aggregate, we're going to extra time.
90th minute drama. What? It trickled into the back of the net. It trickled past David De Gea. I'm not sure who the goal scorer was. But Nicolas NRaseck, once again, forces extra time against FaZe Gorilla.
There's one man you do not want to write off in competitive FIFA. Nicolas NRaseck.
You can't split these two. They're so evenly matched.
You said it in the best way. It is a chess match. We've just watched 90 minutes of competitive FIFA with nothing to separate these two. Both players playing tactical and playing exceptionally well. AJAX Dani is just striked first in that game against Kurt. 1-0 up after 12 in-game minutes there. And in this one,
who was the goal scorer? That's a question. NRaseck plays that through ball.
Is it Sergio Ramos?
Was it Sergio Ramos popping up with a huge goal for Nicolas NRaseck?
He's always involved. He's always involved everywhere in the pitch. And Sergio Ramos, all out attack, it must have been for Nicolas NRaseck.
That man loves to score a big goal in a big game. It was pretty much the last kick of the game. 2-2 on aggregate, and extra time will be needed. Wow.
Gorilla's got to be disappointed there. You know, that second half of the game, he just tried to see it out, play the possession way he knows he can.
That could completely kill his momentum though now. Conceded a 90th minute equaliser. One player thought they were going through, keeping the ball, trying to slow down the game and take his foot off the gas. The other player completely just overwhelming attack. You saw the 3-4-2-1. NRaseck is in a much more positive place compared to Gorilla right now. That is what competitive FIFA is all about. 90th minute equalisers from Team of the Year, Sergio Ramos.
Never give up. Never give up in competitive FIFA. Dani has just scored another 2 goals in 19 in-game FIFA minutes against Kurt. That's only the first game, Richard, and it's 2-0 already.
Yeah, give that one time. I'm sure we'll be joining that one after this game has concluded. But we can't take our eyes off Gorilla versus NRaseck. The story continues.
And nothing to separate the two. 2-2 in extra time. As you said, maybe that bit of momentum, the mental battle is in NRaseck's favour. Gorilla held out for 90 minutes, but in added time, the German responded. Got himself an equaliser, and here we find ourselves now. Both using Goretzka, a 4-3-3 from Gorilla. Neymar, edge of the box, went for a finesse. Nearly Ronaldo.
Yes, centimetres Ronaldo from getting his toe to that one and poking it home. Again, NRaseck with a really risky throw out from the goalkeeper. Could have ended like in a disaster, that one.
Kyle Walker somehow finding his way past Marcelo. Look at the time, look at the space. Cullen inside. Kyle Walker now. Edge of the box again for Neymar. And it's a turn for Gorilla to attack now.
Yeah, NRaseck does well just to intercept that one. The question is, will it be penalties again?
Kurt replies just 2 minutes after in that one against Dani. Still 2-1 down though. NRaseck trying to find a way through. Sergio Ramos, of all people, scoring that huge goal. Gorilla's in though.
Son's in.
Heung-min Son, the man that always seems to score big goals in big games there, just couldn't find the through ball he was looking for.
Yeah, you heard ChuBoi talking about that team of the season, Hong-Min Son earlier, running down some of the stats that he does possess. Unbelievable item off the bench in particular. I know some people do actually like starting him. I know Rafsou does start that Son, that 5-star weak foot from the left side.
NRaseck, pull it. Look at him, he'll switch it out. He'll switch it to Pele. What a block from Maldini. The icon, the attack isn't over yet. Ronaldo again back to goal. Carl Walker, can he win the 50-50? No, he can't. Ronaldo will shoot. Is that a penalty? No, it's not. All the action unfolding here in Amsterdam. And there we go, NRaseck not happy at all. He feels hard done by.
I think NRaseck wanted a penalty. It looked like he just came in behind and just sort of showed him off the ball, you could say. You've seen penalties gave for things like that before. You can see
it could have been a little bit harsh there. You can see Tass
Harry
from FaZe
and Sean from Lightning Pandas, all supporting Unilad. Oh, not Unilad, FaZe Gorilla, I should say.
And half time and extra time, we're getting close to penalties. Remember, how are these players that separated last time? Penalties.
Penalties,
yeah.
Are
We're
we
going to see it again.
I mean, we're 15 minutes away from a penalty shootout, and the winner facing Rafsou in the semi-finals, Brandon. Literally nothing to separate these two at all.
Well, 15 minutes in-game time remaining. Not long left at all. Thumbs up from the man that's been supporting NRaseck, but he's right next to Tass from FaZe. That's going to be an interesting one, who scores next and who celebrates it more.
NRaseck will get us underway with the kickoff for the second half of extra time. Can he make it pay?
Is that Matthias, that left back? Just seems in a very interesting position there on the far hand side. He's out of position now. Can Gorilla maybe capitalise on this? Only one goal was scored and it was in added time. If you did miss it, quarter-final tie. Whoever wins this will play Olympic Lyon's Rafsou, who knocked out the Barcelona champion, F2 Tex, knocked out the Manchester champion, MSDossary. And if Gorilla gets through, he'll be looking to knock out the world champion.
Top of your pitch, top of your pitch.
There he is. Ronaldo. Can he push off Maldini? Maldini, very good defender there, just to recycle it. And straight down the other end, we got a counter-attack on our hands.
Yeah, it looked like if it had drove in a straight line, might have been able to use his strength to...
Look at the gaps. There's so much space on this far-hand side for Gorilla every single time. NRaseck needs to be careful. He keeps putting out that man on the left-hand side. I think it even be Matthias for some reason in there, or Marcelo. I think Marcelo's actually off the pitch. That is a Hullet you can see there on the left-hand side.
Counter-attack opportunity from NRaseck.
He's got two through-ball options. There's Ronaldo. Doesn't want to play him. 1-2 instead for Neymar. Into Ronaldo. Neymar again. Feed Ronaldo and you could score.
Oh, he's got wide.
Somehow saved for a corner.
Oh, he's lost it.
In the worst
counter-attack
place
opportunity
possible to lose possession.
Gorilla knows, as long as he's got all this ball, he will be able to create.
It's going to be penalties though, Rich. We're getting closer to penalties between the two. Or maybe, just maybe, the world champion from London last year has one more chance to score. Maybe he does. Yes, he does. FaZe Gorilla is in the semi-finals here in Amsterdam. End-to-end FIFA, the best of the best, in one of the best settings in competitive FIFA in Amsterdam.
We were questioning the thought process. He had that counter-attack. He decided to keep hold of the ball, move backwards. He knew that if he kept hold of it, he'd be able to create one more chance. That's exactly what he did. Back post, it was free. Very similar to the Fabio Danuzzo goal we saw yesterday that knocked out #Ryan. Just moved the ball across the pitch quickly. The AI switched across. He was free at the back post and slotted it in.
NRaseck looks devastated there. You've got to say on paper, it should be over. Especially
last kick of the game.
We did see Fabio Danuzzo though. I think it's too late though. We are in added time at the moment. And Gorilla, of all people, who would it be that would come back and score a big goal when they have one chance? Not 10 chances, one chance on one of the biggest stages to date in competitive FIFA as part of the Global Series. And there we go. Fingers crossed. A deep breath from that man. Is it enough?
It was 120th minute.
David De Gea through his legs as well. It's one of them. It's one of them at the end of the day. It's timed to perfection. Captain fantastic. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Who else?
99. Team of the season. Are we done, referee? Have we got a semi-final concluded, or are we going to play one more attack for NRaseck? And is it going to be a penalty shout? No, it's not. FaZe Gorilla is in the semi-final against Rafsou. And who else would it be around him? Sean Allen, #Harry, all the UK players there supporting him. Commiserations, NRaseck. Two fantastic competitors, 2 goals in added time.
Yeah, Raseck to force extra time, and then Gorilla in the 120th minute to win the game and set up a semi-final with Olympic Lyon's Rafsou. What a performance from Gorilla. The resiliency and the mental fortitude to be able to concede a 90th minute goal when you're going through to the semi-finals as long as you don't give the ball away, to then bounce back, the bounce back ability to win in the 120th minute and score a massive goal.
Your back's against the wall. You know, you tried to hold out that lead. It was 1 goal to hold out. You can just see the replay. That was the goal that sent us to extra time. Sergio Ramos with a cheeky little finesse that just dribbled into the back of the net. You heard that. And then this was where Griddle was like, okay, I'm in for a game now. We're going to extra time. Now or never it was. Last chance saloon. Somehow in. And that's the reaction from Grid as well. One of the big...
And you saw that was a look into Rasek's soul. Straight through his eyes, looked at him, said, let's go, I'm in the semi-final, see you later. See you in London.
He will be in London, as we know. He's up against Rafsou now. It's been a while since he's won a tournament. Of course, he's been at them all, but the biggest achievement, you have to say, was last year. FIFA Interactive World Cup 2017 Grand Final in London.
Look how evenly matched it was between the two sides. 3-2 the scoreline. Possession, 2% for NRaseck. He edged it, but the only thing that matters is the big score at the top. 3-2. Gorilla beat Raseck. You can see Raseck backstage there.
He's disappointed. He's just signing off the result there to confirm it. But, you know, he should be proud. He is in a grand final still, and he has been at all the major tournaments this year. He's still a free agent on paper. If there's any teams right now looking for a man to play from Germany, that is your player right there. He's at all the tournaments. You can't be that, hurtful on yourself for losing to Gorilla.
Yeah,
one of the most consistent, best players in the world. How harsh can you be on yourself?
Well, I think he will be harsh on himself because he knows he can match him. He knows that he has beat him before in Barcelona. He won on penalties. Penalties weren't needed on this occasion because Gorilla did it in extra time. Right now, what's stopping Gorilla? Arguably the favourite in the competition right now on current form. Dossari's out, and the other player, NRaseck, is out. They were probably 2 biggest seeds, biggest players in the tournament. I did just hear a roar behind me. I think that's AJAX Dani just gone 4-2 up against Kurt. So that game is pretty much in the balance right now as well. You can see Dani on your screens trying to compose himself. 65th minute in that game. But FaZe Gorilla, what's stopping him?
Oh, I don't think anything is stopping him. He's come up against Rafsou. Again, if you are, a neutral, that could be a man stopping him, though. SKC Alekzandur still has to play him. Do not write that man off. But MegaBit, he's hungry. He's ready for success.
Yeah, MegaBit will be playing Alekzandur a little bit later on that game. You can see them there sat next to each other.
Look at the difference, though. Headphones in, full concentration mode, getting himself in the zone, ready to play. And look, close the eyes, relax yourself. It's a huge game, and that one will be coming up soon as well.
Yeah, that's going to be fireworks, is that game, but I'm out of breath, Brandon. Gorilla and Raseck putting on a show for us in the Dutch capital of Amsterdam.
They are indeed, and of course, those 2 players that were involved in that quarterfinal that went right down to the wire, Jimmy Conrad is with them both.
Yeah, thank you guys. So for the first time ever on my couch, we got the winner and, let's say, technically the loser of that. But that was such a great match between you two. I don't think there were any losers. And Raseck, though, I'm going to start with you, Grill. We're going to say the happy stuff. We got some sad tears over here first. You barely lost. Now, you beat him barely in Barcelona. Do you think he got a little bit of revenge on you in this one?
I don't know. It was a close game, and yeah, we played in Manchester as well in the group stage. There he won as well, so I wanted the revenge this time, but I couldn't get it. I think it was a really close game. it could have gone either way. It was a 50-50 game, and he won it at the end.
What were you thinking when Sergio Ramos scored that goal in the 90th minute? Were you thinking, this is my game? Because he'd had some big chances, he'd hit the post a couple of times, as had you. Were you thinking when you got the 90th minute that you were going to go on and win?
I don't know, man. I just feel really confident. I think I played well, and it was a 50-50 game. So after that, I thought maybe I could win, and maybe not. And
yeah, it was really close. Unlucky, buddy. Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky there. Now, Gorilla, congratulations on getting through, getting past a former nemesis for you in a previous FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah.
Sergio Ramos hits that goal, as Spencer said, in the 90th minute. What are you thinking? Like, oh, here we go again?
Yeah, it's always a tough game with NRaseck. Obviously, we're at the quarterfinals, and I was keeping the ball so well. It was high pressing, obviously, looking for that goal, and then I just brought my defender. And next thing you know, Ramos weak for 90th minute. And I honestly thought heading into extra time I was just going to lose, or penalties again, and I lose that way. But 120th minute, Ronaldo clutches up and gets me the win.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. We were all screaming, losing our minds. If you guys play against each other in the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final, we'd be like, oh my God, not you again?
I think it'll be good. Yeah, because he's beat me in knockouts once. I beat him knockouts once, so decider maybe. We'll see.
All right, well, we went to you guys for social media. Using the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, we have some of your comments about this match in particular. Right down here on the screen, it says, FaZe Gorilla's still the best, but you all got to watch out for Rafsou. He is so good. Now, pivoting off of that, you play Rafsou next. He beat MSDossary, so
yes.
He's got some juice on him right now.
I don't think I played Rafsou at a tournament before. Definitely not this one, so it's going to be an interesting match.
All right.
I was going to say, that was one of the best nil. It was 1-0 at the end, but mostly 0-0. One of the best 0-0 games of FIFA I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So much action. And a lot of people aren't going to be happy with you because you just beaten NRaseck, which means you've given him a lower seed going into the eWorld Cup. So he ends up in a group of death.
Oh, does he?
So, well, potentially he could, couldn't he? Because you could have someone that's a high seed in there with NRaseck. So
I didn't
people in there are thinking, damn it, but then it would have been the other way if NRaseck had knocked you out as well.
Exactly.
Gorilla, when was the last time you got shut out over 90 minutes?
I don't know if it was that. I think just the way we was playing, because my style of play has changed a bit different. Obviously, playing NRaseck in Barcelona, I knew how he was playing. So I think it was just our play styles contradict each other, and it was a close game. Obviously, the first one, maybe not so much, but second, 0-0, and then last minute goal. But it was a really tight game, very tough.
Well, I appreciate both of you guys being here on the couch, specifically you, NRaseck, given that you just lost. Spencer, thank you for joining me as well. Want to give some love to one of our partners here, Turtle Beach. Make sure you tweet at them with the hashtag #OnTheHead to win a chance to win an Elite Pro headset. A lot of action going on, courtesy of Turtle Beach. Make that happen. And then some of these personalities that you're seeing, including these two on here, have incredible celebrations. So check out this piece.
Can you impersonate your favorite celebration?
Like saying it or actually doing it?
Doing it.
Yes, let's go. My favorite celebration? I don't celebrate goals on FIFA.
Always go to the camera, kiss the camera.
No celebration.
Welcome back to Amsterdam. Once again, one semi-final is concluded, and more importantly, there's one more other semi-final to be concluded. One's underway right now. AJAX Dani, you can just hear roar after roar after roar from the man, playing in his hometown, in his home city, with a lot of fans going to be coming in soon to support him if he can make it to that main final here.
Yeah, we just saw him actually score a goal while that VT was rolling. The scoreline is currently 5-3. AJAX Dani up against Kurt. You see the reaction from Dani. He's a passionate man, Brandon.
It's always a passionate celebration. I believe I've just seen, I think his mother's on the floor as well, with all the fans supporting him. And every time he scores a goal, a big come on, and she's right there supporting him all the way through alongside the AJAX guys and all the fellow Dutch people involved in esports there. This is basically what the semi-final could be, of course, depending on who goes through at the moment. AJAX Dani is in control. Another leg is to come on that one. And Sporting Kansas City, Alekzandur against MegaBit. They're all fantastic games here in Amsterdam.
They're the remaining quarterfinals left to play. Dani 5-3 up against Kurt, and then MegaBit versus Alekzandur, the final quarterfinal. We know one semi-final so far. Rafsou from Olympic Lyon versus FaZe Gorilla. That was another shout behind
Just
it.
scored
I don't know if you can hear that. 6-3, AJAX Dani leads against Kurt right now.
We will be going into that game from the second leg, so do not worry, we'll be covering all of the action. Kurt, though, needs 3 goals. 6-3 down, and a perfect time to score if you're Danny, to extend that lead by 3 goals to 0.
Yeah, I've just been told as well, it's just finished full time, 6-3. I believe that was AJAX Dani beating Kurt, so need a reaction from the self-proclaimed best in the world in the second leg.
You do as well, but when AJAX Dani is in form, a lot of people have said, you know, don't write off AJAX Dani or say, okay, yes, he hasn't been consistent throughout the whole game cycle, but in the last few months, the Divisie win's been a massive help for him. All these other little tournaments, the Draft Story Cup, we saw a little bit better of a performance from a more mature performance. I even spoke to him outside after he won that game, and he said, I'm just playing more mature, I'm playing better FIFA at the moment, and maybe this is a different AJAX Dani, back to the world, not the world champ, but the grand finalist again. Yeah,
I just saw the stats as well then, while you are seeing AJAX Dani's reaction. 63% possession against Kurt. If you're not going to let Kurt have the ball, he's not going to score goals, is he? He scored 54 in the tournament, but is that with 37% possession? I highly, highly doubt so.
We can see that 5-2. He went in Swiss-style format, as you said. 54 goals scored before he got involved in the knockout stages. Had an interesting run when he got into knockout stages. Just had to win that one game, as we know. Beat Tim Latka, 8-4. That's not an easy tie. And then played against Senna, 6-1. He beat the Brazilian there to land himself in the quarterfinals. AJAX Dani, on the other hand, take a look at these stats, Rich.
Yeah, 50 goals scored. He's let in 32 in the tournament. In the Swiss style, he came through with a 4-3 record, but it's been pretty much plain sailing for Dani in the knockout stages so far. A 6-1 victory over Elasticool, and then a 6-2 victory over the Miracle Man, Envy Aero. So coming into this quarterfinal tie, full of confidence and pretty much with a full capacity crowd behind him, wanting him and willing him to win.
And do you think it's one of those things that Dani right now, does it help when you're very passionate about the game? If you're an opponent, and I'm celebrating, very passionately and stuff, and you got a home crowd here as well, surely that is a factor that's going to play a part.
Not only the passion that he shows, but the passion as well. If he's got a crowd behind him, which we know there's a lot of AJAX people here, he said his mum's come out to support him, he's got a lot of people here wanting him to do well. It feeds off that. Looking back to the Ziggo battle, the Ultimate Clash last year, over 200 people in that arena, jam-packed in.
His mum was there to watch him win.
And they were willing him on every single goal that he scored. When he won the game, he did a knee slide on the stage in front of a crowd. That's the sort of man that AJAX Dani is when he's playing his best FIFA.
Do you expect, if he wins the whole thing, maybe another knee slide?
If he wins the entire competition and is the Xbox winner from the playoffs, I'm expecting a knee slide.
Well, Kurt needs 3 goals, and he needs a reply. I think one thing that you got to look at here is AJAX Dani scored 2 goals in 19 in-game minutes last game. Started it exceptionally well.
Very quick start, went it, from AJAX Dani.
Well then, here we go. You can see the aggregate scoreline just below, but it's one leg of FIFA. And that'll be one name in the other semi-final hat. We already know that it will be Rafsou against Gorilla. And Kurt wants to start early on, just wide. Inches past. And we know that one thing that Kurt maybe lacks in his game is that mental side. If it's not going well for him, he ain't going to play well.
Yeah, he lets the game get the better of him sometimes. We've seen it in previous tournaments.
Inside. Do not let Dani score again or you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be 4 goals down.
I think one of the big things is you've got to play the person in front of you. You can't feel as though you're playing. Sometimes the pros will come out and say they're not playing, they're playing against the game. They feel as though everything's just going against them. You've got to play in front of your opponent. You've got another person sat 3 meters away from you with a controller controlling the game. Play against that person. If you focus on that, you've got a better chance of winning the game.
It's still such a long time as well. We've seen turnovers. We saw back in the ESWC, I think it was like a 4-goal turnaround in a game that some of the players were involved in over there. I think it was
Horosia against, I think it was Marlott.
Yeah, Marlott was in front, and then Horosia turned 4-goal, kind of like a 4-goal cushion around,
minutes,
and went and won the game. So anything is possible, and 3 goals is that amount which is just about okay to get yourself back in the game. But Dani's going to try and score again. Okay, it's back to 4. And I don't know whether playing in your home city is an advantage. On paper, it is right now.
Yeah, it seems to be working for Danny right now. This is the best Ajax Danny we've seen all year long. You see Kurt there, has to have a reaction from Kurt. We have to see him get back into this game. Give me a formation change. Give me something different. Because at the minute, it's not working for you. You're 11 minutes in, and you lose it. You're trailing by 4 goals.
You can just see there, Danny, towel on his lap. Looks like he's going out for a 3-course meal. He's not. He's in a big game. That is just to relax him every single time. Rub the hands. Make sure you've got the best grip possible in your control. It's the small things, the smallest things that really play, you know, such a big part on, you know, how you can control the button, the controller, sorry, how you slip on a button, how you slip on a configuration of a skill move or something on those lines. It's the smallest little things that can change you from winning a game and losing it. It does sound silly, but trust me, it is true.
Yeah, you have to make sure that every single minor detail is in the correct format. You heard Rafsou saying on the couch interview earlier, I'm playing like I'm playing at home again. I'm playing like I'm in the comfortability of my own home.
Which is crazy to feel like that. To feel like that in Amsterdam, in such a big tournament, but $35,000 to the winner, and you will be top seed going into London. We are playing for seeding positions now. Yesterday we confirmed the 16 players will be in that grand final in London. From the Xbox side, it's just for seeding, for prize pot. And of course, for talking points, say, you know what, I won that event.
Yeah, and Ajax Danny recently has had coaches from January. This is the sort of thing that they've been helping him with. Killing off the game. It's quite an audacious pass across the field, but he's managed to get away with it. We didn't really see this last year from Danny. If he had 63% in the first game of possession.
See the Ajax team there, everyone from Holland, whether it's ECV Esports, Bundled Esports, Ajax Esports, everyone is there supporting this man because it's, you know, it is for the nation at the end of the day.
Yep.
It's to get your nation, of course, they're already in London for the grand final, but to go and win it as well, to be all over all the media, all the news in Netherlands, it is something else. To open up more people's eyes to say, you know what, this esport is growing right now.
We're on the doorstep of the Johan Cruyff Arena here in the studio, and if Ajax Danny does go on and win the entire tournament,
maybe he might have a knee slide on that pitch.
Well, he'll have a statue outside the stadium in no doubt, no time at all. Name a stand after this man.
Of course, he's still got to go to that grand final, and he's got to perform. But what he said yesterday, I'm a 2-time grand finalist, and it's happening in London again. I'm sure we're looking to improve on his performance
Driving
there.
forward.
Look at him, no one's stopping him! Outside of the boot from Ronaldo. You just see his mum there over the shoulder of some of his supporters. She'll be proud because right now everything he's touching is turning into gold.
Yeah, no reaction from Danny on that occasion. R9, that beautiful outside the boot into the top left corner. Kurt looks like a defeated man right now.
And on aggregate, 8-3. 5 goals needed for Kurt. As he comes forward now with Ronaldo. Superb tackle by Danny, but this is where Danny can change his play. So this is where he can relax a little bit. And this is what we talk about, the maturity of a FIFA player. Not being attack all the time. You can relax on the ball, and you can change your play style.
Yeah, he's matured so much over the last, say, 9 to 12 months.
And that's the confidence. To be hitting shots from that kind of distance just speaks volumes of how confident this man is.
And he's won himself a corner as well. But you talk about the maturity level from Danny. This time last year, he'd be just trying to, it won't have changed anything in the game. He'd be just playing the exact same way he's played usually. Right now, he's in a winning position. Expect him to hold the ball for a little bit. Make sure that that result is official, that there's no way back for Kurt at all. Even if he does score a couple of goals, there's only 10, 15 minutes left on the clock. In Kurt's position, you've got to see a change, maybe to a 3-4-2-1, maybe to a 3-5-2, just throw more bodies forward. This is for a semi-final spot. You've already secured your place in the grand final, but you want to try and get the best seed possible. Looking at some of the names who have already fallen, you've got NRaseck and Dossary, who are both going to be in that middle sort of bracket in the seeding. You could potentially have an absolutely horrible group of death up for show, potentially.
Well, as we know, it will be 2 groups of 8, of course 4 in total across both consoles. You finish first here, of course you'll be top of Group A, you finish second, top of Group B, and it kind of goes down like that. But yes, it does add something to say you are a winner, but they're fantastic players in the day. There's 16 top-class players. Of course, you have 7 in your own group. As Danny comes forward again, oh!
Whiskers past the post there from Danny. And there is another semi-final quarter-final, I should say, taking place right now. Sporting Kansas City, Alekzandur up against MegaBit from VFL Bochum. 2 football clubs taking place against each other.
And MegaBit has just scored a goal in the 55th minute there. Kurt's coming forward off the post. Maybe his luck isn't in.
Yeah, maybe Kurt's luck has run out in this tournament so far. Sort of chance that one. Probably looking at like a 90-95% opportunity to go through and score the goal. This is the 5% on this occasion. It does come off the post and rebound away.
And MegaBit is 4-2 up in game number 1 against Alekzandur. From the Americas region, of course representing, Sports Kansas City. Got so close in Gfinity, had to go to last chance weekend to ensure he would get his spot. I know he's very good friends with PSG Fiddle, and they're both very supportive of each other. They came up against each other in the Gfinity class, but PSG Fiddle found his spot via that way, and there we go. Half time in this one. Is 45 in-game minutes enough time for 5 goals?
I think you'd have to see a capitulation from Danny, but also an unbelievable performance from Kurt, which he is capable of doing. He has got it in him. He's got the natural ability to be able to turn this around. But it's just not clicking at the minute. Something has to change, you've got to think. If it's a formation change, if a custom tactics change, just change something. Try and switch your mindset, if anything.
Just that goal, if you can get a goal in the first 5 in-game minutes,
something.
Every goal that goes in, he'll get a little bit more confident. Or maybe it is a little bit too late for him. 5 goals lead. As I said, MegaBit 4-2 up in his first leg there. That is the arena you can see, which will slowly be filling up here in Amsterdam.
Progresses.
Now or never then for Kurt. 5 goals needed. Has he left it too late? 8-3 on aggregate.
Substitutions from Kurt. Neymar coming on. Imagine that's the player of the year, Neymar. The 97 rated Brazilian. Can he be the catalyst for a Kurt comeback here in Amsterdam?
Walker into Ronaldo. Doing exceptionally well there, just to hold possession. This is the change of play style. There's not always a rush for Danny to go forward. Look. Oh no. Oh no. I was going to just nestle the back of the net then. The confidence is coming through for Danny once again.
Yeah, he's oozing confidence at the minute, Ajax Danny. Leading 8-3 on aggregate.
As he comes through with Suarez, the man that he loves! And a man that will score him another goal. 9-3 on aggregate. He was such a big fan of that player last year. But when he got that team of the season, when he got that special foot item, he was straight in Danny's starting 11.
Yeah, good long shot from Luis Suarez. I think it came from quite a poor goal kick, actually. From Kurt, just looking at it, gave away possession. But Danny will not be complaining as he makes it 9-3 on aggregate, and will be getting himself a better seed for the grand finals in London as he moves into the semi-finals.
How does Kurt play this game now? 6 goals needed for him. I think in his head now he knows it's gone. And if Danny won't think. Danny will, of course, he's thinking into himself. He probably has won this game, but he can't make those mistakes because there's a finesse opening up for him. And Danny's annoyed there. Such a basic pass he messed up with.
And they brought the keeper out as well, almost saying to Kurt, go on, finesse it past me.
And those are the mistakes he doesn't want to make there. You could just see frustration. Knows he made that mistake. Back to 5 goals in front. You just saw when that keeper came off the line just a little bit, you thought, that's a mistake made. Just over 30 in-game minutes, and then we'll find out who will be in the other semi-final. At the moment, Ajax Danny, one step closer to to being the #1 seed going into the grand final and being a winner in the Xbox side of things here in Amsterdam for the FIFA eWorld Cup playoffs as he comes forward once again. Is he fouled? No, he's not. It will go for a corner.
Yeah, good tackle from Kurt there.
Recycles the edge of the box exceptionally well. He can relax. He doesn't need to attack. He's got a 5-goal advantage. Hunmin Sung, fake shot. Thought he was going to try and open up a finesse, but just wasn't feasible for him. And in that other game, still 4-2 to MegaBit as we just about hit the 80th minute there. The German in control just about. And just not going to plan for Kurt in this one.
Yeah, well, using that dribbling that he is so good at, just waiting for the opportunity to make itself known. Didn't happen for him though. Ronaldo didn't make the run in behind that Kurt were wanting.
But these are these characteristics that Danny had last year. Just that, you know, that non-stop factor. He will not stop. He's always looking. Right now, he's thinking, what can I do positive? Go and score another goal.
Gave the ball away again, though.
Go and
That's
score
twice.
another goal. Try and keep possession. Yes, he hasn't gone to plan on that occasion, but he will just look to try and score more and more goals. To try and scare his opponent, whoever that will be in the next semi-final. Hunmin Sung, look at the back post run if he wants to find him. Edge of the box for Ronaldo instead. Fake shot sends Ramos nearly the wrong way. And keeping possession ever so well.
Yeah, beautiful switch of play. Marcelo to Walker, fullback to fullback.
Ronaldo to Hullet, inside to Ronaldo, back in front. We're back to a 6-goal cushion. And maybe we're back to a first-class Ajax Dani.
Well, he's been building every single round in this tournament, has Ajax Dani. And maybe he's hitting his peak right now. 10-4 the scoreline on aggregate against Kurt. Dani into the semi-finals will play the winner of Alekzandur and MegaBit.
Which the first leg is in added time there, 90+2. MegaBit has won, that game is over. There's still another leg to play for the VfL Bochum. FIFA eSport player of MegaBit is just being Sporters Kansas City's Alekzandur. Kurt there, not happy at all. He knows it's over. 6 goals down, unfortunately for him. But then you look back at the early start, scoring those goals was massive for Dani back in the other game. Going 2-0 up in 20 in-game minutes was another factor.
Yeah, I think Kurt's primary goal for this tournament was to get into that top 16 to secure a place in the grand final. But he would have wanted to win this to cement himself.
Ronaldo recycles out to Messi off that left off the post. And all Kurt can do is laugh.
And to back up the best in the world phrase, but maybe that's waiting for the grand final for Kurt, because he's going to be eliminated from the playoffs by Ajax's own Ajax Dani.
Again, I said about, you know, representation of your country. Some players will be going in there representing their country on their own. MSDossary, one of those players. Another one, Kurt. You know, those are the factors that just add a little bit more pressure onto you. You're representing the whole nation. If you go and win that tournament, you'll be a hero back in your country.
Well, we had him on our podcast a little bit ago, Kurt, and he said that he might run for the president of Malta in the future.
Maybe if he wins the FIFA eWorld Cup in London.
Who knows?
It could work in his favour, maybe, somewhere. But it needs a big tournament win first. Just trying to see out the game now, added time to come. 10-4 up, Dani through again. He wants another one. Ronaldo one-on-one with David Gea, went for a chip on the rebound, nearly. And Kurt will have to wait again to become a winner in a big major tournament. Still, the last 8 players from the Xbox side, an achievement in itself. We're still waiting to be, say, crowned as a winner for a big tournament or a champion in another event. Added time of 2 minutes, and Ajax Dani has his place in the semi-finals in cement. David Gea, unbelievable save. Congratulations, Ajax Dani. He had a plan coming into this game. Straight after he won that round of 16, Richard, he went outside, he went to relax, had some lunch, chatted with all the Ajax, you know, the guys over there, ECV Esports, all the people that are supporting him right now. And you can see there, party time for that man, into the semi-finals and into the last 4 players. Commiserations for Kurt.
Yeah, commiserations for Kurt, but congratulations to Ajax Dani. Massive performance from him. 10-4 over the course of the 2 legs and books his place in the semi-final. Tough opposition in the semi-final so far. You got Rafsou, knocked out 2 former champions. You got Gorilla, probably playing the best that we've seen all year. Ajax Dani playing the best that we've seen all year. Then you're going to have the winner of MegaBit and Alekzandur, who pretty much have both hit their peak right now. So this semi-final is stacked.
Is it me, or is it safe to say that every single game he gets better?
Yep.
At the moment, in this stage, he's getting better. Here's some of the replays of that second game. An early start again. 11 minutes in, he scores. Early start is such a vital thing in any game, any competitive manner.
Well, we were leading 6-3 in the first leg, and then as soon as he scored the first goal of this game, he knew that 7-3, the scoreline, just a little bit too much, even for Kurt. What a performance from Dani in his home city. I honestly think he performs better here when he's got that crowd behind him. Maybe when he don't have to travel, that could be a thing. He's only coming pretty much, I think, 15, 20 minutes down the road to get to the venue. He knows his surroundings, he don't have to accumulate himself with anything. It just looks really good right now, does Dani?
Of course, it's a different story. You can just see the stats of that game. I was trying to look at Dito from Man City, of course, you know, a German player, but was playing in Manchester, playing in, you know, as part of one of the biggest clubs in the world in their home city. He did well. Of course, he didn't go and win the whole thing. I'm not saying it's too early to say Ajax Dani's going to be a winner here, but it is different. Of course, a Dutchman. You can see there Kurt walking off. Unfortunately for him, tournament over, but he will be in London. He will be in that grand final.
Yeah, commiserations for Kurt. But job done, you could say, for Kurt as well. He made sure he got that playoff spot for the grand finals. He will be competing in London. But handshakes all round for that man, Ajax Dani, into the semi-finals.
Into the semi-finals he goes indeed, playing some incredible FIFA. A number of other guys that, of course, part of the fantastic talent team here at EA Sports FIFA. Over on the couch, Jimmy, Chu, and Spencer.
Thank you, guys. Yes, so 16 guys are going to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final in London in August. But what I want to know is about the seedings. They're very, very important. So MSDossary loses, all of a sudden his seeding's a little bit lower, and then he's going to have to play, you know, he's going to be maybe in a group with Gorilla. That's crazy talk to have that in such a big event like the FIFA eWorld Cup.
Yeah, of course. So basically, for those people that don't quite understand it, what it means is whoever wins this event or gets to the final, they'll have the 1 and 2 seed for Xbox going into the World Cup finals. What that means is they won't be in the same group straight away in terms of a group stage. You have the 2 best players in separate groups, same way they do it in all draws. And then if you're a lower seed, you're almost certainly, well, you are going to be in a group with some of the #1 best seeds. Therefore, with NRaseck and Dossary getting knocked out, you can see on the screen here a little bit of how it works. So everyone that's getting knocked out at this stage is somewhere between 5th and 8th seed, because they're all losing quarterfinalists. So you know, for example, let's choose the person that gets, and the difference between that, by the way, is done on a load of different variables. But let's say, I don't know, NRaseck has been knocked out, or Kurt. One of them is going to have somewhere between 5th and 8th. So let's say Kurt was ranked 5th, Group D, there's a chance he'd be in there with the 2nd and 3rd seed in the same group. Equally, if you got knocked out quite early on in the last 16, you're going to be somewhere around 14th, 15th, 16th seed. You're going to be in a group with maybe the #1 seed, the #4 seed, the #3 seed. Now, there's 8 teams in each group. Only the top 4 get out.
Okay.
So you're gonna, if you're not in the top 8 seeds, you know you're going up against some very good players.
I'm going to make a very bold prediction. I feel like Gorilla, Dossary, and Dani will be in the same group. I don't know.
Oh, that is,
there's always a group of death.
super bold.
There's always a group of death, and it's always on Xbox, in my opinion, when you look at the past. And I'm going to say those 3 are going to be in the same group.
All right.
I feel it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for breaking that down. Now let's throw it back to the casters who've got another big quarterfinal for us.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, we do indeed. The quarterfinals really are hotting up. There's only one to really be decided at this point, and it's MegaBit. We've seen the first leg already, and MegaBit's looked really, really strong. I mean, what's impressed you so much about MegaBit so far in this tournament? Because he's always come up a little bit short in Manchester, a little bit short in Barcelona of taking that title. What's he got to do here in Amsterdam to make a little bit of a difference?
I think he just needs to release the tension for himself. I think we've got to see a different MegaBit here than we saw in Barcelona, Manchester. MegaBit, he beat Sakul. He beat his fellow German in the previous round. I think for him, the biggest pressure is gone. Now that he's placed for London, I think he might go all the way.
On the other side of things, you can see there, Sporting Kansas City, Jimmy's biggest, favorite player here, Alekzandur. He's had a great performance, a great run for North America as well. Maybe not the performance they would have wanted. They want to get into that grand final to really solidify their position as, one of the top regions in the world as far as competitive FIFA is concerned. They're always striving to be considered and brought into that conversation. Alekzandur, I believe, is down in at the moment in this game. We'll find out the exact score as soon as we can, but he's definitely got it all to do. But so far, a great performance from him, but he's going to be wanting to push it to that next level.
Absolutely. I think he was 3-0 down in that first game. He got back to 3-2. I'm very curious of how that first leg ended. At the end, they're starting their second leg. Now we can see the 4-1-2-1-2 diamond, the small diamond formation for Alekzandur, who got back in that first leg. Alekzandur, remember, he's our only American player left in the competition here in the playoffs in Amsterdam.
Here we go then. Second leg is about to get underway. As you can see, Sporting Kansas City, Alekzandur representing North America is going up against the German MegaBit. 4-2 is the score from that first leg. So 2 goals in the bag here for MegaBit to work with. And he's been full of goals so far, to be honest with you, in Amsterdam. And one thing that stood out for me is he has those fullbacks in this 4-1-2-1-2 set on to always overlap. I mean, how does that influence his gameplay?
Yeah, MegaBit scored a 4th goal. I saw it was 3-2. He scored another one, so it's 4-2 that first leg. Walker, you can see it already. Kyle Walker overlapping on the right side of the pitch. Left back does the same thing. Wow, it's 1-0 already.
It is 1-0 already. A MegaBit with the perfect start here to his second leg. Ronaldo on the score sheet, just tearing apart Alekzandur there. And that is that fast-paced passing that we see so much from him in and around the box. He's just so impressive. And it's so difficult to switch players in those positions. When you've got that fast passing around your box, I mean, you've been there before. You're a player. How difficult is it to deal with that?
Absolutely, it's extremely difficult. MegaBit is one of the players. We saw the 4-1-2-1-2 diamond formation for Alekzandur. MegaBit, he is the expert using that 4-1-2-1-2 diamond formation. It's like the fastest tiki-taka you can imagine. You just can't come between the passes of MegaBit, especially because, like we said, his fullbacks, Walker and Marcelo in this case, they constantly overlap. So he's got like a 6-player midfield at times. A 6-player midfield, he just keeps on passing the ball around, tiki-taka. It's like we're watching the German Guardiola.
Okay, you see some changes on the board here for Alekzandur, obviously down by 3 now, so does have to maybe give himself some more attacking options just to get on the score sheet pretty quickly. The last thing he would have wanted there is obviously to go down so early in this game because, that 2 goals and 3 goals, such a big difference in competitive FIFA. 2 goals, you always feel you have a chance if you can get one, but 3 goals, maybe just out of reach here.
Absolutely. When your opponent scores the goal that gives him a 3-goal lead, it makes you feel a little like your hope is like decreasing. Your hope is decreasing and you feel like it's going to be nearly impossible to make it right for yourself. But Alekzandur, young as he is, he needs to try and keep his cool. He has scored all tournament long, so he just needs to trust on his own ability to score goals.
See if he can do exactly that then. He does need to score goals. You can see on aggregate now the score is 5-2 in favor of MegaBit. Alekzandur on the attack at the moment. Into the box, but defended again here. And look at the quick counter-attack coming out of MegaBit here. But one thing that he's also very good is when he has the lead, that game management. We talk about it so much, keeping possession of that ball. One player that is so difficult to get that ball off of, but he's kind of a standout player. All these pros obviously have that ability to keep the ball and see out these games, but MegaBit, it's almost as if it's Velcro to his boots. Just as I say that. He loses the ball. Alekzandur comes forward. Vieira with a strike, but well blocked.
No, but absolutely. MegaBit, as you can see, one thing you need to notice when he's playing, it's for most pros that are here, this is a little chance for Alekzandur, but one thing you can easily notice in MegaBit's playing style, he uses on Xbox, the A button a lot. It's just short passes. He doesn't sprint. That's an important thing as well. If you can see him sprint, well, he might now, just a little period of time. But then again, just short passes, no sprints, just shortcuts, short turns on midfield.
And what does that do to the opposition? How does that affect them, and how hard is that to defend?
It's extra hard to defend. It's extra hard to defend when your opponent never sprints with the ball. He's so hard to tackle when he always keeps the ball close to his own feet.
Chance here, Hullet on the edge of the box, finds Ronaldo, who finds the back of the net. Great turn onto that left foot there from Alekzandur, puts it away as well. Tied up at 1-1 in this game. Now it's just 2 goals between these two players, and if the quarterfinals we've seen already are anything to go by, make sure you keep watching, because there might just well be a grandstand finish to this one as well.
I love to see that face of Alekzandur, because he seems so calm, but he's so young, and he knows this goal could be of vital importance for him. He knows with the time left in the second leg, 70 minutes, he knows he can score 2 goals. Using that 4-4-2 formation now, he might be able to press MegaBit a little more.
See if he can do that then. He does have to wrestle possession back from MegaBit if he's going to create these chances, of course. A goal here in reply would be an absolute nail in the coffin for Alekzandur after he's worked so hard. MegaBit just working the ball around the box, looks for the extra pass. Oh, and it's there! MegaBit answers back immediately. Strikes both posts on his way over the line. Just as Alekzandur had managed to get a foothold in the game, MegaBit shows his class.
You feel sorry for Alekzandur, but how amazing to see the smile on MegaBit's face. I can't remember I've seen him like that. He seems so relaxed. MegaBit, he's playing, just like Rafsou said earlier on the couch, MegaBit seems like he's playing in his own bedroom.
And that's so vital, especially to a player like MegaBit. You know, when he does lose some games sometimes, he can get very hard on himself. You know, he wants to put in the best performances, and sometimes that can almost carry over into your next game if you're still thinking about the mistakes you made the last one. But as you say, seeing him so relaxed on this stage and at what is such a vital part of the tournament, that's surely boding well for him.
He's one of the Germans.
Ball through now from MegaBit. Alekzandur defends it well. 3 goals between these two teams, between these two players. And just a little reminder as well, the winner of this final quarterfinal and second leg will move on to face the hometown hero in AJAX Dani. That man has been absolutely on fire so far. Another man who has been on fire is MegaBit. Unfortunately, Ronaldo's touch just lets him down from that driven pass. Can't quite gather it and get that shot away.
With NRaseck just knocked out by Gorilla, MegaBit is the only German player left here in Amsterdam as well. He might feel he needs to make his country proud.
And that's a great stat considering how many German players we had at the start of the tournament. Not only that, how many of them made it through to the knockout stages as well.
They were with 10 players when they got to Amsterdam. 7 of them made it to the round of 32. Also, of course, 2 of them made it to the quarterfinals, but NRaseck now knocked out. MegaBit's the only one left. So will we see Deutschland über alles or not?
I don't speak German. You could have said anything there to me, and I'm just going to go with
Deutschland
yes.
über alles. It's like their hymn, their you know, their national anthem.
Yeah.
It just means like Germany's the best. Germany's on top of the world.
I'm going to stick with yes. MegaBit on the attack again now.
So you think MegaBit's going to win it all today?
I think he's going to win this game. Anyway, I hate being put on the spot and under pressure. I'll never give anything away. Alekzandur's obviously got it all to do in this one.
Yeah.
Representing North America. At the moment, we saw Goal Machine knocked out earlier, the Canadian. Alekzandur is in the attack. Lovely little turn inside. Can't quite the finish. Is he going to find the rebound? Yes, he is. Maybe he believes there's a little bit of life left in this tie. Sip of water from both players just to compose himself a little bit. Maybe something magical could happen here.
What a game this is, Mark. He just never gives up. MegaBit scores first, Alekzandur replies. MegaBit scores 2-1, little lucky with the 2 insides of the post. Alekzandur replies, 2-2 it is. There is still time left. This game of FIFA 18, we've seen so many great games, but again, this quarterfinal is top-notch.
It wouldn't surprise me if we had another absolute barnstormer on our hands here. MegaBit up by 2. comfortable lead, but you always feel just 2 goals. If it goes to 3 at any point, it's into that second half. If you go into the second half down by 2, you can get back into the game. You get an early goal. You push towards the end of the game with just needing the goal to send it to extra time. There's always that chance. MegaBit with a long shot, though! Doesn't fancy that at all! A great strike there. I believe it might have been Goretzka, the player that he absolutely lives by. That team of the season, Goretzka, showing exactly why he slots into MegaBit's team.
What a strike that was, Mark. Goretzka does it again. MegaBit still seems relaxed. We see Alekzandur shaking his head. He knows, again, the margin is 3 and it's going to be even harder for him. I'm very curious if he's going to change formation during half-time now, or if he can get a late equalizer now.
Here we go then, the half-time whistle has gone. The tie firmly in control of MegaBit. Look at the stats across the board as well. You can see there's something that was definitely jumping out to you.
3 shots for MegaBit, 3 shots on target. It was 3 shots, 2 on target, I believe, because of the inside of the post, of course. 3 shots, 3 goals. Haven't we said it before? The Germans are so effective. MegaBit is as well. It's
so
crazy.
effective. It's unbelievable. As soon as you give them a chance, you almost expect it to hit the back of the net. It seems like they've mastered what particular shot to use as well. We saw MegaBit from at the edge of the box using that regular shot, the power shot, towards that top corner. When he's inside the box, those low drivens, when he has the ball sort of on the inside channels looking for those low driven finesses, it just seems like they've played so many games, and MegaBit's one of those players who has played a lot of games of FIFA 18. They're just so used to those positions, it's almost second nature to pick the correct finish.
No, absolutely. He's played a lot of games and he's won a lot of games. We always call him the 40-0 cannon. I think he holds the world record for most 40-0 weekends in the weekend league. Now, what you say is absolutely true. MegaBit's specialty is using the right shot at the right time. That shot from Goretzka from long distance, absolutely no reason to low driven it. The goal of Ronaldo, the second goal MegaBit scored in this game, perfectly done for using the low driven shot in that situation.
And then second half underway, you can see 3 goals for Alekzandur to try and claw back, maybe force this one into extra time, but MegaBit is not in the mood. What a move there from the German. I mean, you just can't stop that.
You can't stop that kind of play. It's a tiki-taka again. Hop, that little touch of bullet immediately through to Neymar. Neymar with the 5-star weak foot, scores it with his left. You can see Alexander's reaction. I think he's a little broken now, because 4 goals difference, that's too much for him.
Yeah, I think he knows. I think you've summed it up perfectly there. You can see on his face. What do you do at this point? I mean, if you already put yourself in this position, what would you do? I think 3 at the back, pretty much the only formation you can go for here, and just maybe try and get a couple of quick fire goals to get back into it.
Yeah, he could change to a 3 defenders formation. What you can do is just go to your custom tactics, put the pressure higher, put all these stats higher actually, and also in the game itself, go to the ultra attacking, because all your players will be higher on the pitch then. But what he does is switching to a 3 defenders formation, and he will change the custom tactics, so he's doing them both, I think. The shooting, he puts it higher, which means the players in his team will be more likely to choose position around the box, or in the box even.
There you go then. If you're down in the weekend league, Mancoon explaining exactly how to try and get back into games. Obviously, there's a downside to the 3 at the back as well, and all of this pressure, it just means there's going to be more space in behind, but at this point in the game, not really much choice for the man from North America to try and get back into this game. Let's have an opportunity, maybe from the kickoff, to try and create something. But MegaBit just performing and doing what he's done all tournament long. He has conceded a few goals. However, he's just so good at outscoring his opponents.
Yeah, that's what it is. There's only one thing left for Alekzandur. I mean, you're 4 goals down, what can you do? The only thing you can do is to not give up and hope somehow, maybe with a little bit of luck, you get to 2 goals quickly before the 75th minute. Maybe you can get back in the game. That's all you can do. Just try your best, not give up, and hope it works out.
So you say, we've seen games decided with the last kick of the match here in Amsterdam. Zach Ryan knocked out to 120th minute and N'Golo Kante goal. FaZe Gorilla winning against NRaseck in the last kick of the game. We've seen MSDossary knocked out. It has all happened here in Amsterdam at the Global Series playoffs. Will we see another fairy tale story here, or will MegaBit, the machine from Germany, continue his march? He's on the attack once again now. Neymar picks the ball up, trying to find Hullet. Goretzka now into Vieira, spreads the ball wide to that team of the season, Kyle Walker, a staple, pretty much every single pros team here. Great move once again from MegaBit. Can he finish it off? De Gea ruins everyone's day.
Great attack by MegaBit. As you can see, the 3 defenders formation for Alekzandur. Of course, he's given away a little bit more space than, well, he was using a 4 defenders formation. But at the same time, it can work well against the formation with 2 strikers up front from MegaBit.
Oh, what a tackle from Kyle Walker. That was a 1v1 situation there, I thought, momentarily. It looks like Sergio Ramos was actually behind covering, but Alekzandur went for the roulette. But chose to use that slide tackle, and with the stats on that card, you can see exactly why. Perfectly timed from Sergio Ramos. Ooh. However, ball given away in a 3v3 situation here. Ronaldo spreads this one out wide to Team of the Year, Lionel Messi, who's bursting into the box, but Maldini gets across. But it will be a corner here to Alekzandur.
It's no corner, it's a goal kick even.
It's a goal kick?
We all thought it would be a corner, Mark.
Sometimes your luck really isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Messi with his left foot. That's the thing about Messi. He doesn't have the 5-star weak foot. This is Ronaldo with a shot. But Messi, that's a disadvantage for Messi compared to, for example, Neymar. They're pretty much alike with agility, they're dribbling. Only difference is Neymar has got the 5-star weak foot. 5-star skill moves as well, but the 5-star weak foot is definitely a huge weapon compared to Messi.
Neymar spreads this one across to Goretzka here. What a card that Goretzka is. We heard ChuBoi talking about it yesterday on the touchscreen. Across the board, I mean, you can play him anywhere. CDM, CM, striker, cam, anywhere you want to play that card, you can play him. Defensively, so solid. Offensively, shooting, dribbling, he literally has it all. Apart from maybe the skill moves.
No, absolutely. I think Goretzka is well to be compared with, for example, Patrick Vieira. He's so strong, he's so tall. They do have some attacking qualities as well. No skill moves like you say, but Vieira, Goretzka, I think they don't even differ that much at this point in the game.
Alekzandur on the attack here, approaching the last 15 minutes. The second leg of our final quarter-final, already in our semi-finals, waiting on the other side of the bracket. The man from France, Rafsou, who knocked it out Falcon MSDossary in what was an incredible game. FaZe Gorilla knocked out NRaseck. Again, an unbelievable game. He won that with the last kick of the game. AJAX Dani will be waiting for the winner of this match we're watching at the moment. He's been on an absolute tear in his hometown. And at the moment, it's looking like MegaBit is going to continue his rampage through the tournament. How far do you feel like MegaBit can go in this tournament, though? From what you've seen of him compared to maybe Barcelona, maybe Manchester, are you seeing any differences in his play that might push him to that next level?
Maybe not even particularly in his play. Just like I stated earlier, I think his mental game is different. He qualified all the way in Barcelona at the start of the season. The fact that he's here now in the quarterfinals, heading to the semifinals in this tournament, just tells you he's been good all year. Of course, everybody's got their ups and downs, but MegaBit has been good all year. Qualifying in Barcelona, still here now.
Still searching for that first place, though, and that's exactly what he's going to be aiming for. Coming into this last few days here, Global Series playoffs, it was all about getting to that round of 16 to start off with for all the players, the 64 players that turned up, to get a scarf, to get a ticket to those eWorld Cup finals in August. Now it's all about glory, it's all about winning, but also those ceiling points, those ceilings in the group, making sure that you get potentially the opportunity to make a deeper run in the tournament than maybe you would if you went out at this stage. So still all to play for here, even though that first stage has been pulled off by a lot of these players.
Absolutely. MegaBit knows it's important to get a good seeding, but maybe even more important to get away from Amsterdam with a good feeling. To know, hey, I've beaten some of the best players, I'll go to London with confidence. And I think in Alekzandur's case, of course he will be disappointed he got knocked out by MegaBit, but still he can leave Amsterdam with his head held high because he is qualified for London.
I think you make a great point there. I think a fantastic example of that, exactly what you said, as we see a shot taken there and De Gea making the save, was look at Rafsou. You know, in that he had a difficult Swiss group, managed to just about get through, and then that performance against F2 Techs, I think that just pushed him to the next level. It gave him the belief, and maybe MegaBit can take a little bit of a page out of his book there. He's gone from strength to strength. MegaBit, if he goes deep in this tournament, maybe takes out one of those big names that's waiting in the semi-finals. It could really push him towards being one of the favorites as we move towards the eWorld Cup final. Alekzandur still on the attack here, still showing he's got some heart, but we are in the last few moments of this game. It is going to be MegaBit who's going to be moving through. Can he finish this game off in style as Marco Royce is trying to burst through? The Hay with a couple of flick-ups, and there it is. MegaBit is going to continue in the tournament. He'll move on to a semi-final where he will have AJAX DANI waiting for him. And I mean, boy, what a match that's going to be.
That's going to be another huge match, Mark. This means North America has no players left in this tournament. I'll tell you, we've got 4 Europeans in the semis here in Amsterdam. 1 from UK, 1 from France, 1 from Germany, and 1 from the Netherlands. Well done to MegaBit, who we see the confirmation of now. He's got the victory. I think MegaBit has always been one of the huge favorites online, but he's proven it offline as well now.
Maybe it's just a case of getting that event experience under your belt. I mean, as a player, tell some of the people at home the differences between sitting in your bedroom, playing at home, as we do see the replays of some of the goals from both of those ties there. Between sitting in your bedroom at home and coming to an event like this, having to perform under pressure, what are the differences as a player?
Some of the biggest differences I always experienced, and I really loved playing offline at LAN events. I loved it because you can have an influence on the mental state of your opponent. Look, when you're playing online, you don't see your opponent. You don't even know whether he's scared, whether he's confident. When you're in the same room, you do know that. You do feel whether he goes into your match with a lot of confidence or that he's afraid of you, and you can influence that. We see Dani screaming all the time after every single goal. Court didn't like that. Of course not. No player likes it when they concede a goal and your opponent screams all the time. I always did it. It's just to impress your opponent. I love that as an advantage of offline events compared to online events.
Well, there it is. The quarterfinals are done and dusted. It is now time for our semi-finals. However, before we get there, we're going to go for a very, very quick break. But when we get back, we've got some awesome action to bring you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Let's go! Let's go!
Great moments are born from great opportunities.
Passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Ninguno de nosotros es tan importante como todos nosotros juntos.
They told us that soccer wasn't our thing. Are we gonna believe it?
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. 我们第二一这场比赛啊，加油啊！
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Niemand denkt an den letzten Champion. Jeder denkt an den nächsten. Also lasst uns verteidigen, was uns so viel gekostet hat.
Jouez avec le cœur. OK? Ton cœur. Ton cœur.
¡Vamos, viejo! ¡Son the best guy!
We got this.
What do we do back? El fútbol es la vida.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
you'd only think about the game. Like, you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality,
hard work, sacrifice.
At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Welcome back to Amsterdam, guys. It is semi-final time. We've made it all the way to semi-finals. We're so close to the end. We're so close to finding out who is going to be the winner, who's going to get $35,000 and the kudos of the FIFA community. Let's take a look at the 4 players we have got at this semi-final stage. We've got 2 unbelievable matches coming up for you guys, starting off with Rafsou versus Gorilla. I can't call it. Frenchman versus a Brit in Gorilla. I mean, Rafsou's taken out the likes of MSDossary. He's taken out the likes of F2 Tech's 2 previous winners this year, whereas Gorilla, he's the current world champion. That is an unbelievable game. Equally on the right-hand side, we have got Danny, the local boy done good, who's got a whole Amsterdam support section in the crowd now, getting bigger and bigger by the minute. He's going up against the German machine, MegaBit. Again, I can't call it. 4 different European nations all in these semi-finals. It's going to be fantastic. Who's going to make the final? We don't know, but one man who might have an idea is that man, LaBelle.
What's happening, everyone? We're back at the board, and we're going to be looking at Dossary versus Rafsou. And one of the biggest advantages Dossary has is his pressure play and his ability to mix up his gameplay, where he's pressuring you, then he's passive, he's back to being aggressive, and he utilizes the offside trap. And I want to show you an example of where Rafsou kind of caught him slipping, just caught him off guard on a counterattack with that offside trap, which led to an opening goal and built up Rafsou's confidence and allowed him to beat MSDossary, because we all thought he was untouchable for the majority of this tournament. So I'm going to show you this example. As you see, we have an attack from Dossary. He's going through the midfield, and we get the perfect counter-attacking option. So what I want you to notice, and this is the best way to beat an offside trap, you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 players that are caught in a flat back line, which makes it where one pass is going to be able to open up a lot of room in behind, and you see all this space in behind on the pitch. So that's what we're going with. We've got Team of the Season Sun. Everything's timed perfectly here from Rafsou, who's been extremely efficient with his opportunities. So Ronaldo's going to play a first-time pass, and then he's going to have a breakaway with Team of the Season Sun. And now, even though Sun's on a breakaway, he's still got a lot to do here. This is easier said than done, because a lot of times when you're this open, you've got too much time to think about, what do I want to do? It's like if you're shooting a three-pointer in basketball and nobody's guarding you. Sometimes you'd rather have somebody running out. However, the goalkeeper is going to be aggressive here. You can see him coming off his line, which means he's going to challenge Team of the Season Sun, which gives you 3 options. 1, you can go with a low-driven shot, a low-driven finish. We've seen that a lot at the tournament. 2, you can go with a finesse shot around the goalkeeper. And 3, you can go with a chip shot. Not as efficient as some of the other options, but it looks pretty, and it still does get the job done. And in this case, what we're going to see is a finish from Team of the Season Sun. He's going to go right around this side, and he's going to just tap it home. It's important, though, to take note if the keeper is staying back or if he's coming out. And there you have it, 1-0, Rafsou. And now I'm going to send you guys to a soundbite with Rafsou and Gorilla. Let's get it.
So my next game in the semi-final is against Rafsou. I haven't played him, I don't think, in any other event before. I might be wrong, but definitely not previously. But I haven't really watched his games. I don't really watch any other people's games. I, follow the scoreline and stuff. I just want to focus on my game. And hopefully, if I play my best, then I'm confident against anyone, like I said. So, but with Rafsou, top player, just beat Dossary as well in the quarterfinals. So it's me, Rafsou, semi-final. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to wait and see how it finishes.
Gorilla attacks very fastly. He's so quick with the ball, and he can long shot, he can do crosses, he can do everything. So I don't know how I will defend on him, but I know that I will score a lot of goals because he's not that good, I think, in defense. So I'll try everything to beat him.
There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard from our first two semi-finalists. 64 players turned up in Amsterdam, but now we are down to just 4. As you said, the first semi-final coming up, it's going to be Onset and Kuhn who are going to be bringing it to you, and it's going to be Olympic Leon Rafsou who's going to be taking on FaZe Gorilla. Both of these players have had incredible runs and incredible stories up to this point.
Absolutely. I can't even call which run is more impressive, to be fair. I mean, Gorilla obviously making it through the Swiss format real easily. 4-0, 4-0 immediately. First 4 games already won them. Beating Janos 13 goals to 5 in the 2-legged round of 32. Beating Goal Machine, Gorilla beating NRaseck. That's so impressive. And Rafsou, of course, on the other hand, beating Tex and beating MSDossary. For you to call, which is more impressive?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy runs from both these players. You have to remember as well, Gorilla won his game in the last kick of the game against NRaseck as well. So in pressure situations, how many times have we talked about that man on your screen turning up and just putting in these clutch moments, having these clutch moments when he has to score a goal? He'll find a goal somehow. It hasn't happened for him in Barcelona and Manchester. Those moments seem to have eluded him. But just as we're coming towards the eWorld Cup finals, those things are starting to come back.
He is looking like he's peaking on the right moments again. He's so experienced now. He knows what he's doing. He's played these games over and over again. And here he is now in the semifinals here in Amsterdam at the playoffs against Rafsou, the underdog, who's developed into a favorite role.
He's turned into a big dog right now at this tournament.
Absolutely.
Some of the names he's been taken out. He would love to add FaZe Gorilla to that list. What a tournament it would be if he can take that name as well. We say 2 legs. If you're just joining us, welcome along. This is the first semi-final of the Amsterdam Global Series Playoffs qualifiers. All the players you're going to be seeing have qualified as part of the last 16 for the eWorld Cup final, which will be held in London August 2nd to 4th. But today is all about that first place. It's all about that seeding that you're going to get as well for the eWorld Cup final. How easy your run's going to be in those groups? Nothing's going to be easy. 16 of the best players are going to be there. But every single place is going to give you that advantage.
Absolutely interesting to see the starting formations of both players. Of course, Gorilla always plays with the 2 strikers up front, plays the 4-4-2 now, as it looks at the start of this game, or is it the 4-1-2-1-2? Rafsou playing the 4-2-3-1 formation, trying to defend these dangerous Gorilla attacks.
Yeah, Gorilla really has been free scoring so far in this tournament, like he is a lot of the time. Great tackle from Patrick Vieira there. Ronaldinho lines up a shot to Haya. Pushes it behind, but it looks like it might have been pulled back here for a free kick to Gorilla. Each player is so dangerous from these situations. Probably going to see this one taken short.
It's Marcelo with the left foot, but he's not going to shoot it with Marcelo. I'm pretty sure of that. He is going to pass the ball to a second, third, maybe 4th player. Is Ronaldo going to shoot? No. The step over.
Ronaldo stepped over. Marcelo takes it on his left foot, interestingly. I used Ronaldo almost as a diversion there, and there's a breakaway opportunity here. Can he beat his man here? It's Neymar versus, I believe that's Sergio Ramos. Neymar gets past his man for Rafsou. Ball rolls inside. Little cutback. Can he find the pass across at the last moment? Gorilla makes the tackle.
Wow, that was a great dribble by Neymar. Rafsou using Neymar in the best possible way. Do we all remember Neymar's goal in the games against MSDossary? Here he is again, dangerously from the left side, Neymar for Rafsou.
And again, that left-hand side seems to be the focus of a lot of Rafsou's attacks. Neymar being so effective, like you mentioned, Kuhn. Now we're seeing Gorilla again. Both these players look so dangerous when they are moving forward, and it's almost a surprise, even with just 17 minutes gone in the game, that we haven't seen a goal yet.
Absolutely. And I was focusing on Gorilla's formation because I stated earlier that he was using the 4-4-2, but it's definitely the 4-1-2-1-2 small diamond formation now. Ronaldinho as his cam. And Ronaldinho obviously not the 5-star weak foot, but he has the skill moves.
He does have the skill moves indeed. You can see Marcelo bursting forward, and again, it looks like Rafsou's going to try and counter-attack. You can see Human Sun, if he can get the ball across here, he's in loads of space, but unfortunately, seemed like a missed button there or something, because that was exactly what he was not trying to do. You saw Sun, much like we saw against MSDossary, had acres of space to work with.
He did. The only possible explanation I have for this is Rafsou trying to pull off the fake shot, but he accidentally put off the pass.
Oh, wow. Gorilla almost turned it around. Finding the woodwork, couldn't finish the rebound either. Marcelo now from the corner. Lays it back to Maldini. Almost had the ball stolen away from him there. Rafsou does manage to pinch it back with Ruud Gullit now, but this is a really interesting clash of styles that we're seeing here. It seems like Rafsou playing that counter-attacking style, using that width, almost like he was playing against MSDossary earlier.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Rafsou is using Heung-min Son and Neymar all the time. Many players tend to play the ball to the center of the pitch as soon as they can, especially with the 4-4-2 diamond formation, the 4-1-2-1-2. Rafsou, he isn't. He tries to find his wingers in the 4-2-3-1 formation, Neymar and Son all the time. That's where the space is for him.
The error now spreads this one wide. You can see bursting down that right-hand side is Gorilla. Not tackled though. Such a cagey affair. No goals in this one yet in the first leg. 30 minutes gone. This is, of course, last year's world champion in Gorilla. Going up against the man who's already taken down the Barcelona champion. He's taken down the Manchester champion. Can he now take down a world champion?
Even after these two huge surprises, these huge performances against Tex and MSDossary, we would still be surprised, wouldn't we, if Rafsou pulled it off? But he can.
That's the crazy thing. I think you're right. You know, some of the caliber of players that he's beaten here, we shouldn't be saying this. However, you say a world champion is the player that he's up against in FaZe Gorilla. Obviously, recently signed to FaZe Clan. Now Heung-min Son looking for that ball inside for Rafsou, but well defended there. De Gea will come out and pick that one up. Just 10 minutes left until half-time here, Koen.
Yeah, the fact we might see Rafsou as the underdog still, of course, has everything to do with their way of qualifying for this tournament as well. Gorilla obviously qualifying as soon as he could in Barcelona. Rafsou did it at the last possible second, making it through the last chance qualifying weekend in the Weekend League.
Yeah, he has left it late. He's left it late in every single way possible in Amsterdam as well. You can see there, fans from both sides. You've got FaZe Tash, you've got Leon supporters as well, obviously supporting their man in Rafsou. Very cagey at the start here, not too many huge chances, just one really of note at either end. But finishing this half with possession of the ball, Neymar now for Rafsou. Pokes it inside to Gullit. There's a man over here in Heung-min Son, but couldn't quite find the pass that was needed. Now a counter-attack for FaZe Gorilla.
Wow.
Just a few moments left till half-time here. Is there a goal in this just before half-time? Oh, Neymar's completely through. Is he able to finish? Goes for the little dig!
Oh! What a goal that is, Mark!
Pressure, what pressure? Rafsou with a beautiful finish. Sends the ball high over David De Gea, and once again he's taken the lead. David De Gea could just watch as that fell over his head into the back of the net just before half-time. That is going to do wonders for his confidence.
Wow! Rafsou just knows what to do in every single situation. He knows what shot works best. And again, Mark, it's Neymar who opens the score for him.
Neymar has been incredible. 97 rated team of the season. Showing why he is so effective on that left-hand side. Left foot, right foot, 5-star skills. Does not matter. He will finish the chances. And between him and that team of the season, Heung-min Son, they really have been the difference maker in this tournament so far for Rafsou. And now we're into halftime. That goal just before halftime. How does that change the mentality of these two players?
It's just, for me, it feels like we're watching the game against Tex all over again, because I remember Tex hitting the crossbar in the post. Gorilla now hitting the crossbar as well, but Rafsou scoring his first real big opportunity. It does change the mental part of this game, of course, because again, Rafsou gets extra confidence, just like he did against MSDossary.
On the other side of things, FaZe Gorilla, he was down with just a few moments to go, remember, and he scored that unbelievable winner in the 120th minute of extra time to put him into this semi-final. Of course, this is just the first half of what will be a two-legged affair, and Heung-min Son now on the attack here for Rafsou. At this point, this man cannot be considered an underdog. One of the last four players standing. Oh, can he find a finish? Of course he can! That man is on fire right now!
Rafsou is just unbelievable. He is so effective. I've never seen Rafsou playing like this before. Son putting it in again. It's always Son and Neymar giving him the goals. R9 puts it in now, but Son, so important for him. Wow, Rafsou.
What a story this is becoming. The man from France doubles his lead just either side of half-time. The goals come in. Now what has Gorilla got? Can he answer back in this first leg?
I was just going to say, just in half-time, I was wanting to say it's only going to get harder for FaZe Gorilla because Rafsou doesn't need to go on attacking anymore. He doesn't need the goals anymore. But who's the one scoring within 5 minutes again? It's Rafsou.
And we talked about how good defensively he's been as well. 1-goal lead at this point for Rafsou has been impressive. You almost fancy him to see games out when he's got that, but a 2-goal lead. I mean, that really just changes the complexion of everything.
Absolutely, but we must not forget, Gorilla is the one scoring most goals in this tournament. 65 goals he has scored before this semi-final.
That's a lot of goals, and he's going to need a couple more if he's to get on even terms. Cannot find the ball at the moment. It's Ronaldo for Rafsou. Finds the ball into Vieira here. Ball across. Oh, unfortunately, slightly misplaced that pass. David De Gea's going to pick that one up. Gorilla, just taking a second here, just to compose himself a little bit. Looks for the head of Ronaldo, obviously with that 99 jumping, heading accuracy. He's going to win a lot of those driven goal kicks. Now you're seeing Neymar on the ball for Gorilla. Puts it forward to Marcelo. Ball inside now, Henry. Finds the ball to Hullet. Ronaldinho now. Finds the ball through to Cristiano Ronaldo! Halving the deficit now, Gorilla is back in the game.
Gorilla is never down on his back, is he? First little chance in this second half. Cristiano Ronaldo does it with his left foot. He doesn't miss chances like that. The thing I like to focus on more is the way he gets the chance. He stays cool, stays calm. No rushing, just the short passes, trying to find the gaps. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo to find inside the box. He does find him. He always scores them.
99 rated, team of the year. Cristiano Ronaldo popping up with a goal for FaZe Gorilla just when he needed it. Every goal so crucial in this game so far. 2-1 to Rafsou. Half an hour left in the game. Rafsou can take a lead into that second leg. Talked about confidence, how it can affect players. It's going to give him everything he needs. It's going to give him something to hold on to. But Gorilla, as you say, free scoring in this tournament. He's going to be looking to go into that second leg at least on level terms.
Yeah, for everyone at home, this is the most important part of FIFA. Gorilla is trailing. He is down 1 goal. But you can see he's still passing backwards as well because he knows there's still 25 minutes left in this game. There's still a second leg to come. He just keeps his cool.
Oh, what a drag back. Oh, De Gea with the save. What a huge save from David De Gea. Gorilla just ripped Rafsou apart, but just couldn't find the finish.
It's so great to see how he gets his chances, even when he's trailing. He's just playing with the slow build-up. Passing backwards to Vieira again now. You can clearly see it. That's the experience. That's the calm he's got in his head.
Gorilla putting it all on the line here at the moment. Rafsou is holding strong though. Neymar again down this flank. It back to Marcelo now. Neymar now moves inside. Finds the pass into Ronaldo. Finally a little bit of possession here because the last 10-15 in-game minutes have been all Gorilla. Ronaldo jinking, turning, looks for the drag back. Vieira though wins the ball back, and now it's going to be another attack here starting for Gorilla.
Rafsou on the other side, he will be thinking about 2 things. He's got 2 thoughts. Do I try and keep this 1 goal lead? Or do I still try and look for more goals?
Ronaldo now looks for the back heel inside. Gorilla gets possession back. 15 minutes left in this game. How is this first leg going to end up? What a day of FIFA 18 we have had already today. Dink through ball here, looking for his target. Doesn't find it. Now we're going to see the counter-attack coming in, and look at the speed and the passing from Gorilla. Henry now. Into Hullet. Great tackle though, no foul given. And I believe that Neymar might be away down this left-hand side. Can he beat him to the ball? No, Gorilla This defender gets back just in time. Immediately turns that into attack.
Talking about tactics, Gorilla obviously using Thierry Henry on the midfield. Henry, he's got the length, he's got the body also to be strong in midfield, Henry, as we see. We're back here.
Yeah, we're back here. Unfortunately, we just lost the feed, but we'll get back as soon as we can. There we go. We're only gone for a moment. You haven't missed any of the action. Just 8 minutes left in the game. We just wanted to show you our beautiful faces for a moment, didn't we? Let's be honest. Shout out to production.
They wanted to show your face, I think. No, I was talking about Henry. Gorilla using him on midfield. Obviously, Henry was a real striker. The icon card of Henry. But he's so strong. He is tall. And that's why Gorilla uses him. And that's why you saw Henry tackling Rafsou on midfield.
Well, Rafsou's now on the attack himself. Cristiano Ronaldo looking for the little school move past Sergio Ramos. Sergio Ramos managed to win the tackle at a vital time. Now you're seeing Kyle Walker burst down this right-hand side. Finds the ball inside to that man you were talking about, Henry. Another attack building. You can see almost the thought process of Gorilla as every single pass is made, but one is loose. Now Rafsou's going to bring the ball away again.
Rafsou will just try and keep the ball now for this remaining minute. He will want the last attack. He doesn't want to give Gorilla the opportunity to even get the chance of a goal.
Both players, I think at this point, you offered both players a 2-1 at this point. They'll probably both take it. Gorilla just a goal to get hold of in the second leg, but no, he's going, he might have a huge opportunity, and let's have a think about that one, referee. Sergio Ramos, the man who loves a headline.
Wow.
Just as Gorilla was bursting through. No remorse from that man on your screen.
Wow.
You have to do what you have to do to win these games. He's off the pitch.
You can see the frustration of Gorilla. There was a mistake of Rafsou. He gave the ball possession away. There was lots of space for Gorilla. He got the chance. Rafsou thought, you're mine. I'll take the red card because the next game I won't have the red card anymore. There will still be 11 players of mine on the pitch. You can see the frustration on Gorilla's face.
Yeah, Gorilla was smelling blood there, but it isn't going to be the goal that he so desperately craved towards the end of the game. A huge moment at the end of our first leg. But now we are poised beautifully for our second. Just one goal dividing these two teams, but the man who's been taking names all tournament long. I mean, the list of names, we've talked about it. We've talked about Tex, MSDossary, gone. He's looking to add Gorilla. He's just 90 in-game minutes away. One more leg from adding Gorilla to that list.
We can't even say Rafsou's not the favorite anymore. Rafsou is just proving himself every single time, and he's starting to become one of the top favorites for the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals in London coming up in August. Rafsou is going to be one of the top favorites now.
It's so interesting to watch how he's playing as well, because you're seeing Gorilla is having chances. But the way that Gorilla's playing in and around that box, you know, those passes, little backward passes, you know that Rafsou's just set up for those counterattacks. If he wins the ball back, he's immediately spreading it wide, using Neymar, using Heung-min Son to get away. And he's creating all of his chances from that. So as good as Gorilla might look, and if he doesn't create an opportunity to lose possession, that's the most dangerous moment. It's almost when Gorilla is attacking, it's some of the most worrying moments for him, because if he loses the ball, he can concede straight away up the other end.
As we just saw, that great lob goal by Rafsou, that 1-0, that was amazing. That got us lost for words. Winning it 2-1, but as you stated, it's so fair to say Rafsou's defense is absolutely amazing. He just constantly reads what Gorilla's going to do. He doesn't step out unnecessarily. He is just very patient, just like the French say, patience. You know the game, patience?
I've heard of that, patience.
Patience, yeah. It's a French word as well. Patience. Rafsou's got patience.
Well, let's have, speaking of Gorilla, let's have a quick look at the man. He caught up with one of the guys a little bit earlier on.
So yeah, I've just recently signed for a new team. It was announced this weekend, heading into this event. You know, I was with Unilad for a year, but I thought, you know, now was the time to move up, and I'm joining TAS at FaZe Clan. My approach heading into the playoffs, I'm really confident heading into this event. You know, I've had Manchester, I've had Barcelona, so I've had a lot of events to practice. You know, maybe not the best, you know, ranking I wanted to finish in the event, but feeling really confident with my practice. I've got TAS as my, you know, coach for this event, so I'm really excited, looking forward to it, and I can't wait to start.
Well, there you go, words from the man himself. He's down by 1 goal at the moment. Said that You know, he's full of confidence coming into this event, but maybe hasn't had the performances in the previous tournaments in Barcelona and Manchester that he wanted, but looking to put that right now. He's down by 1 goal as we go into our second leg. What's he got to do to turn this one around?
He's just got to keep confidence in his own playing style, I think. I think he's just got to do what he's always doing. He scored 65 goals earlier in this tournament. You just got to remember, pressure is so high on his shoulders. He's got so many people at home around the world supporting him. They're very loyal, but a lot is expected from Gorilla. So what he just needs to do is keep cool, know that he can do it. If anybody can do it, if anyone can do it, he can do it.
Yeah, you've got to remember that the pressure that comes with being #1. Everyone's gunning for you. Every single tournament. We look at MSDossary here, and you know he got taken out. Everyone's shocked. Everyone's surprised. Everyone's gunning for him because of the fact that he won Manchester. You look at F2 Tech's going into Manchester after winning Barcelona. Everyone was gunning for him. Now that we're getting towards the eWorld Cup finals, you've got to look at last year's champion, and he's coming good at the right time, but everyone is going to be gunning for him. Obviously, recently joined FaZe Clan Lightwhistle. I want to get your opinions on that man to his left-hand side that you're talking about, 2 over in the FaZe shirt. FaZe TaS, what a player he is himself. Hasn't had the best season on FIFA 18, but as far as having someone there to pick his brain and maybe giving him some advice, going into these massive games, how vital can that be as a player?
That can be real vital. I always used to have my brother behind my back when I was younger with tournaments. It's so important to have someone you can trust, someone who doesn't annoy you, someone who knows the game. It's like a couple of points really important, and I think Gorilla joined FaZe for a reason, because TaS was there. TaS himself, an amazing player. You said he didn't have a good year of FIFA. Again, I would say he did make it to these Barcelona Manchester tournaments. He just didn't make it to Amsterdam, but there's only 64 spots left here.
64 spots indeed. I think I just hold him by his high standards. You know,
that's what I mean.
He expects
Yeah.
to win absolutely every event, doesn't he, TaS? So unfortunate for him not to be here, but he's going to be obviously supporting that man on the left-hand side of your screen. Our other semi-final we've got coming up as well, we can't forget, this is just the first semi-final we're about to bring you, is going to be between the local hero at the moment, and that is AJAX DANI. The man has been getting pumped all day. He's been playing absolute lights-out FIFA 18, and waiting for him, as we keep saying, we keep naming him the German machine MegaBit. So make sure after this semi-final is done, you don't go anywhere, because that will be coming up straight afterwards. But, I mean, you can see now, it's set up perfectly, isn't it? It's set up how we couldn't have asked for more. Rafsou, the underdog of the tournament, coming through, beating all these huge names. He's 1 goal up, won the first leg 2-1 against our former world champion in Gorilla. He's got to come out and play in this second half. All the pressure's on Gorilla.
This is what everybody wants to see, Mark. This is a reason for us to sit on the edge of our seats. The underdog. We still see Rafsou as the underdog, maybe a little unfair, but he is in front. The world champion needs to go on full attack. He needs to score. That's what we all want to see. That's what we want to see. We've got it now into this second leg. He needs to show it.
So at the moment, the guys are just waiting to get into this game. They're doing a great job of helping us build the tension as we get into this second leg.
I think Gorilla was pointing at the referee. He says, I want to use the Arsenal home kit. However, I don't think Rafsou is willing to change his Olympique Lyon kit. He's using the white one. I think they both rather play in a white kit. That's what it's about, I think.
I think Gorilla was asking that referee where you got your shirt from. He's like, that's a striking green shirt, man. I wonder if I can have that off your back afterwards. But
looks like the Michael van Gerwen shirts in the darts.
It does. It's definitely striking. Anyway, the referees are looking good. Both players are looking good. The match is set up. It's poised beautifully. Who will be our first player to get into our grand final? Because that is what this is all about, of course. Today is all about decision day. It's about the seeding points. It's about getting yourself in a great position, heading into the eWorld Cup final, making sure that you're in the best position you can be to get the furthest you can in the tournament, run as deep as you can into the tournament. Looks like the game is finally ready. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We're in Amsterdam. This is the first semi-final. The second leg is underway, and as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, Rafsou is 2-1 up at the moment over FaZe Gorilla, our current world champion. Is he going to take another huge name out of the tournament?
Looks very much like it now, Mark, and there's the first chance for Gorilla. We must remember, the main goal for all these players was to qualify for London, and they've done that. They've done that. Rafsou told us earlier, he's playing like he's playing at home in his bedroom. He doesn't feel pressure. I think Gorilla does.
I think he's been feeling pressure so far. If you're just joining us, of course, Rafsou is playing in the Olympic Lyon kit in white. Gorilla will be in the blue. A great strike early on! How many times have we seen it this weekend? Rafsou with an incredible shot from Ronaldo. The left-footed finesse finds the top corner. He's one step closer to being a finalist here in Amsterdam.
Gorilla cannot believe it. He's 2 goals down again. He got back in that first leg, got back to 2-1. Now he's 2 goals down again. He can't believe it. He had the first chance. He was in the box of Rafsou. Loses the ball in the box. Counter-attack. Rafsou with the shot. Left foot of R9. Goal again.
Offside trap going to be played here. Hullet's going to be through, though. Hullet bursts through the back line here for Gorilla. Can he answer back immediately? Ball rolls it out of play, unfortunately for him, so the momentum is going to be stopped. Just when you thought he might be able to create an opportunity, answer back immediately. But what a start here for the Frenchman. Just under 8 minutes into the game, he gets that goal with that icon, that prime icon Ronaldo. Scored so many vital goals this week.
We've got to have so much respect for Rafsou's mental state. He was leading, but he just doesn't stop attacking. You might think he wants to rest and to let Gorilla come more, to just defend, but he's attacking.
Around the edge. To drop the shoulder, decides to keep possession. Smart play there. Game management from Rafsou. Had an opportunity to maybe try and beat his man. Now he recycles the attack. Around the outside, Neymar is unfortunately going to be tackled there and fall on the ball, so that'll be a goal kick going to Gorilla. But smart play. He's not feeling the pressure too much. You talked about how you don't think that he does feel pressure, and that kind of play in those situations is a good example of exactly what you're saying.
Absolutely. It's all key in professional FIFA esports. It's key to keep your calm and to not rush things.
Speaking of keeping your calm, Gorilla's doing exactly that. Halves the deficit again. We're back to 1 goal being the difference between these two players. Great turn in the box. Great finish past David De Gea. He's a world champion for a reason. It's because he doesn't give up any game without a fight.
It's the same thing we're seeing over and over again today, Mark. Rafsou did it earlier. Rafsou did it in this game, by the way, scoring with that left foot of the Brazilian Ronaldo. We might as well think he's left-footed.
5-star weak foot, of course, been so effective, and you see why so many players are desperate to get those 5-star weak foot players into their team. You can turn either way. Get those shots away, so hard to defend. You don't know which way your opponent is going to turn. Ball drilled into the box here.
No way.
Gorilla!
No way.
Concedes immediately, and the lead is restored. Carnage in the middle of the box. But Rafsou takes full advantage of that, and now he's back up by 2 goals.
That is a crazy goal. It's Cristiano Ronaldo with the final touch. I was just going to say, Gorilla is back in it. His hope, his confidence is 100%. He's like a little aggressive even. Also after the red card in the 90th minute of Rafsou in that first leg. But he's down 2 goals on aggregate again now. What a goal that was.
What a moment to score as well, just when you felt like Gorilla was starting to get a little bit of an advantage in the game, starting to find some passes, create opportunities. That goal has just, that will sting. That will sting Gorilla without a doubt. And losing the ball in a position like that is going to hurt as well. And now Rafsou, who's been defensively an absolute mountain so far here in Amsterdam, wins the ball back. And now starts an attack of his own. It's Neymar who cuts inside. Oh, that's going to be cut out though, but Neymar just about manages to get a toe on and end on it. Pull it now. Once again, Rafsou using that Neymar, 97 rated. He'll definitely owe that card a drink or 2 after this one. Neymar now back inside. Marcelo finds the ball around the corner to Ronaldo. Playing this one nice and patiently, just waiting for that run. Now bringing Kyle Walker to the party as well, joining the attack. Ronaldo into Ronaldo. What a move this is! And what a goal!
Oh!
From the Frenchman.
What is that? What is that? That was great possession play. That was like tiki-taka. We didn't know Rafsou could do it like that against the reigning world champion. This is probably the best goal he has scored of the 5. What a goal that was.
And immediately the response coming in from Gorilla as well. He knows that this is a huge margin for him to come back from. 3 goals the difference between them now. Going for that 3 at the back formation, gonna have to just, he's gonna have to go for it at this point, but I mean, we've talked about how, you know, the second goal in this game maybe a little bit fortuitous on the side of Rafsou, but I mean, that goal, absolute masterclass.
This was definitely one of the top 5 goals of this tournament so far. He just kept on passing and passing. We've seen the left side of the pitch, seen the right side of the pitch, and there he is again. It's Neymar again,
Surprise,
right?
surprise.
It was Neymar.
The little Brazilian coming up with the goods when it matters again on that left foot.
They know it.
See there, Dragon and Tass, disappointed faces. They know that this is a huge ask from their friend and from Tass's teammate Gorilla to make a comeback in this, but if there's anyone here at this tournament who can pull off something magical, it's the 2017 world champion Gorilla.
Absolutely, 60 minutes left. Tass is the current coach of Gorilla at this tournament today. Fun fact is that Sean Allen was his coach when he got world champion.
Ball back inside, Rafsou looking to finish this, huge save from David De Gea.
Whoa.
What a reaction save, how did he get a hand up to that one?
Mark, Rafsou is unstoppable. He is on fire.
And he's looking for more as well. Neymar looking to find that prime icon R9 in the middle as well, but Gorilla now, he's on the attack. This is where he's got to be careful here, Rafsou. Got to make sure that he's tracking these runs with these CDMs. Vieira now. Great defense once again, though, from the Frenchman. It's been a real staple of his game. It's been a feature. And again, just a wall in front of his centre-backs. At the moment, Gorilla, who's been the most free-scoring player in the tournament, is struggling to get past those central defensive midfielders, let alone get in front of goal. Maybe an opportunity here. Vieira into Ronaldinho, finds just a little bit of space. Little ball inside, but again, Rafsou, the wall is up. And he is letting absolutely no one through. Neymar now on the counter-attack, and this is exactly how he wants to play. Can Cristiano Ronaldo beat Sergio Ramos in the foot race? David De Gea is going to beat them both there.
Very interesting to see. Gorilla got rid of his headphones, got rid of his headset. He's playing with open ears now. You can see him complain a little, talk a little. He's using his kill moves more. Could all like indicate he's not playing the way he used to anymore. This loss of possession by Hullet implies he is losing this game.
And a question for you, actually, Kuhn, is coming into this game, we heard Gorilla in a couple of the VTs saying, you know, he hasn't played against the Frenchman before. He's not sure, you know, what to expect. I mean, that obviously has played into the Frenchman's hands. How can that affect you going into a game when you're not sure about your opponent and how he plays?
I don't know if Gorilla is a player that looks at his opponents beforehand a lot. I don't think he is. I think he's one. He knows his own qualities. He knows how he can play. It doesn't really matter what the opponents do. He will just do his thing. It was an advantage for Rafsou. That's the case. Rafsou knew how Gorilla's going to play. Rafsou has obviously watched all of Gorilla's major tournaments.
Wow, what a first half in our second leg. Rafsou, 45 in-game minutes away from booking himself into a place in our grand final. But those two gentlemen you see there, on the left-hand side, MegaBit. On the right-hand side, AJAX Dani, the hometown hero at the moment. They're going to be waiting in our next semi-final for the winner of this game here. Both of those gentlemen have put in fantastic, incredible runs so far, especially that man there, the local hero, and a man you know very well yourself.
Absolutely, he's doing amazing. He's shown the best of himself. Pressure was high, but he has shown he can do it in his hometown as well. First time we've got such a major FIFA event in Amsterdam. Everybody wanted to be here. Every Dutchman wanted to be here. He is here, and he showed it. He's got his scarf. He's going to London, and he's in the semi-finals just after this match.
And he's got all of the fans here as well. There's a lot of people turned out today, so shout out to everyone in the building at the moment who's watching these games, supporting these players, and creating the atmosphere that we have at the moment in the studio. We're getting to crunch time right now, though. Rafsou, 3-1 up in this game. He's up by 3 goals on aggregate as well. 5-2 on aggregate. 45 minutes left in game of FIFA 18 for Gorilla to pull off what would be one of the greatest comeback stories, even for him. Opportunity early on here. Ronaldo gets
there he is!
Massive chance! Great start here for Gorilla.
Oh! What a goal! Rafsou expected Gorilla to shoot with the right foot of R9. He cuts back, finds R9 in the box, shoots with his left, inside again. That's a goal. Gorilla back in this game. He needs 2 more against possibly the best defending player we have seen in this knockouts.
It was actually Cristiano Ronaldo who got on the score sheet there with that left foot. Even more surprising to turn onto that left foot with the 4-star weak foot as opposed to the 5-star. Rafsou, no movement from him. Complete and utter focus, as you can see. Definitely see some nervous energy from Gorilla. However, he's still in this game, though. The perfect start to this second half from the man from England.
Absolutely. The man from England, the world champion, the best attacker there is. See, looking at all the goals he's scored, he has scored the most goals. However, no one seems to be able to score more than 4 goals over 2 legs against Rafsou. Gorilla needs to score more than 4. He needs to score 5. He needs 2 more goals.
Ball inside from Rafsou. De Gea makes the save. Opportunity on the rebound here. Heung-min Son. Neymar gets back and helps out defensively for Gorilla here. Still massive advantage in the hands of the Frenchman, though. Up by 2. Played so well up to this point. Not just in this game, but across the tournament as a whole. He's still putting the pressure on Gorilla here. Pressure high up the pitch.
That's what I wanted to say. I was pointing at the 4 Lyon players pressing Gorilla on his own half as well. It's crazy to see. You've got to respect Rafsou for not being a coward. He isn't. He shows so much courage during the entire tournament, and he does it against the world champion as well.
Just remember, sometimes attack is the best form of defense, and here is the man of the moment for Rafsou. His team of the season, Neymar, gets the ball into the box, but now there's going to be the opportunity to break here for Gorilla. You see the ball through the middle. Can Ronaldo find the space he's looking for? Decides to lay back to Neymar now. Gorilla coming flooding forward right now. Neymar in the box, but couldn't find the man inside. Just when he needed the pass to find his target.
Rafsou taking some risks by still playing so attacking. Here he is himself, though, with R9.
R9 goes for the strike! Hits the upright. What a strike on goal there from R9. That would have been a hell of a way to end this. Now Gorilla straight back down the other end again. Finds the ball inside. Tries to find the pass to Ronaldo. Oh, manages to get the ball away now, Rafsou. End-to-end stuff here, as you would expect. Neymar plays the ball across. Finish this right now. Heung-min Son puts it wide, though.
Rafsou cannot believe that. That was a great pass. The last pass of Neymar, I didn't even expect that pass. I think he's going to shoot with his left foot. He gives it to Son. That's a one-on-one. Heung-min Son, team of the season, doesn't miss much.
He did miss there, though, when it mattered.
The most.
Gorilla still has a chance. He still has time. Oh, you can feel the energy in the room right now. You can see the nerves. Maybe some changes coming in here. Goretzka fresh in the middle of the pitch. Heung-min Son on as well. Ronaldinho on that right-hand side.
Gorilla obviously using 3 defenders, 3 at the back. I think with 4 or 5 attackers. With Son and Ronaldinho as his full wings.
No change at all in expression from that man. Here we go then. 25 minutes or so left in the game. Rafsou with a huge chance to end absolutely everything as far as Gorilla's dreams were concerned. De Gea, what a save! Pushes that header onto the bar. The Spaniard comes up trumps for Gorilla there, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. He needs goals at the other end. Fresh onto the pitch now. Massive chance. Ball across. Gorilla scored! Now it's just 1 goal.
What an amazing goal. This is just the way Rafsou did it with the other chance at the other end. Gorilla does the same thing. He can shoot. He passes to R9. He scores. He only needs 1 more goal now. It's so brilliant to see how Gorilla keeps his calm. He needed 2 goals. He doesn't rush things. He passes when he needs to pass. He doesn't rush. He just passes, finds the gaps, finds the chances. He scores, and he needs 1 goal.
Rafsou has got to be nervous. He's got to be worried because Gorilla, from an impossible situation has made it into an improbable one. 1 goal, now the difference. Rafsou just trying to keep the ball at the moment. He's only got 15 minutes or so to do so. In-game, Pele now in the corner. Goes towards goal, being tracked by a fellow Brazilian icon there in Ronaldinho. Marcelo plays the ball into the box to Cristiano Ronaldo, fires the ball into Neymar. He's been the man to make the difference, but possession now in the hands of Gorilla.
Wow, that was great defense by Gorilla with Goretzka. That was absolutely astonishing because Rafsou was looking for that left foot of Neymar with the drag back. Gorilla ran it all.
Great ball. Oh, Sergio Ramos stretches across and just about makes that interception because that was the chance Gorilla was looking for. Gets possession back. Once again here. Can he send this to extra time? Ball down the inside. Neymar gets pushed off the ball though by Sergio Ramos.
What is Rafsou gonna do now? Loses the ball, now he keeps it. He could just keep the ball for the remaining 10 minutes. He could just pass it around, not let Gorilla touch it anymore. Gorilla, full pressure, 5 players, I think, within 10 square meters. Oh.
Great ball though. Pele's through the middle here. He has a man over at the back. It's going to be... Oh, no, Ronaldo! It's Henry, actually! The Frenchman! Supplying the goal that could send the Frenchman to the final.
This absolutely should be enough for Rafsou. He doesn't just keep to the ball. He keeps on creating chances. Gorilla needed 1 goal. Rafsou just keeps on attacking. You got to respect the Frenchman for that, for his attitude, for his way of playing. He shows so much courage, and he scores another. This must be over now.
It has to be over, but I've said that about 3 or 4 times in this game so far, and Gorilla just keeps coming back. If he can maybe score here from this attack, he might have another chance for an attack, but it is a huge, huge ask. R9 Ronaldo, Heung-min-son gets the ball back. Ruud Gullit now. Has to find a penetrating pass into the box. You can see so many players here back for Rafsou, the Frenchman. Heung-min-son now finds the ball into Ronaldo. David De Gea should come out and claim that and just calm everything down in this semi-final. Just a few minutes away from becoming our first finalist here in Amsterdam.
Nah, that was that. I think Gorilla needed that attack to result in a goal. Rafsou's got the ball, only 1 minute left. Maybe some extra time, but it's never going to be enough for 2 goals. It ain't over till the fat lady sings is what you say, but no, this is over.
Kyle Walker finds Neymar now. This has got to be agony for Gorilla. It's going to be ecstasy right here for Rafsou. The ball stays in as well. It's going to be a corner to the Frenchman. You can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, I think Gorilla knows it's done. 2 goals the difference. The Frenchman, who has been taking names all tournament long, is looking to add another one. Free kick here. We're into stoppage time. Takes it short. Rafsou has the shot on goal. This is gonna be it. De Gea's just gonna clear the ball. What a performance from that man. Allez les Bleus. A Frenchman moves into our grand final. And another name on the list for Rafsou.
Oh, allez les Bleus. Mais oui, les Français, the French, they've got their man in the final. He is absolutely top favorite now after knocking out Tex, knocking out MSDossary, after knocking out FaZe Gorilla now. And just like the game against Dossary, it resulted in 6 goals to 4. He does it again against Gorilla. 6 goals to 4, Mark.
6 goals to 4. I mean, we have to give credit to both players in that game. A fantastic semi-final. Every game we've had today from the quarterfinal stage up to now has been absolutely mind-blowing. Here's some of the replays and some of the game-changing moments here. It was just Rafsou again. We talked about how many times he's managed to take the lead early against these players, these highly established players, the likes of Gorilla, you know, the likes of F2 Tex earlier on in the tournament. That first goal has proved so vital for him all the way through this tournament.
That's the crazy thing. Just like against Dossary, Rafsou wasn't trailing for a second in 2 games' time. Gorilla hasn't had the lead for a second. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's insane. It's insane the fact that he is not just scraping these performances, he is putting on a clinic of how to play FIFA 18. The Frenchman, you can see it there. how much that just meant to him, and all smiles at the moment. We saw it in the game, it was all focus, but maybe time to start enjoying things a little bit more. But remember, he's got one more game of FIFA 18 to play here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, absolutely. No one in the world will say Rafsou is not the favorite for the final. we kept on thinking he was the underdog because Gorilla, the world champion, but to Rafsou, it doesn't matter who's next to him. The opponents don't matter. Rafsou is the man to beat now.
Yeah, he is. I mean, credit to Gorilla there. You know, fantastic attempt at that comeback. Just for a moment there, he gave us all a little bit of a heart flutter. We all thought that it was going to happen. Here are the match stats. As you can see, 6-4, the score across the two legs. Very tight between the two players, but you have to say, it's just tactically, again, Rafsou, that width is really working for him.
Once again, I want to keep on saying that, is that Rafsou got here through the last chance qualifier.
It's insane.
I find that story
crazy.
so amazing because that last chance qualifier, he didn't qualify in any of the other options. There were so many options. He needed the last chance qualifier. He needed the last game in the Swiss format as well, but he just took it all the way. I find that story so amazing, and he's here now. He's in the Xbox final in Amsterdam.
Absolutely incredible. And just a list of names to remind you, if you're just joining us and you're thinking, oh, I know Gorilla, I dip in and out of FIFA 18 and the competitive scene. Some of the names that this man has taken down, absolutely unbelievable. F2 Tex, Barcelona champion. MSDossary, Manchester champion. Now he's just taken down FaZe Gorilla, the current world champion. What's next for this man?
What's next for this man? The final is next for this man. For us, what's next is Chu.
Thank you, guys. Now, Rafsou's playing amazing, and so far, he scored a ton of goals. I think people are calling him the champion killer out there because he's just taking out the previous champion. 63 is the number of goals he has scored so far in this tournament. I think the only other champion for him to beat is the 2014 World Cup winning team, Germany. I don't know if they play FIFA. I think Hummels is actually pretty good at FIFA, to be honest. He's beaten an EA dev 4-0. I'm not going to say which dev exactly, but let's take a look at some of his stats over here on the screen. So he did qualify through last chance weekend. He left it late as possible. 63 goals for, 48 goals against, and 5.73 goals on average. He's actually one of the few people playing the 4-2-3-1, a very popular formation in France. Possession, a lot of the French players are possession-based players, but he's very quick on the counterattack, and you can see he's scoring a lot of goals. Oh, here we go. What's going on, Jimmy?
I love all those numbers that you're throwing at all of us, but I'm going to say that I want to see some evidence. So I got a goal for you.
All right, let's go.
The Champions channel. You ready to see this?
Yeah, let's see. Champions
channel. Excellent. All right, here we go. So I queued up a goal right here. Good first touch. Good defending. This is at 0-0 right before the end of the first half of the first leg.
Classy.
Rafsou with the dinky chip. For me, this is a big deal for a lot of reasons. One, it's right before halftime, so it's going to impact the tactics at halftime between both players. But then also, I think this gives him the confidence to go on and beat Gorilla, right? He scored all these big first goals against all these champions, or former champions, as you say. And as a player, when you go out and do what you want to do and you can see it and you make it happen in that first one, I feel like that really gave him the belief to make it happen. So I think you appreciate that, no?
That's the thing about Rafsou, is that he's coming in, as, I guess, a dark horse, you could say. And he's got nothing to be afraid of. I mean, nobody expected him to go this far. So, I mean, who can stop him? Who can, like... I get one interruption from Jimmy.
No, I'm not interrupting
and then
here.
I get another one.
I'm more interrupting Jimmy than I am Chu, but both of you, to be fair.
Okay,
you love
all right.
interrupting people, Jimmy. You love interrupting me up there, showing the footage of me from rehearsal. And I hate to say I told you so, Jim. But do you remember at the start, first day, survival day, we talked about who we thought was going to win?
No.
Your guy, Chu, he's gone. Jimmy, your guy, he's gone. My guy, Rafsou. I called it.
Wait, Spencer, who gave you the tip on Rafsou? Who told you to pick Rafsou?
I spotted it. I was scouting him in France, mate. I've been scouting.
I'm gonna do a daddy hop back here.
I'm just saying. Next time you try to interrupt me, Jim, remember that.
All right. At least I don't have that shirt, though, right, Chu? At least we're not wearing that ugly shirt.
Yeah, at least hey, I've got the great clothes here. I don't know if you guys can even see me. I got the camouflage, but incredible stuff from Rafsou. Some exciting games going on. I think we got MegaBit versus Dani from Ajax. So, hey, you don't want to miss any of this action in the last day, Decision Day on Xbox. We'll be right back after this.
Hey everyone, my name's Ryan and I'm a professional FIFA esports player for Hashtag United, and today I'm going to be walking through different types of techniques while attacking on FIFA. So let's get into it. But as you can see, I've got the ball in my keeper's hands. It's usually seen as a defensive position, but if you wait around your box and do a driven kick towards the touchlines of the field, you'll notice how the opposition's defense step up. And look at this, it leaves a massive gap in behind, so pretty much is a guaranteed way to get in behind and have the opportunity to score. People expect you to throw the ball short or to a man that's spare, usually on the wing or maybe in the center of the field. They'll be running forwards, and as they're running forwards, because you've kicked the ball, the cursor would switch onto their defender, and they don't expect the big kick downfield, so as they're pushing forward, there's more space in behind to get that goal. Thank you very much for watching. I'm Hashtag Ryan from Hashtag United, and those are my tips and tricks for attacking on FIFA 18.
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
Hey, Alex. Alexander?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Well, come here then.
You only think about the game, like you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality,
hard work, sacrifice. At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Amsterdam, and I mean, it's been a hell of a day so far. And now it's time for our second semi-final of the day. I believe we're going to move into the second leg, potentially, of this. It's underway in the background, but it is going to be MegaBit taking on AFC AJAX Dani, the man, the local man, with a lot of support here at the moment in Amsterdam.
The local hero, as you say. Of course, playing for Ajax from Amsterdam. We are literally 200 meters away of the Ajax Stadium. Dani feels home here, and he has shown the best of his qualities during the tournament because pressure was on him, but he secured his spot for London, got his scarf, and he's even much further in the tournament. Now he's into the semis. Awesome performance.
Yeah, incredible performance, and both of those players are going to be looking to join, of course, the surprise package of this tournament in Rafsou in our grand final. Here is a look at the bracket and exactly how both of these players got here. You can see there, Ajax Dani taking down Kurt in the quarterfinal. On the other side of things, it was MegaBit taking down Alexander from Sporting Kansas City, who is going to face the Frenchman in our grand final. That is exactly what we are about to find out now. Both of these players really have stepped up their game, in my opinion, from maybe the last couple of events. That man there, MegaBit, been so consistent. Free scoring has been the highlight for me from him. What he has been able to do is outscore all of his opponents he's playing against. Yeah, he might leak a couple of goals, but he's always going to score. And that man on your screen, maybe a lot of people weren't expecting to get to this stage. What a performance in his hometown. And with the hometown crowd here behind him as well, helping him push into that grand final. What are your thoughts on this grand final, Kuhn? Sorry, this semi-final. We're not quite there yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. On this semi-final, how do you think these two are going to come up against each other? Who do you think might be having the rub of the green over the other?
Obviously, we're at the top of the world, top of the best players. They're so close. It's so hard to say, hard to call on beforehand. MegaBit, of Of course, with this tiki-taka playing style with the 4-1-2-1-2, it's quite similar to Dani's playing style. They're both so of the tiki-taka play style, of the short passes, just making your opponent crazy.
Wow.
As we can see, though, first leg.
Well, 4-1 to MegaBit. That's a great start for him. I mean, there's no other way you can put it. A 3-goal lead going into the second leg. Danny's going to have some work to do here, but he's a very loud player, very vocal player. If he does start to get back into this one, you certainly will be hearing a roar from not only him, but the crowd that's here in Amsterdam as well. They're going to be pushing him on to spur him on to get this comeback underway. But we've talked about how important first goals are in game. Danny has no choice at this point than to get the first one. Opportunity here. Ronaldo lays it back to Vieira. Inside to Hullet. Might be a man over here. Turns inside, and that's what he needed. Heung-min Son again. Effective for a player here at the Global Series playoffs. He's back in the game.
Great, great, great goal. Just like I said, it's kind of a similar playing style of MegaBit. It's the short passes, waiting for the gaps, finding your strikers up front, and it's Heung-min Son, the Korean we see so often, also used by Danny all tournament long, that team of the season, Heung-min Son. And of course, Danny is a loud player, but he's still 2 goals behind. So he's not that loud yet. 2 more goals, and we will definitely hear the screaming.
We most certainly will hear him. We'll hear him from here on the caster's desk, from all the way across the studio. But we talked about it just before this game got underway. MegaBit susceptible to maybe conceding a few goals, but he's so likely to score at the other end. So he won't be too worried about that, conceding that goal early on. Knows that he will get chances in this game. He can almost guarantee he will have chances. The question is, will he be able to put them away? Ronaldo to Hullet, goes for that near post shot, but it falls just wide of the upright.
Literally unstoppable to defend these attacks of MegaBit. He starts with his left back, finding his right back. He doesn't at once look for the center of the pitch. No, he goes from Marcelo to Walker. Walker overlaps. There's constantly the free man, and he knows how to find it with the right pace, the right tempo in his attacks, and that's how he gets his chances.
Speaking of an attack with pace, here comes MegaBit once again. Of course, this is the man from Amsterdam, from the Netherlands, taking on the man from Germany. 2 goals of difference between the 2 players at the moment. MegaBit with control of possession at the moment, looking to build an attack. Another goal here could really spell disaster for the hometown hero. MegaBit moving the ball absolutely beautifully across the pitch. And R9 with the finish. That's exactly what we expect to see from MegaBit. A beautiful move and clinical finishing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Identical to that previous attack as well. Slow, very slow build-up play, passing it back to the defense, to Marcelo, to Walker, just waiting for the gaps to open up. And as we saw earlier, MegaBit against Sakul, MegaBit against Alekzandur, he doesn't miss chances. He's like Rafsou, he's like all the other German players. MegaBit doesn't miss the chances he gets. This is MegaBit in a nutshell.
And MegaBit, he's not going to be too popular with the people here in Amsterdam at the moment if he sends Danny home. He also sent the other Ajax player we had here, Joey, home earlier in the tournament. So he's taking everyone out from the hometown here. It's going to be Danny on the attack, though. He needs to get back into this. The early goal was what he needed, but MegaBit getting that goal is going to nullify everything he'd done at the start of this game. Vieira now trying to turn it into an opportunity, but Sergio Ramos once again breaks up the attack.
Vieira, not the man you want there, just quite behind the strikers. You want Hullet over there. You want Vieira as your CDM, and you want him to stay just in front of your defense. You don't want him in the box of your opponent.
Wiggle there, Carl Walker, just muscles. I believe that's Neymar on that left-hand side for MegaBit. Off the ball, playing that team of the season, Goretzka as well, in the center of midfield. We talked, Richard and Brandon were talking about how MegaBit loves that card. It's one of his favorite cards. Obviously it is, it's in his team that he's using here in Amsterdam when the money's on the line, when those seeding points are on the line. So it's been doing the business for him so far. Interesting to look across some of the scores as well from MegaBit so far in the tournament. To say, beat Ajax Joey 4-2. He moved into the next round, 8-5. MegaBit beat Sakul, his compatriot from Germany. Then he beat Alexander 8-4. So we talk about high-scoring games. MegaBit has been scoring freely in this tournament.
Here he is with Cristiano Ronaldo. Great save by De Gea. Something I wanted to point out. AJAX Dani, one of the few things he does, no one else does, is stepping out with those central defenders. Something you'll see a lot in the remainder of this game as well, especially when he's behind in the game, is like selecting Azpilicueta and Ramos and step in front of the attacker MegaBit wants to pass. We just saw Ramos step into it and get the ball from that.
Oh,
what
a moment from Neymar! We talk about the passing of MegaBit, the flow he has, but sometimes you just got to let one go. You just got to unleash a shot with Neymar, because they are the results you can get.
That's how crazy that Player of the Year card of Neymar is. 97 rated, 99 shooting stats. He's got like 13 stats with 99. Dani has got to change. He's got to play even more attacking than he was. 3 at the back, we can see. Already played all-out attack. Marcelo is a left midfielder, possibly. Or is he going to substitute some players as well? No, he's not. I think he's done. Shakes his head. He knows this is going to be really, really tough to get back into this game now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mountain. Now he's basically got to try and climb up onto the moon, to be honest with you.
Himalaya
has such a big lead in this second leg. Wow. Gea, nowhere near that one from Neymar. Sometimes you have to let go, as I say, with these players. Have a long shot with these players. They've got such incredible stats. I mean, you can say earlier in the game, when you don't have these team of the season cards, you don't have some of these icons, these prime icons available. That's why you'll see these players looking for those precise opportunities. But we have seen quite a lot of long shots being taken this tournament, and they have been effective just because the stats on the cards, they work so heavily in their favor.
On the other end, though, the goalkeepers have improved as well, of course. By the end of the game, everybody uses that 97 rated De Gea, team of the year or team of the season, doesn't really matter that much. So the goalkeepers have improved too. So I don't think we've seen that many long shots go in as well. But this strike from Neymar was exceptional. What can Dani do now? He needs to try and stay calm. Try and slowly build up the play, not rush things, just like we saw Gorilla in that first leg.
Yeah, if he can get one before half-time here, he kind of needs to be honest with you, if he wants to even have a chink of light at getting back into this game. But oh my word, look at the move here. MegaBit, oh, just caught offside, unfortunately for him. Must have been just a whisker offside. Ronaldo had any hair on that head. That may have been the difference between being onside and offside.
We can see more space open up now for MegaBit as Dani is searching the attack more and more. More space for MegaBit now.
MegaBit working it across the box again, and it's just another beautiful goal. A smile now on his face. The man from Germany. Just moments away now. He looks so happy, so relaxed. Like you mentioned, and Ruud Gullit has pretty much solidified our grand final. Unless an absolute miracle happens, you can see the comparison of the two emotions here, Koen. Getting this far in the tournament, getting this close to the grand final. Unfortunately for AJAX Dani, it looks like this could be the end of the road.
On the one hand, it's what we want to see. We want to see the passion, the emotions. But you almost feel sorry for Dani after playing such an amazing tournament here in his hometown, Amsterdam, in his home country. You feel sorry for him that now the big audience have arrived. He is trailing against MegaBit, but MegaBit is on fire. He's just unstoppable. Joey from AJAX couldn't stop him. Because of MegaBit, Joey won't go to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final in London. Dani is trailing against MegaBit. He needs to find solutions real quick. He needs 5 goals, I think.
Yeah, he needs to desperately find a solution, but I mean, not many people have been able to find a solution to how MegaBit has been playing here in Amsterdam. He has been absolutely destroying the field, and you always felt like he had this in his locker. He had this kind of tournament in his locker. Just when things started to click, as we call it in the 40-0 canon, you know, he just 160-0 across a week, across a month. Doesn't lose games when it matters, when it's competitive in the weekend league, but it's been at this live event. Had to put in these performances. That's when the pressure maybe has got to him a little bit. But I think you've raised probably one of the biggest points of the day that has changed is mentally, you look at MegaBit, he's all smiles, he's all relaxed, and it just means he's playing how he wants to play.
Absolutely, 100%. The things you say, they're 100% true. MegaBit, everybody watching his streams on Twitch, everybody knows MegaBit can do this. They know he can be unstoppable when he's having his day, and he's having his day like 364 days a year. However, on these LAN events, these offline events, he hadn't shown it like he does it today. And it's great to see.
Incredible performance from the German. This is what we wanted to see from him as well. It's definitely not what a lot of his competition would have wanted to see. This kind of MegaBit making a storm through the knockout stages of our tournament here in Amsterdam. Remember as well, MegaBit means it's going to go into our eWorld Cup final with a fantastic seed as well, because that's another thing these players are playing for here. You can see both players, hands on their controllers at the moment. Give you a little idea of quite how quickly they have to react, how precise they have to be with their movements. Danny on the attack here. Human Sun lines one up, but they get right now. He's sat in, he's defending. He doesn't need to do anything more.
There was some great slow build-up play by Danny. I was very curious whether he could keep his head up in the second half and maybe give the audience 2 or 3 goals, get back in the game, give the audience some extra tension now.
And test MegaBit as well, because we have seen if he comes under pressure, he is susceptible to maybe crack. Big opportunity here. He manages to get one back. Ronaldo puts that one away. Is there a miracle left in Amsterdam?
Who knows? That was a great goal. Once again, Ronaldo with the left foot. Almost looks as if Ronaldo's favorite foot is the left one. He's got that 5-star weak foot. He doesn't have a weak foot, to be fair. Ronaldo does it for Danny. That was a great goal. He's got a little bit back in this game. Needs 4 more goals. Maybe the hope in his head has returned.
It's a big ask. It is a big ask, but all of the players that are here in Amsterdam have pulled off some things in this tournament that I wouldn't have expected. So never say die. Has to be the attitude here for Danny. Unfortunately, just such a big margin between the two players at the moment. Has to score every sort of 5 to 10 minutes or so just to kind of get on even terms at the moment, and that's a big enough ask. You know, he's managed to score 3 times across 90 minutes of the first leg and 58 minutes of this second leg, so he's going to have to find a formula that's going to work very, very quickly. See him pushing forward here, but the defense from MegaBit sat so deep. You can see he's just tracking back with those strikers as well. Before he even reaches the midfield, he's got to get past the strikers.
Well, let's not forget, against Kurt as well in the quarterfinals, nobody expected from Danny to beat him that hard. He scored 10 goals. If anybody, there is anybody who can score that many goals, it's Gorilla, for example, but it's Danny as well. 10 goals against Kurt, that's a lot.
It's a lot of goals, shows that he has it, the ability to score goals. Human Sun manages to pick the ball back, going to deflect and bounce around. It goes out here for a corner. Paul's going to be queued up here as we're 30 in-game minutes away from having the result of our second semi-final here. And the man who will be joining the Frenchman, Rafsou, in our grand final. Not many people would have predicted that before the tournament. As you say, qualified through that last chance qualifier online. A great story.
Absolutely a great story. Danny qualified through the Dutch Eredivisie, was the national champion in 2017, and he maintained his title with a great performance against PSV in the big final. That's how he got his ticket to the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs here in Amsterdam. Danny, we saw him switch certain things around. Ronaldinho is on the right side of the pitch now in his 4-2-2-2 formation. Messi is on the left. I don't think Danny changed formation, but he does change his playing style. He does change the players he's using.
Lots of attacking options on the pitch now for Danny, as you would expect. To take that strike, David De Gea forced into a couple of saves there, but not really tested too much in the grander scheme of things. Goretzka now on the ball for MegaBit. Had to just soak up pressure so far from Danny for the last 10-15 minutes, as you would expect.
MegaBit's never gonna throw this away, is he? 4 goals difference, 20 minutes left. all we can hope for the Dutch audience here is for Dani to score 1 or 2 more goals in quick succession, but 4 goals against MegaBit in these last 80 minutes seems impossible.
Yeah, especially with Messi giving the ball away like that. Tried that driven pass inside, but MegaBit with those defensive-minded players on the ball, but there might be an opportunity for Dani here. Oh, there was 3 players free there for Dani, and unfortunately the pass found the one defender who was stood between them all. Unfortunate situation for him. Ronaldo now, beautiful turn. Smart play though from MegaBit. Back to Ronaldo now. Twisting, turning, great ball inside, and that is the icing on the cake. A little fist bump, a little smile again, just when you thought maybe a miracle could happen. That is game, set, and match.
Absolutely, that was a great goal. Great skills from Cristiano Ronaldo. Space opened up for him. Goretzka, it was on midfield, sending the pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo with the assist, and it's team of the season, Kun Agüero, the Argentinian, doing it for MegaBit. 4-2 in this second leg now. 5-goal difference once again.
He really has been a goal-scoring machine so far here in Amsterdam. Every game we've seen him involved with, there has been goals, there has been entertainment, there has been fantastic passing, there's been fantastic finishing. 8-4 against Alekzandur in the last round to get here into our semi-finals. Opportunity there for Dani. Couldn't find the back of the net, unfortunately, but with just 10 minutes left in the game. MegaBit all but in our grand finals. The first time he would have made the grand finals as well, we have to remember. Didn't make it there in Barcelona, didn't make it there in Manchester. But again, one of these players that just seems to be peaking at the right time.
Absolutely. We must not forget how young MegaBit is as well. Dani was there at the grand finals last year. MegaBit so young, but what a year he has had. Dani, knowing Dani, will be disappointed after this game, but he's got to keep his head up. He must be, maybe not satisfied, but he must be proud of what he's shown today, yesterday, and the day before yesterday here in Amsterdam. Because to peak 3 days in a row, to show that quality on the pitch is a huge, huge performance to make it to the semi-finals here in Amsterdam.
Oh, without doubt, he's definitely got to be proud of his performance, making it through to the final 4 Xbox players in the world. We talked about it before. 20 million players were involved in the FIFA eWorld Cup up to this point. On the Xbox, we had 64. To make it to the final 4 in the world shows just how good these players are. However, even at the top level, there's still some disparity. As you can see in MegaBit here, he has just been absolutely unbelievable so far.
Absolutely, another free kick, I think. There's something to realize as well for both Gorilla and Dani. You'd rather lose your semi-final here and get to the finals in London than the other way around, Mark.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're going to make a final, red card just to compile the misery there for Dani, unfortunately, just as we go into stoppage time. It looked like a red card to me.
Yeah.
Maybe the referee said something to the referee that we didn't hear in our headset, but MegaBit now just looking to maybe find another goal at the end of the game here. Gets the shot away. De Gea will pick that one up. Unfortunately, it looks like it will be the end of the road here, and it is. That man on your screen from Germany, MegaBit, is going to be in our grand finals where he will go up against the Frenchman, Rafsou. We've got that to look forward to, and I mean, the quarterfinals have been full of action. The semi-finals, as we've seen, been full of action. If anything we've seen today is to go by, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to be here. You want to make sure that everyone you know is watching the playoff finals here in Amsterdam.
Absolutely, and that final coming up, it's not hard to call, it's impossible to call who the winner is going to be. MegaBit on fire, he is on a roll. Rafsou, there's no bigger names to give him than the names he has knocked out. Victory confirmed for MegaBit. This final coming up is going to be one to be sitting on the edge of your seat for. As we see some of the replays in the second leg, I think, of this semi-final between MegaBit and Dani.
You can see some of the replays here, as you can see on your screen here. Unfortunately, I just feel like we didn't see that first leg on stream, but I really feel that that might have been where that game was lost, you know, across the 2 legs. 4-1 coming into the second leg. You've got no choice but to try and force the game on your opponent. And someone like MegaBit, you give him a chance to counter-attack you, give him a chance in front of goal, he is going to, of course, put them away. Speaking of statistics, here are the match stacks from that last game, and I mean, what else can you say? I think those stats talk for themselves.
Absolutely, we cannot say he has not deserved his spot in the final. 15 shots against 8. We see slightly more possession for Dani, which tells us MegaBit is definitely using the 4-1-2-1-2 small diamond formation in the most effective way. He is using that formation in his best way. Doesn't need the possession. Once he's got the ball, he uses the fullbacks, attacks, and scores. He doesn't miss chances.
You see him moving towards the stage at the moment. A great performance from MegaBit from Germany. Just to remind you guys, waiting for him in the grand final will be the Frenchman, Rafsou. He's gonna be ready to go.
Yes.
It looks like we're almost set up to hear from the man himself from Germany. So as soon as we get confirmation on that, we will send it over. A little word from you, Kuhn, before our grand final.
Of course, that final we can all see here. Between MegaBit, the man who's just beat the homegrown AJAX Dani, MegaBit is going to play Rafsou in the final, and we're all going to watch it live, so don't go anywhere. Now we're going to the couch.
That's where I'm sitting. Thank you guys very, very much. And I have MegaBit next to me as well as Spencer and Chu. Now, MegaBit, you're all smiles right now. You just beat AJAX Dani 8-3. Now, fun fact for everybody, AJAX Dani beat Rafsou 9-3. And you're playing Rafsou in the final, so by my math, you're going to win by 17 goals, I think.
Probably not.
So how excited are you now to get into the final?
I'm really excited. You know, I thought this season could be my season in Barcelona. I went out of the group, out of the semi-final against Tex and against Goal Machine in Manchester in the quarterfinal. Now I'm in the final, and I think I can do the huge step and take away the grand title.
That was kind of my question, because obviously everyone talks about how well you qualified in November on 2 consoles as well. Fantastic. Do you feel like, to put a bit of pressure on you maybe, for you to be really taken seriously now as one of the best actual live event players, you need to go and win this because you've done almost everything else now?
No, actually, all the pressure I put is from myself. I know what I expect from myself, and I know others expect it as well, but no, if I wanted to do it myself, the addition of a club, the pressure of a club, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Wow.
So now this match, Germany versus France, $35,000 on the line for you. Is it about winning the big prize, the big money, or the pride of winning it for Germany?
It's all about the pride and the reputation, not about the money.
All right, well, great answer. Thank you so much for sitting on this couch with us. Now, I've got 2 things for you guys before I let you go so we can prepare for this giant final. The first thing is this. Go to EA Sports FIFA on Twitter, and you get to decide who we drop next on Twitch. Guys, you're not going to believe this. 98 rated Team of the Season, Mohamed Salah is choice A. Kevin De Bruyne, Team of the Season, 96 rated is choice B. And Antoine Griezmann, 96 rated Team of the Season is choice C. Really quick, who would you go with there? If you had the option of those 3 guys.
Wow. I picked De Bruyne, and I've used him, and he's such a beast.
You kind of look like Kevin De Bruyne a little bit. I'm just going to throw that out there.
I'd go De Bruyne. It's always a Belgian.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, I'm a Griezmann fanboy, so all day.
Okay, all right. And then the second thing is Turtle Beach. They're our big partner here at this event. They're doing great things. And if you want to win an Elite Pro headset, make sure you tweet at them at Turtle Beach using the hashtag on the head, courtesy of Turtle Beach. All right, pretty cool. Did you guys already enter? I hope so.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah,
Don't worry about that.
We're way ahead of that. We are way ahead of that. So the grand final at this event here in Amsterdam is coming up next. It's going to start at 8 p.m. Central European time between Rafsou and the man sitting right next to me, MegaBit. Germany versus France. You're not going to want to miss it, so come back and join us.
Russia. And it's
I know when to fold them. And we ahead of this, not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I
Cup.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. El fútbol es la vida. ¡Vamos, viejo!
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
The English way. The football history is what defines and divides the city's culture. Manchester is no stranger to this. The beautiful game has a meaning that goes past the full 90 here. 5 miles separate Old Trafford from the Etihad Stadium, but this week, when the rivalry climaxed, it felt like 1,000 miles gap.
Since Barcelona, it was amazing because my life changed.
Tex, 16 years of age from the UK. He's taken the trophy home from Barcelona. Has there ever been a bigger FIFA shot ever?
Since Barcelona, I signed for F2, meet footballers such as Gerard, receive videos from him. So it's been pretty crazy, really. My friends, they just keep talking about it, and they keep asking me when my next tournament is and stuff like that. So they're intrigued. It's good to know. Good to hear. And it should lead to bigger and better things, like maybe winning this Manchester tournament, hopefully.
The drama reached a culminating point in Barcelona. Was it the brand new Swiss format? Maybe. One thing's for sure, the big names crumbled and an underdog rose to the top. What will happen this time? Who will be next? Will we see an F2 Tex repeat? Will we see a veteran come through, or will we have another Cinderella story? This is the FUT 18 Champions Cup, Manchester.
I'm so ready for the game. The 40 games of Weekend League all come down to this.
I am a big fan of the Swiss format, first and foremost, and because it gives you everyone an equal opportunity. You're not just playing in a small group setting, so I like the style because you cannot draw. Someone has to win and someone has to lose.
Okay, let's take a look at the Swiss format to understand how it works. The competition takes place over 3 days. There is 128 players, 64 per platform. The magic number is 4. 4 wins and you advance, 4 losses and you're out. But you'll always play against someone who has the same record as yourself. So for example, if you're 3 wins and 1 loss, you'll be playing against someone who also has 3 wins and 1 loss. When you get your 4 wins, you get access to the knockout rounds. And this is where we'll determine our winner on each platform that will battle against each other to become the champion here in Manchester.
Can F2 Tex bring out the play that he did bring out in Barcelona and do it all again?
Yeah, he was pretty much playing with no fear.
And he's up against Marcus first.
Tex on the ball with Messi. He's building an attack.
He's taking a shot.
No
nice
way!
and early.
Oh my!
Tex is coming forward again. It's
He wants more.
Non-stop right now.
Oh, no.
It's 2-0. It's 12 minutes gone. It's 2-0. Tex has literally gone 6-0 up, as I'm describing the other scores. Marcus is a very good FIFA player, so this is a massive statement from Tex right here.
I was very lucky in the second game, to be honest.
Second game, I thought if that chance went in with Ronaldo, you know, anything can happen.
No, it's off the post. Ronaldo's put himself into the net. What a finish that is.
Ronaldo, oh, surely just conclude this game now. Janos Ronaldo! And the Colombian looks all set for a round of 16 place right now.
Will pick that one up, looking to play it inside. Hullet finds it. Here's Messi on the turn inside. Gorilla's going forward, gets a shot, and it's so typical of what we've seen this weekend. Cuts it inside, Alessandrini, Messi, Ronaldo goes for the shot, it lands for Ronaldo, he can't find the back of the net, Gorilla's panicking!
Goal machine, 90th minute winner against Gorilla.
Bad giveaway there from Tex. Gets punished. Oh, he gets the equalizer. Remy Martin back in this. Congratulations to Tex, but a hat tip to Remy Martin for putting up a good fight against one of the best players.
So my tournament approach was the same. I came into the tournament, just wanted to enjoy myself, which I did again. In the group stage, I performed very well, got the results. In the knockouts, in the first knockout game, I played really well, but things didn't fall my way in the second game, and I crashed out. But happy in my performance, but not the result.
Let's take a look at the bracket so we can understand exactly who's playing who and what games. Quarterfinals on the Xbox, MegaBit versus Goal Machine, huge.
The best performing players over Xbox and PS4 coming into this competition, gone.
Oh, wow. Goal Machine scoring goals for fun. Messi back to go on that left third, we're all square. A space to drive, surely! That's 6'3". Sandrini, maybe the superstar, flinking up! This man right now is incredible. That is the practice you need. A qualifier going to an even bigger qualifier here in Manchester. Goal Machine up against MSDossary. MSDossary there did exceptionally well in Vancouver, I believe, where he took the win there. He's going to be falling up now. Cheeky chip! There, he was looking at, oh my, surely game over. Oh, on the follow-up, he can get that one away, play back across goal, here we go.
No emotion from Goal Machine.
MSDossary goes down the other end and scores a goal, in fact. Look at the back post run, watch it there, have the shot instead over there. Went to an acrobatic save right now, just get rid of that ball, Goal Machine. Oh wow, that is superb. Stay composed on that left third, Messi. Send yourself into that final, even if it takes a trickle off David De Gea. That man is on his way to the Xbox console final.
Well, I knew my own potential. I knew I could make it to the big stage, and I feel like I did pretty good here, but I could have done maybe a bit better. But maybe next time.
We started here in Manchester with 64 Xbox players. We're now down to 2.
MSDossary and Nicholas Razek. Some of the results that these two have been through. Round of 32, MSDossary, 6-1 victory. Round of 16, 7-1 victory. Quarterfinal, 5-1. Semi-final, 8-2. He's blown every single person out of the water that he's played against.
Now Ronaldo's back to goal, whip in with Marcelo. Cut back inside if he can. There's a chance! And we're all square, just like that. I'd say ball across the box there, just got a bit confused with the words. Messi, Ronaldo! Rajack! Here we go. He's trying to lift up the ground. And Nicholas Rajack in full focus mode right now. Links in, Ronaldo, drag back, get yourself a goal, get the ball, can whip it on for a grand.
Yes! Come on! Last play of regulation
Ronaldo,
time.
front post flickered if he wants it, doesn't want to. Play short to Ronaldinho right now. Whip that in to the box. Vieira,
Can't go backwards. Can't go backwards, the referee will blow.
Ramos, there we go. Neymar back to goal, fake shot, drag back, shot, save.
What a save!
He's trying to find that ball. He's got a bit of space for Bella. This man is getting back to the big stage right now. He's just confirmed his win on Xbox.
What a performance from MSDossary. You see the fans there chanting his name.
He's lapping up. He's lapping up all the celebrations.
Biggest platform in FIFA right now is in Manchester, and it's between MSDossary and ICHOR. Who's going to come out on top?
MSDossary from Team Falcon. An unbelievable tournament he has had.
ICHOR is being unstoppable.
Chance MSDossary early on. We could be 2-0 down there. You can see back to go one way. He started this half a little bit better than German, obviously from Stark Esports as well. Unbelievable. Ronaldo, go back inside. Game on here right now. And the first real bit of emotion I've seen from that man. Round of 32, round of 16 came back today for the quarterfinals, and these are the two that we find ourselves left with. The winner from Xbox, the winner from PlayStation. Oh, we all score! What a first game we have here. A PlayStation side still to come here. ICHOR will be back at home. However, 2-2 the score in Manchester. And what a journey these two have had in the competition. Obviously, Jimmy, Spencer, all of them have highlighted it. What an easy goal to score! Oh, MSDossary! An interesting last 30 minutes we got here at the FUT Champions Cup in front of a packed crowd. How has he won that battle? I'm sorry. Just on fire right now. Ronaldo! Congratulations, MSDossary. 6-4 he wins here in Manchester.
He wanted to taste victory again at a major FIFA event, and that's exactly what he's done, and he will be lifting the Spring Cup. Congratulations.
Game prep, life prep, it's all the same. Work hard, train hard. I'm constantly upping my game. New attacks, new strategies, new ways to win. I'm proud of my game, and that pride keeps me going. Gives me the fuel I need to win and keep on winning. Because for me, there's no off the field.
passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Come on, guys, let's go. I said, what do we do best? We win!
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
It's surprising. For me, it's surprising because this says MSDossary definitely wasn't satisfied with the way he was playing. That's what this says to me.
Yeah, 100%. I have to agree with you.
He is sticking with the 4-1-2-1-2 now. Only played 10 or 15 minutes in that first leg with the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. I'm very curious about how this is going to go now.
Well, let's see if MSDossary's change of formation and change of approach in this second leg will change the result for him. But the first attack of the game is going to be with the Rafsou, unfortunately for him. Very, very quickly stopped. And you can already see that cam area. There's a little bit of space there for MSDossary. If he can find a player in that spot, that little danger zone that Mike talked about on the touchscreen, just outside that 18-yard box, might well be able to create a few more chances than we saw in that first half. But important interception here, and then look at the width. Look at Heung-min Son. Again, he's away down this right-hand side.
Absolutely. He's got Heung-min Son on the right, Neymar on the left. Both of them have got 5-star for their weak foot. So he can go all the way all the way across the defenders. He can cut inside. He can do pretty much everything with those two players at the wings. The goal for MSDossary, like you said, will be reaching Messi, reaching his cam, and then he can turn pretty much to the left or the right, find his strikers. That's going to be his main goal. Pass the ball around and then find Lionel Messi.
Well, it's Kyle Walker who's pushing forward here for MSDossary. Obviously recently signed with Rogue. Starting the new chapter in his career, and he's going to want to start it in the same way that he finished the last one in Manchester. Obviously our cross-platform champion as well as the Xbox champion there. Opportunity here. Ronaldo tries to turn his man. Well defended again by Rafsou. Not the first time we've said that so far this tournament. Now he's going to be turning defense into attack, and keep an eye on that offside trapper. We're going to see it as aggressively used maybe by MSDossary in this new formation.
It's cost him in that first leg, Mark. It's definitely cost him. Otherwise, he might have been in the lead at the start of this second leg. Now, it's even Steven, as we said. Rafsou is in attack again. Can he take the lead for the third time? It would surprise us all, but is it still surprising, though, the Frenchman?
That's a good question. At what point does it not become surprising?
Yeah,
you have
right.
to give credit to him. Now we're going to see Heung-min Son, turning both ways. And the thing about that 5-star weak foot, like you mentioned, on both of those wingers, it makes defending so much more difficult. You don't know which way to show him.
Absolutely. I think yesterday especially, we've seen so many goals by R9, by the Brazilian Ronaldo with his left foot. You just don't know what side your opponent is going to pick to get the shot away. Heung-min Son and Neymar, exactly the same thing. 5 stars for their left feet. Oh.
Very cagey opening here to this game. Not many chances so far. 20 minutes gone in our second leg. Tied up at 2-2 on aggregate. Of course, some of the other players who are in our quarterfinals at the moment, waiting for those games to get underway. You've got NRaseck, you've got FaZe Gorilla, you've got AJAX Dani, you've got Kurt there, Alekzandur, MegaBit, but there's a big chance here for Rafsou, and he's going to find the back of the net as well. Once again, the Frenchman's going to be on the score sheet first.
And once again, Mark, we just discussed it. It's R9, it's Ronaldo with his left foot. You can see the way Dossary defends. He tries to block the right foot. Rafsou cuts to his left and scores.
The Frenchman then, advantage to him. Rafsou, first goal of the game. It took it to about the 25th minute. You can see it there, 24 minutes for the deadlock to be broken, and it really was the first chance in this game.
Absolutely, but realize how frustrating this must be for Dossary. He hasn't been in the lead yet in these games. He has not been in the lead yet. It's the third time Rafsou gets the lead.
In behind it again, it's Heung-min Son. There's another chance here. MSDossary has been stretched at the moment. He's on the back foot. Ronaldo squares it across. Oh, what a clearance off the line. But it doesn't matter because Rafsou doubles his lead in this game. He's up by 2 now. And MSDossary has some serious thinking to do.
Wow, 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 wow. Again, so much space for Rafsou to attack with his 4 attackers. Ronaldo, Cristiano, Neymar, Son. They just keep on pushing. Again, it's Heung-min Son with the cross. Ronaldo misses the shot. Neymar tries to get it in, and then again, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. Rafsou, he has the lead now. 2-goal lead for the first time.
I want to see those heart rate monitors if we can as well. I want to see how the pressure is affecting these 2 players. MSDossary is around 60 in-game minutes or so from crashing out in our quarterfinals. Rafsou has pulled off upsets all weekend long. He's up by 2 goals, not only in this game, but on aggregate as well. Most importantly, the man from France is putting in a fantastic performance at just the right time.
4 goals again as well by Rafsou. And his defense, somehow, no one scores a lot of goals against Rafsou. Somehow, Tex only scored 1 goal in 2 games against him. Somehow, Resende only scored 3 goals in 2 games. Even Dossary, the man with 58 goals in this tournament so far, has only managed to score 2 goals in like 1.5 games.
Well, here comes the man from Saudi Arabia. It's Hullet on the edge of the box now, needs to get back into this game. We've seen how good he is at keeping composure though. This should be a finish, but Patrick Vieira has something to say about that. Sprawling on the floor and getting the block away.
Little bit of luck maybe for Rafsou. That was a huge opportunity for MSDossary, but here's Rafsou again now. Again with Heung-min Son. No.
Oh, just couldn't find the ball inside there again. It was Heung-min Son who was just striding away into that space. Now we're going to have to see MSDossary. He's going to have a big chance here. It's the icon Ronaldo, and that could be an iconic goal in our quarterfinals. Now just 1 goal between the 2 players. You can see MSDossary's brother in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Nerves on his face, but MSDossary has a lifeline.
MSDossary doesn't seem to get real nervous himself. We just saw the heart rates again. Funny thing, Rafsou's heart is beating faster than Dossary's. Dossary seems to keep cool. He has experienced a lot in this game. And Rafsou, I think, realizes he isn't there yet. Still, he isn't there yet. And Dossary proves it. This game isn't over yet, Mark.
What a first quarterfinal we've had so far. Rafsou still up by 1 goal. That's the most important thing to remember here. MSDossary very much back into this tie, though, with that important goal. Now we're seeing him winning the ball high up the pitch, trying to feed the ball through to his strikers as well, but an important interception now. We're seeing that counter-attacking style of play coming in from Rafsou again. As soon as he has picked up possession, so quick at turning defense into attack. MSDossary, heart rate, though, really, as you say, not feeling the pressure so much.
Rafsou with a long period of ball possession now. Heung-min Son and Cristiano Ronaldo again. Heung-min Son is so important to Rafsou.
Son is dribbling beautifully around the edge of the box. Sergio Ramos does manage to just stop Ruud Hullet as he enters the box there, and whew, what a half of FIFA 18 that was there. The man on your screen, Rafsou. 2-1 up in our game, 1 goal up across the tie. MSDossary needs a goal in our second half here. We're getting straight back into the action. Let us know who you think's going to win as well. Use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup. We want to hear from you guys at home, as always. I asked you this yesterday, Keen. Where's your money?
That's the hardest question, especially in this game. I think of all the knockout games we've seen so far, this is probably the most intense, the one hardest to call. I think it's
big chance! Oh, MSDossary's done it! He's back in the game!
Again!
From 2 down!
Wow! Dossary does it. Rafsou! I think that's some French swearing. some words I cannot pronounce for you. I would love to translate it, but I can't. But Rafsou, he knows he's giving it away now. He needs a new lead. But dossary will be in the lead mentally.
That icon Ronaldo card coming up huge once again. Coming up clutch in these games where he's needed. We're back to all square, back to level pegging.
Oh, what was Rafsou doing
Fortunate touch there from Carl Walker, and last thing you want to be doing after you concede is immediately giving that possession back to your opponent.
Absolutely. I'm very curious about Rafsou's nerves right now. He knew he was very close to beating one of the big favorites, our Manchester qualification winner, MSDossary. Rafsou was that close, but he's given away his lead 3 times now on aggregate.
This is why MSDossary is a champion. This is why he's at the top of everyone's lists. When you head into a tournament, that mentality, FIFA's such a mental game. Can you keep it together when things aren't going your way? When you're down, do you have it in your locker to come back and pull off these comebacks? Rafsou now is going to have to show some mental strength. Can he find the next goal to break what is essentially the deadlock? Well defended, though, by MSDossary as Ronaldo was looking for that fake shot to burst into the box.
MSDossary. Huh. We're an hour underway in this game. 30 minutes left, Mark.
See those heart rates really starting to go up now. You can see what both of these players, what it means to them. The pressure that's on them, the stress levels are going up. Every single moment in this game could decide the outcome of this. Who's going home? Who's going to continue into the tournament? Who's got the nerves of steel to see this one out?
Rafsou now with some space. Still, I think dossary is using the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Still trying with that formation. Or is it Hullet now on the left side of the pitch?
We might see some changes pretty soon as well. We're approaching that 60th minute. Maybe just freshen up some legs on the pitch. A few players maybe struggling with stamina. Will that happen? Will one of the players come off the bench to make the difference in what has been such a tight game?
Possibly we're going to see Kante and Royce again. The 2 players that were substituted in the previous game for dossary. They did it for him. I mean, Royce missed the chance. Kante scored, but they were very dangerous once they got on the pitch. Very curious if dossary will bring them on again.
You see the guys at the moment who are here in Amsterdam, looking across their faces, you can see everything that it means to these guys. Not just the pressure on the players, all the supporters want to see their particular favorite winning these games, advancing into the last 4. You can see every single pass at the moment, such pressure. Both these players having to think so much. They don't want to give the ball away. They don't want to give their opponent a chance because they know that that could be the end of this tie.
It's such a tight affair. 2-2 in that first leg and 2-2 again now. Rafsou hasn't been training yet.
Oh! Neymar, 97 rated, team of the year. Neymar on that left-hand side. Strikes it towards goal, but agonizingly wide. Was that the chance that Rafsou needed to put away?
He should have. As we said, you could see all the other French players standing there. Mino, he was there. 5 French players at the beginning of this tournament here in Amsterdam, of the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs. Only 1 Frenchman left. That's Rafsou. Can he pull it off, Mark?
He's got the pressure of a nation on his shoulders. At the same time, MSDossary, the same situation.
But dossary was the only Saudi Arabian entering this tournament.
Both players having to represent their home nations on their own in our quarterfinals at the moment. Who is going to take the glory? Messi tries to find the ball inside. Vieira brings it away now. We're approaching the last 10 or so minutes in this game. Extra time at this point would not surprise me, but what a ball and what a chance. It's the icon Ronaldo, and he hits the post, but the rebound's in! And Rafsou, the Frenchman, takes the lead.
Oh, real drama here, Mark. And again, it's a rebound goal for Rafsou as well. We've seen it so many times that Neymar scores from a rebound every single time. What a chance. Rafsou misses the one-on-one. He misses it. That's dramatic situation, dramatic moment number 1. Then the rebound gets in. 184 beats per minute for MSDossary now.
I think if MSDossary had a choice right now, we'd be having to lay down. The pause coming in at the right time for him. Maybe just to slow that heart rate down a little bit. Maybe just to reset. See, changing formations here. You can see the 4-1-2-1-2 wide. Trying to keep that cam in position. Maybe bringing on Pele there on the left-hand side. Fresh legs there. Can Rafsou hold on, though? 10 minutes left in this game. That's all he has to do. But we've already seen in that first leg. Never bet against that man, because he will make you pay.
Absolutely. 90th minute. That was the minute of the equalizer by Golo Kante in the first leg. Dossary switching to the 4-1-2-2 wide, as you said. Ultra attacking formation. 5 attackers you have then, with Timothy Akante as well.
That is the margins that might decide our first quarterfinal here. Neymar, the Brazilian, making up for his fellow countryman's mistake in front of goal, striking that post. Neymar now going to be leaving the field.
Goal for the visitors.
Oh, Rafsou. Here we go then, MSDossary. You've got a few minutes in-game to get yourself back into our first quarterfinals. But giving the ball away immediately, and that's absolutely huge.
The French will all say, 10 minutes, très important. Very important 10 minutes for them, for Rafsou.
In behind here, Ibs Rafsou, ball into the middle. Ronaldo was looking dangerous. He was lurking. Looking to rise up and maybe bury this tie, not only the header. Oh, MSDossary going to be caught offside, though. Well played by Rafsou again. You can feel the tension in the room at the moment. Everybody crowded around those stations, watching these two players go at it. What an entertaining tie this has been. Rafsou moments away from moving into our semi-finals.
More importantly, knocking out one of the huge favorites.
Oh, what a ball, and what a finish! Confidence running through the veins of that man. What a ball inside, the fancy pass, the emphatic finish, and that is the exclamation point on what has been an incredible performance in our quarterfinal.
It's Pele with the decider here on decision day. The decider in the quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal we are seeing here. Rafsou does it. He is going to beat MSDossary, the biggest favorite we have here.
And MSDossary's given the ball away again, and Rafsou's just going to have to keep hold of the ball. Don't make any mistakes. He's looking for blood right now. He's in behind once more. Ronaldo bursts into the box. Can he find a pass? Yes, he can. Berber spin inside. Looking to finish off with style there. Fair play to Rafsou there. He's going to get the ball back again anyway. I think MSDossary, he knows his run might well be over. Is it going to be something magical to finish this game off? Unfortunately not from Rafsou. And there it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The man from France.
Wow.
Sends home MSDossary. What a performance across the two legs from him, and he will move into the semi-finals. He thought he had a hard game there. He'll be meeting the winner of NRaseck or FaZe Gorilla.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. And when you hear me say it's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat. And if you didn't know I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running.
It is a big day. On the biggest stage at the World Cup.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solo. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. El fútbol es la vida. ¡Vamos, viejo!
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. good weather, bad weather. We're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
Extra time here with all the talking points left.
What a pickup from Hashtag from their GFIN Elite Series, Brandon. That's the first player in the finals. Harry crashed out of the competition in the Swiss style format, and we're seeing if Ryan can do it right now and make it 2 from 3 on the Xbox for Hashtag. Or will Fabio Danuso break Hashtag hearts and send himself into London?
Pull it. Internauta, of course, playing the Hashtag strips, which are in the game, alongside a number of other kits as well, Fnatic and Roma. Team Liquid. Who else will we see in the game? There'll be some more esports kits in the game. You'd think as the time goes on. Vitality, of course, their kit is in the game as well.
Roma Fnatic, their esports jersey, shall we say, is in the game. Yep. Maybe Team Footwiz as well might be looking.
Ryan, one more. Jordi Alba there just tried to slow down the attack. Is he going to try and cross it in, or will he just recycle? Yes, he will on the edge of the box. Intercepted by Danuso. They've both got Sun on the pitch.
This is where the subs are so important. You're looking at a Sun, you're looking at a Sour to really have that pace injection in the final third and be the difference maker.
Ryan, back to goal, scooped on Ronaldo! A deflection somehow. Corner ball, Kante the hero on that occasion. In it goes. Somehow half-heartedly away. Got to look at possession here. Ryan's probably had the more of it. Pull it. He's got so much space in there. I thought he'd open up on a finesse, maybe. But no luck there. Danuso now, his turn to attack. What can he offer? We'll try and bring other players into the game as well. Won the first game 3-2 with 10 men after saving a penalty.
You got to say this game, he's just hung on, really. We've not seen him create a lot of chances.
Here he comes right
what
now,
is this the chance he needs?
Neymar inside. Oh, I love the idea. Wanted to try and play inside. Fake the shot, play inside, open on a finesse, and maybe get himself in front. He's got a corner now.
How harsh would penalties be?
It would be an interesting way to send one person to London and one person to that grand final.
One person home.
Yeah. For the end of the FIFA 18 competitive season, you'd say.
This is their final opportunity to get to the grand final in London. Half-time, in extra time. Look at the stats. Even as you like. 9 shots on target for Ryan. I think Danuso had 10 shots.
15 minutes away from extra time.
Probably about a minute and a half in real life time, 2 minutes max.
Could be one chance, all you need, Richard. One chance to score a goal and send yourself into the grand final. 195 minutes so far, couldn't separate these two. Will it go the full way? And will penalties be needed? A winner has to be found at the end of the day. You have to go to penalties. I'm sure both these players will want to get it done before that.
It's the lottery that we use in real life football. It's the lottery that we use in FIFA. The penalty shootout. Nobody likes them, really. Nobody likes to be part of them. But it's great drama.
Watch out for Lozano. Instead, Heung-min Son. One more. Jordi Alba to be a hero.
Really well held by De Gea then. Any sort of spill from the goalkeeper. Ryan had a lot of players in there with very high attacking positioning stats in the game that have been on it like a flash.
And Danuso survives that one. I can just see one attack for Danuso. All he needs, or both players, all they need is one attack. They could, defend 6 and just go and score that one. That's all it will matter. Make the best chance you can. Make it a 95 or even higher % chance of going and get yourself in the right area for that. Will David De Gea collect that? Yes, he will, just to keep it in. And 5 in-game minutes now. All penalties to decide these two. Maybe last attack even for Ryan.
Ryan there, just waiting for the player to be in the perfect position for that goal kick. Didn't happen for him. Danuso wins it back.
There we go. There's the free ball. Can he find him?
What a
tackle. Rio Ferdinand there.
That's why he used him. That's why he used Rio at the back.
Vieira. Kante now trying to play it forward. Will there be one more twist to the tail, or will it be penalties to decide it? An incredible year for these two as it is. Added time of 1 minute. It looks like penalties unless Danuso can score this attack. Walker inside to Vieira now. Now or never. Surely that could be game over. Danuso is in London. He left it late, but the man had a plan, and look what it means to those guys. No reaction.
Even cracking a smile is Danuso. 120th minute winner. N'Golo Kante, the man.
Of all people, to book your ticket from Italy to London. N'Golo Kante will be the hero. Penalties won't be needed. Congratulations, Danuso.
Have you ever tried to be the very best? Not the best in your city, not the best in your country, but the best in the world. This is the exact journey that 64 Xbox players who joined us in Amsterdam have been on. And now, after 235 matches, players from around the world have used a combination of focus and form, commitment and concentration, plus a little bit of luck along the way, trying to secure one of the 16 qualifying spots at the FIFA eWorld Cup 2018 and top seeding for London. Now, we're about to conclude this chapter of their journey. It's Rafsou versus MegaBit here at the EA Sports FIFA 18 Global Series Xbox Playoff Final.
Scoop turn, inside, Ronaldo, track back, what a goal, what a goal, what a goal!
This is the biggest FIFA Ultimate Team event ever has been.
It's all about mental. These are the most elite players. Gotta take your chances. And it's all about controlling the tempo.
Finishes in style.
It's pretty much win or go home.
I'm here to win it. I'll beat anyone that's in my way.
All right, guys, how you doing? My name's Spencer, and welcome to Amsterdam. We are about to crown the winner of our playoff here on the Xbox side in the Netherlands. It's been a fantastic tournament so far. 64 players we started with. We're down to 2. Let's take a look at how we got here, starting off a couple of days ago on what we called Survival Day. So, 64 players entered the Swiss format group stage 2 days ago, and they always played someone with the same record they had. So if you won a game, you played someone else who won a game. If you lost a game, you played someone else that lost a game, so on and so on, over 7 games until you got to 4 wins, okay? Once you got to 4 wins, you made your way out of the group into the first knockout round. This was very important because this was the round that decided who got a qualifying spot for London. If you got to the last 16, then you qualified for the eWorld Cup Grand Final. But it wasn't over there, that was qualification day, but today has been decision day. We've made our way through the last 16, the quarterfinal, the semi-final. Now it's time for the final, and it's time to crown the winner of the Xbox Playoff. This is what we're about to do very shortly indeed. So, it's been a fantastic couple of days already in Amsterdam, and in a second we're going to find out who does win the title of the winner of the Xbox Playoff. But before that, I'm going to pass you over to some friends of mine. It's Jimmy Conrad and the Wolves.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you very much. We are sitting in what we consider to be the most comfortable spot in all of Amsterdam for this grand final. Maverick Wolves are joining me here. Now, Wolfie, I'm going to start with you. Talk about MegaBit a little bit, because he's been on the cusp of winning a trophy before, but never has really gotten there. Now he finds himself in the final representing Germany and all of his friends back home. How do you think he's going to do?
Yeah, like you said, it's not a matter of if, it's more of a matter of when with MegaBit. He's been very, very good throughout the year. He's had so much potential, and I think now is the right time for him to be showing that, and he's been putting in some absolute dominant performances, and he's deservedly where he is right now.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool and comfortable, all things considered. He's lost 2 games, and in those 2 games, he only lost by 1 goal. Now, Mav, I'm going to come to you. Talking about this competition overall, both of these guys are in the final, and he's playing against Rafsou from France, who represents Olympique Lyon. If you're in this final, is it about the money, the $35,000 at stake, or is it about pride?
For me personally, I think the same for these guys. Look, the money's a great bonus. It's an amazing amount of money. However, for me, I'd want to be the best at everything I do. I'd want to beat everyone I possibly could. So I think, and especially when we spoke to Rafsou here, it sounded like that was his motive. He wanted to have the best day possible. He wanted to beat everyone. And I think that's his motivation.
Okay, predictions. Wolfie, what do you think? Over 2 legs, MegaBit or Rafsou?
I was going to say MegaBit, but he has, Rafsou's beaten. He's beaten Tex, he's beaten Gorilla. Not Gorilla.
Yeah, Dossary.
Yeah, Dossary, sorry.
Everybody.
Everyone. And I think I might have to go for him now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Mav, how about you?
My head is saying MegaBit, my heart is saying Rafsou.
That's a nice
The heart's saying Rafsou. So I'm going to go with my heart. I'm going to go Rafsou as well.
Okay, now I'm kind of with you on that. I was going to play both sides of the fence, straddle it a little bit. There's just something about Rafsou and how he's playing. He seems to just have this destiny thing about him. And MegaBit looks cool, calm, and collected. Maybe he hasn't been rattled yet or really been tested in the way that I think Rafsou will test him. Now, each time that Rafsou has knocked off former champions, he has scored the first goal. if he doesn't score the first goal in this one, maybe this is all about MegaBit. What do you guys predict? Let us know on social media using the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and then of course tag EA Sports FIFA on that. And then maybe if you want, you can tag my friend ChuBoi, who's got more analysis for us. Chu?
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, Rafsou is in incredible form. He is the E-League champion, the champion of France. Apologies, I did make a mistake earlier saying that he qualified through last chance weekend. No, he is the champion of France, their best player representing France here in Amsterdam. Now, we'll take a look at Rafsou's stats. Of course, he is representing Olympique Lyon. He's playing 4-2-3-1, which is more defensive, but it's what a lot of the French players do play. But he's such an attacking player at the same time. You think he might lull you into a sense of possession, but then he'll hit you on the break, as he has done to some of the previous champions here in Amsterdam. But we'll take a closer look at his game versus FaZe Gorilla. Let's take a look at the screen right here. So these are some of the goals he's scored. I mean, look at this attack. That finesse shot has been working for him so much, even on the weak foot of R9 Prime Ronaldo. You can see there he's getting in the heads of previous champions. A bit of luck here, but it looks like everything is going his way. It might be destiny, as Jimmy was saying. I mean, I was talking to players like Tex, and they're like, this guy is, everything's just going for him. Those long shots are going in. Anything he does, it just creates a goal. As you can see here, beautiful pass. Maldini left in wake there, and Rafsou celebrates going to the Xbox final, where he will face an incredible challenger in the name of MegaBit. Of course, MegaBit, everybody knows him. This guy gets 40 and O's in the weekend league whenever he feels like it. But I mean, Rafsou's getting some love from France. We do have the previous champion in 2017, PSG Rocky, wishing his fellow countrymen some incredible luck here in the final. So it looks like it's all going for Rafsou, but that might be going for MegaBit as well. Now, Spencer, what you got for us over there? Spence?
Introducing player one, the Frenchman from Olympique Lyon. It is Rafsou. And let's meet his opponent from Germany and VfL Bochum. It is MegaBit.
Here we go then, so much at stake. 64 players conquered over the 3 days here in Amsterdam. Survival day, tick. Qualification day, tick. Still one more day waiting to be confirmed. And that, my friend, is decision day. 2 players, the best of the best, you have to say. A German up against a Frenchman. 2 countries that are incredible in esports, the way they go about esports, the way they've got leagues in their countries, the way they develop their players, the way that football clubs are involved. Both football clubs, Olympique Lyon against VfL Bochum, 2 clubs at different scales in real life, but in esports, right at the same level.
Yeah, they are right at the same level. Welcome to the final of the Xbox side of things. It is the playoffs, and both of these players deserve to be here. 68 goals MegaBit has scored throughout the competition. Rafsou only 5 behind him, 63 goals. MegaBit got his qualification spot for this tournament all the way back in January. Back in Barcelona, he's had time to carry on grinding. On the other side of it, Rafsou only secured it around 3 weeks ago in the last chance qualifier. So completely different end of the spectrum. Both of these players, though, turned up on the big day today.
It's a great way you look at it there, MegaBit. You have to say, one of the most hardest working players out there. It was so good from November, 160-0. Of course, on the Xbox, played on PlayStation, qualified on that as well. He's a man of so many talents, could play on both consoles, played in so many tournaments this year as well. On paper, he has been more consistent. On the other hand of that, you got Rafsou. He was in Barcelona, wasn't in Manchester, maybe just went through a bit of dip in form, then came out ever so well in the Orange League and won that, was the champion, beat Maestro in the cross-console final. And then sometimes you just need to hit a good patch of form, and this is a great time for it.
Yeah, Rafsou very much has hit his purple patch. We thought MegaBit had hit that back in November, December time, when he did hit the 160-0, but he's just turned up and clutched up on the big day right here over this 3-day tournament when he's needed to. Some of the results that MegaBit has been putting up has made it look so simple. Saw off Ajax Joey 4-2. That was his toughest game in this knockout stage. He then beat his fellow countryman Sakul 8-5. Knocked new kid off the block, Sporting Kansas City Alekzandur 8-4. And then beat Ajax's own AJAX DANI 8-3. A little bit of a villain in Amsterdam here. He's knocked out 2 Ajax players so far. Will he be the champion?
And on the other hand of that, you've got Rafsou. Took down F2 Tex, the man that won Barcelona. Beat MSDossary. He won Manchester as well. And then to take down the world champion from last year in Grilla, you know, they say it comes in free sometimes. Well, there's 3 things for you right there.
Yeah, on the PS4 side of things, we've got the Kingfisher in Ice Vogel. Rafsou, for me, is the Kingslayer. He's just eliminating champions round after round after round. He's not got a champion in the final, but wow, has he got a tough player. MegaBit from VFL Bochum. This man's played around 4,000 games of FIFA this year. He plays on the Xbox, he plays on the PlayStation 4. He knows his way around the virtual pitch.
68 goals scored as well for MegaBit as we just kick off this first leg. 2 legs as always, aggregate scoreline here at the FIFA eWorld Cup playoffs in Amsterdam. The Xbox side of things, Rafsou looking to start as he means to go on, just offside there. But Rafsou, he said, he came out earlier, I'm playing like I play at home. There's no pressure on me right now because I've got my place for the grand final. If you didn't know already, the round of 16 was where you confirmed your place for the FIFA eWorld Cup grand final in London, happening in August, 2nd to 4th. They're off that month there, get that one in your diary. And the question we asked of players, who really wanted to go that step further? Who was, getting to London? Was that enough for some players, or going the full way and getting that #1 seed? Who wanted that?
Yeah, that top 16 was enough for some players to pretty much put their place in the grand finals in August, in the biggest competition of the year. But for MegaBit, he spoke in an interview on the couch earlier today. He said it's about reputation and pride. He's not even that bothered about the $35,000 that does come with being the Xbox champion. It's more about being called the best player in the world.
And after that round of 16, you're playing for seeding. Head of London, we know it'll be 4 groups of 8. Whoever wins this will be top in Group A. And you could say it will be working in your favour. Don't get me wrong, you're going to be playing against 7 other incredible players in your group alone. Then you have to get out of that to face even tougher opponents in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and I caught up with Mo Aubameyang, one of the best players on the PS4 side of things from Germany. And he said before this game starts, he's actually backing Rafsou, he thinks. He said the way that MegaBit plays, very similar to the way that the Gorilla plays, with the attacking football, quick passing in the final third. And he thinks if he can implement the same sort of game that he played on Gorilla, he'll take it home against MegaBit as well.
And on paper, you would probably be looking at either NRaseck, MSDossary, or, Gorilla to be at this stage right now. It hasn't worked like that.
It's not worked like that at all. You've got 2 players who probably were the bookies' favourites coming into the tournament, but they've performed on the big stage when they need to. Look at Portugal from the Euros. Over the course of the tournament, they were just the best team.
Well, a pause has been cued by MegaBit. If you didn't know already, the German from Stark Esports as well. They're coming out of a roster, and more importantly, a nation of Germany that is just full of talent. Incredible players. The Stranger.
The in-house crowd, sorry to interrupt you there, MegaBit probably the slight favourite from the crowd inside the stadium.
But whoever fancies themselves in this final could go the full way. MegaBit there, doing exceptionally well just to control it and pull it. Back to goal. I think he's a little bit surprised how that shot has gone actually so wide there. A pause has been cued by him though. I think he's just saying something wasn't well off his controller, but you can see the formations in use. 4-2-3-1 for Olympic Leon Rafsou, and as you can see, a crowd full of people here.
Yeah, and the way that he plays the 4-2-3-1, usually you see sort of a defensive 4-2-3-1, keeping a lot of possession, getting flashbacks to the Club World Cup, something similar to what Cody Finish would do. Just slow down the game, play a lot of possession, whereas on the other side of it, you've got someone like Rafsou. He plays sort of more a stranger-esque 4-2-3-1, where it's quite attacking the way that he plays. He soaks up a lot of pressure and then counter-attacks quickly on his opponents. Something that you typically don't see with that 4-2-3-1 formation.
Well, MegaBit's got the controller issue fixed. He's all good to play on now as we just jump back in to the game. Now, 24 minutes in the clock, still goalless. Only one shot to separate the two. You've got to say if that through ball went through to R9 Ronaldo, that could have been causing him some problems. As we said, we are in Amsterdam for the FIFA eWorld Cup Plus. 128 players made it here. Of course, only seen 64 of them on the Xbox side. 31 events, plus that last chance weekend to get yourself here. Rafsou got here via the last chance weekend, or he could have went via the Orange League as well. MegaBit, on the other hand, got the job done in Barcelona. Referee.
What a tackle.
Won the ball. David Gea, pick it up. One of those tackles that had to be timed well, and if you're going to go for it, you have to win the ball.
Yeah, it had to be perfect to the second, that tackle, and on that occasion, Sergio Ramos did get it correct. We've actually had the pleasure of interviewing both of these players, Brandon, on our podcast, and I think one thing that really comes across from both of these is that they both want to be the best. It's not really about the prize money. It's more about the reputation and the way that they're perceived, not only among their peers, but among FIFA fans as well.
Well, here's a chance. I just need to play that ball out wide if he could. Superb defending. I know the likes of Timo and Benedict Salsa, again, under that Stark Esports banner, under the team of Wolfsburg, said one thing that MegaBit is incredible at, anticipation at the back, the way he can defend, the way he can time his tackles. Because if you time it wrong, gaps will appear and you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I spoke to a lot of the guys who've played MegaBit in the tournament so far and just played him over the course of the year at different LAN events. They said it doesn't really do anything like out of this world. He's not got like one particular skill move that he does or one particular real strength to his bow. He's just fantastic across the board. He does everything probably to like an 8.5 out of 10. He's just very efficient with everything that he does.
Got to say, Rafsou out of the two players has seen more in control of the game so far, but it is a two-legged affair, remember. Rafsou now takes the shot, deflection, and out for a corner.
Yeah, nothing to write home about in this first half.
Blanc now, not everyone's choice in the team, but as you know, the icons are in use. EA unlocked account these guys are using. The cut-off date was just after the Bundesliga team of the season, hence why you might see a Goretzka involved. And Marco Reus.
Yeah, that team of the season, Goretzka, being one of the newest additions to the players' squads. Any player available up to the 18th of May, I believe it is.
And there's that man we just spoke about him, Goretzka. Has got the stats to either be a super sub or to start games. For a number of players, he has started games.
We saw MegaBit in a final last week, in fact, at FC Twente Stadium. That didn't go to plan for him. He lost out on away goals to Cody the finisher. So will that be a sour taste in his mouth right now?
Rafsou, oh, you saw what he was trying to do there, just Berber spin inside. And it will go to half-time. Still goalless between the two. Whether it's nerves, we're not too sure, but a goalless start, maybe MegaBit. Just taking some advice. But Rafsou on the other hand, headphones are in. Concentration mode is on.
Will be listening to some music, do you think?
Well, it depends, everyone has their own way of playing. In big tournaments, whether it's game sound you listen to, a lot of guys will use the Turtle Beach headsets. But that is half-time here. Still goalless between the two. Do come back after this short break to see how the second half unfolds.
Y'all looking for me?
Russia. And it's
I know when to fold them. And when you hear me say it's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on, I'm getting chance. That's how I made this beat. If you didn't know I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running. We coming.
It is the big day. On the biggest stage at the World Cup.
The most important piece of kit is your boots. You must take care of everything properly. It's a very demanding job, kit. You get a lot of respect from the players. My name is John Clark. I'm the proud kitman for Celtic.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo.
我们第二赢这场比赛啊，加油啊
It's what we do best.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Coca-Cola Gaming.
Welcome back to Amsterdam, and more importantly, to the final here on the Xbox side of things. We started back 2 days ago. This is the third day now. This is decision day, where we find out who is #1 seed. You can see pro players, fans, family members, coaches. Everyone's came out to support here, because we start with 64. There's 2 left. We had 24 different nations that came to Amsterdam from different tournaments all over the world that did take place, leading up, of course, as part of the FIFA eWorld Cup Global Series. Now it's only the Frenchman and the German player that does remain.
Yeah, the best 2 from the course of the week have made it to this final. Goalless in the first half. One of the players in the final, the German, representing VFL Bochum, MegaBit. What a tournament it's been so far for him. 68 goals scored, let in 44. Finished 5-2 in the Swiss style, and then in that knockout stage was just pretty much decimating everybody he came up against. 8-3, 8-4, 8-5. Some of the scorelines en route to the final.
Now, on the other hand of that, Rafsou beating champions, beating winners from other events this year, and of course, Grilla as well. I was lucky not to be a penalty there from Rafsou. Of course, from Olympic Lyon in that white strip. From right to left in this half. This is only the first leg. There is still a second leg to come. No cross-console final, nothing like that. Just 1 console, 2 players on Xbox. 180 minutes of in-game FIFA time, and 1 winner.
1 winner of the playoffs on the Xbox side of things, and we'll find out who will be the #1 and #2 seeds on the Xbox going in to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals.
Well, you mentioned about MegaBit scoring 68 goals. Can he make it 69? Here we go, chance. Ronaldo, referee, penalty! Rafsou was close to giving one away about 2 or 3 minutes ago. He made the mistake this time. And what an awful time to give away a penalty in a final. Up steps Arno Ronaldo now for MegaBit. Which way is he going to go? Goes left and scores. Made that 69 goal score for MegaBit.
And 0 reaction from the German. Was there any doubt? A German taking a penalty. Slots it home past the goalkeeper, breaks the deadlock just after the stroke of half-time. Zero reaction from either player. Rafsou, no complaints about the penalty, just going to get the game back underway and try and get straight back into the game as soon as possible.
Well, that's maybe one thing he needs to learn about. A few times now he has tried to dive in. Maybe that is the way he defends. He got lucky once or twice not to give away a penalty, and third time of asking, it will be Marcelo that gives away that foul, but we've seen it so many times throughout the competition. Rafsou bouncing back, Rafsou causing upsets. On paper, you probably wouldn't say one of the favourites to come in, but we saw him last year. He was incredible. Got himself to the grand final. Played in the FIFA Interactive Club World Cup, it was called back then. Obviously, the FIFA E-Club World Cup last weekend in Paris. Played exceptionally well there. Lost in the cross-console final to Expect Sporting of FC Bromby at the time. And then after that, until now, this is the best we've seen him since then.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up the form from the Club World Cup last year. This is the best performance we've seen from him since that time.
Oh, could be two, could be worse, Neymar! The Frenchman scoring against Rafsou. Rafsou a little bit embarrassed there, just knows how bad he's defended that one.
MegaBit makes it look oh so simple. That Neymar doubling the lead. That 97 player of the year. Neymar slotting past the goalkeeper. 2 goals in, what, 15 minutes for MegaBit. Just need to settle into the game a little bit.
And there's always that debate we have about MegaBit. You know, why is he so good? Why is he so much better at finishing? You know, the basics, keeping possession. You know, the configuration of skills he uses occasionally, because he's played so many games. He's played them on Xbox and PlayStation. He's had a taste of playing everyone in the European region. He's had a taste of playing everyone. I'm sure at some point these two may have matched.
Not only that, but also the muscle memory. When you're playing 4,000 games of FIFA in a year, everything's just second nature to you. Knowing where your players are going to be in the perfect position, he rarely switches formation. It's either a 4-2-2 or a 4-1-2-1-2 from MegaBit. Knowing where your overlapping fullback's going to be, knowing where your left striker, your right striker's going to be for the 1-2 pass. It's second nature.
That's why he's always in the positions to score, you know, those chances we mentioned, not taking shots from 25 yards out, making sure it's a better angle, the finesse is on, a low driven's on to finish in big games, because in some games you won't get as many chances. People will defend better, people will read how you play better. One thing that Rafsou does not want to do now is go and concede another one, because he'll set himself up for the second tie, and not a good way at all as he comes forward. Tries to drag back Ronaldo. I just don't think he realised he had the space in front of him to drive into Neymar. Ronaldo, low driven! Goal back, game on for Rafsou.
I think one thing that both of these players have been criticised for in the past is the emotion and the reactions that they show when they do concede a goal, or when they feel as though the game's not going with them. Rafsou, he said sometimes that it breaks, it'll rage that hard, things will be destroyed by him. On the other side of it, MegaBit, how many times do we hear him shouting at the game? I think more with MegaBit, it's at himself, because he knows that the mistakes, they don't have to happen if he just switches on.
As you said, he's played so many games as well. He hit 160-0 in November. Remember the first qualifying month of the Global Series to get yourself in Barcelona. He ensured he had his qualification place there, and on paper you would say a win's coming for him. You know, a big championship should be on its way for him. Rafsou, can he chip the keeper? Doesn't want to instead. He saw the idea.
Desperately unlucky there. Good defending from MegaBit. Chance still alive though for Rafsou.
He will come again. Pele this time stings the hands of David De Gea.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Rafsou's gameplay today. He's not afraid to shoot from that sort of range. Does like rolling the dice from outside the box.
Oh my, nearly. That went in. Acrobatic effort. Sergio Ramos played that one back across. It was R9 that tried an acrobatic effort. Back to goal again. Pele, he'll try and finesse. Or Rafsou in these last 5 minutes. Calm yourself down, MegaBit. Get back on possession and start to relax.
Yeah, if that bicycle kick could have gone in, the blazer would have been off.
Goretzka. Into Neymar now. He can stay like this going into that second leg. It will all be to play for. Only 1 goal needed by Rafsou. No away goals, nothing like that is needed. Extra time instead. would be used to decide a winner, or if we have to go there, penalty shootout. Oh, lovely ball. How's he got that much space? R9 now. Turns inside. Berber spin into Ronaldo. Equaliser. And that is the emotion the Frenchman has been bringing throughout these 3 days here in Amsterdam.
3 passes from the goalkeeper to the back of the net. That's what it is. One long ball down the line, threaded through ball down the line, and then cut inside. Berber spin, slotted past the goalkeeper. Rafsou levels the game up with 5 minutes left to go in this first leg.
And as a neutral, how else would you want this first game to go? 2-2, everything to play for in the second leg. You have to go out and attack. MegaBit now, he can't defend anything. And really mental, you know, the mental side of the game, it is swaying towards Rafsou.
Oh, it definitely is. The mental scales, you could say, definitely in Rafsou's favour right now.
However, MegaBit, he's been behind before, he's been in front, come back, number of times, finesse, oh 9, end-to-end FIFA, and none of the head from that man MegaBit. Knows there's still a long way until he can be the winner in Amsterdam.
They do say you are most vulnerable when you have just scored a goal. That proving 100% accurate there. MegaBit scoring to make it 3-2.
2 goals in the last 10 minutes as well between the two. A reply in 4 in-game minutes there, added time to follow. If Rafsou can go and get himself a goal as well, what a spectacle this will be going into that second leg. Ronaldo now for Rafsou. Last chance, you'd have to say, from the man, the champion of Liga 1. Of course, one of the many E-leagues involved in the esports space now. Fantastic tackle by R9 Ronaldo, putting his sleeves up and ensuring he gets back to defend. Ronaldo, back to R9, scoop turn. Just using his upper body strength there, R9 Ronaldo. Using the drag back as well. Look at the space, thinking, saw the idea. Just couldn't really pull off. Oh
He's
no,
in behind.
Oh no, what a ball. Can he get it back to his keeper? Well played. And there we go. That is game 1 concluded. Advantage just about to the German of MegaBit from VfL Bochum. Rafsou not happy, but he was 2-0 down, got himself back to 2-2, and it's one of those goals in the end, wasn't it?
Could have been a lot worse for Rafsou if he wouldn't have got them 2 goals. I think the big thing in a 2-legged game is to make sure that going into the second leg, it's still alive. You've still got a little bit of hope, and you've got a lot more than hope for Rafsou. 3-2, if he scores early in that second leg, anything's possible. He could be the Xbox champion.
He could be. 71 goals he scored now. Of course, we started the game with a penalty where Rafsou, he made the mistake. He came out a few times, tried to press the ball, and sometimes if you take that risk and you lunge out, you have to win the ball. He didn't in that occasion.
That's a perfect example, though. Both players in the first half of a big final, coming out a little bit nervous, a little bit tentative. In that second half, they both came out, started playing the FIFA that we've seen previously in the tournament that's got them to the dance, you could say. And 3-2 the scoreline after the first leg. MegaBit, slight advantage, scoring that late winner.
And this final is still up for grabs. You have to say, we always say, you know, what's that scoreline when a game's over in a 2-legged format? You would probably look at a 3-0. You know, if you're 3-0 down on goals, it's only 1 goal at the end of the day. You could get that equaliser in 5 in-game minutes. We've seen it so many times with some of the best players, you know, in the world. They can do that, but that's the first leg there. And of course, we've still got another leg of action to come here in Amsterdam. Do not go anywhere. Will there be an equaliser? Or more importantly, a last laugh from the Frenchman Rafsou?
Over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. And when you hear me say it's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat. It
is the big day on the biggest biggest stage at the World Cup.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo.
El fútbol es la vida.
¡Vamos, viejo!
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam for the 2018 FIFA 18 Global Series Playoffs Grand Final. Leg 1 is done. We have a score on that one. It's 3-2. MegaBit from Germany is in the lead over Rafsou from France. But before we get to Leg 2, I want to throw something to you guys that I think you're going to like. It's the steps that you have to take to make history at the FIFA eWorld Cup.
$20 million players started this journey, grinding it out in the weekend league with the goal of making the cup. Millions become thousands. Thousands become the 64 Xbox players here in the Netherlands. Form equals doing the right things at the right times, consistently.
Oh, this is the giveaway. This is the giveaway. Ronaldo, the save. Is this the clearance?
Things won't always go your way.
How is that foul?
Don't panic. Survive. The Swiss format, possibly the most competitive, definitely the most intense tournament structure in the game.
There is Marcelo off the line.
Notch 4 wins, and then, only then, begin to think about a round of 32.
Always go to the camera, kiss the camera. He did it.
Recover. Now, get some rest, because even though you've been winning, there's still a very long road ahead. 32 becomes 16. Each matchup a two-legged fixture and every player a potential tournament winner. Qualify. You, my friend, have secured your ticket to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final in London. And now, continue the rise.
In line for Ronaldo, he can't find the back of the net. Gorilla's panicking!
At this stage of the tournament, the pressure is very real and all eyes are on you. Enjoy it. Win the crowd. You can attempt to block it out, or you can use their support as extra motivation. Either way, none of the fans can help you on the pitch. Win. Take your place in history among the very select group of world-class FIFA players who've been skilled enough and focused enough to win on the world's brightest stages.
That is an incredible journey that these players have to take to get to this final. Now we're about to hit leg 2. I'm joined on the couch with Maverick Wolves. Guys, MegaBit's up 3-2. I said before the game that whoever scored first was going to win. MegaBit did that. Do you think that's going to hold up?
Well, he has that advantage at the moment, the 1-goal lead, but it was a great game for the first leg. 2-0 up, managed to bring it back to 2-2. I'm excited to see how this one pans out.
It was very tough, it was very tight, it was very tense, as you expect from a final. And
actually, you know what?
And
no, you guys are done.
That's it.
I'm done with these two.
No, we have
no.
this.
Listen, I love your faces, but your voices, I got to hear some other voices.
I thought we were friends.
We are friends. But this is you know what?
I don't see my number there.
It's up here, right here. You guys got to get up off the couch. Thanks for playing.
Come on.
It's been a pleasure.
Which way are we going?
Good game.
Having Wolfie, everybody.
Take a knee.
I'm now welcoming, though, Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle.
Ready, coach. Super subs.
Super subs, ready to save the day, going to win the game for us. MegaBit, up 3-2. Your impressions of leg one and what you expect in leg two.
Well, Rafsou needs a super sub himself, doesn't he? I think, you know what? Rafsou's shown, as Mike said a minute ago, some really strong resilience. I think his name might be in the trophy. I think it's destined. I know he's behind right now. I can just smell it. Can't you smell it? It smells of Rafsou.
It smells like French.
Yeah.
Rafsou, yes.
We're having the same dinner. We agree. Yep. I'm with Rafsou on this.
He's still down a goal, though. MegaBit doesn't give up leads.
I know, but he came back from 2-0. He's feeling good. The ball's been bouncing for him. He's gone through so many different oppositions. I feel good that he's going to do something in this last match. I don't know why.
Okay, well, I've heard from Maverick Wolves. I've heard from you two. Now let's hear from ChuBoi. What do you got for us, ChuBoi, heading into leg two?
Thank you, guys. So Rafsou is behind, and we all know Rafsou plays a 4-2-3-1, which is very popular in France for possession. So in the 4-2-3-1, it's very important. These two wide guys right here, Heung-min Son and the POTY Neymar. Now, this is what the formation is, but it doesn't do it justice because these guys that go pretty wide, they act like wingers. And this Ronaldo has to press up and help the prime R9. So that's what it actually looks like in game. Now, the thing is that he is behind. This is definitely a possession formation. So if you do want to get a goal, if Rafsou needs a goal to come back against MegaBit, he has a lot of options. He might want to go for 2 strikers. He probably will need 2 strikers if he is still behind over halfway through the game. And something that he can do is go to like a 4-2-2-2. This is why you do a 4-2-2-2, because you have these 2 STs and you also have the wide men. So that's 4 attackers, but the great thing is that even with the fullbacks, you get 6 attackers that push all the way up and overcome your opponent's defense. So 6 attackers, that's what he might need to beat MegaBit. Let's see what the casters have for us for the second leg.
Thank you, ChuBoi. And you've seen it there, a 4-2-3-1 in use for Rafsou, a popular formation. We've seen so different formations this year in the competitive circuit. You know, it's normally a 4-3-3 that starts the game to lock in that chemistry, as we know. And then they change it straight away. A 4-1-2-1-2 as MegaBit is using. A 4-4-2, Shell's brought that one in.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different formations. I think the real question is, will Rafsou make a change? For me personally, I don't think he does. I think he's going to slowly build into the game. This might be the first time that they've faced each other at a LAN event this year. They've not matched up in the Global Series thus far. So coming into this second leg of the Grand Final here at the playoffs, I think if Rafsou can maintain his composure, keep his nerves and his emotions under control, who knows? It could be Rafsou that Spencer smells in the air, or it could be MegaBit, who knows?
Well then, one game of FIFA before you get your top seed ahead of London. No real champion here, you're going to say. It's a winner at the end of the day, a winner that gets that top seed spot. How important is it to go into a tournament? It kind of gives that element of people should be a bit scared of you. You know, you have gone that far. You've won $35,000.
Well, it's a double. There's pros and there's cons to it. I think you're going in as that #1 seed, so people might be a little bit scared of you. They might play as though you are a name, so they might not play at their best. But also, people want to beat you.
Oh, MegaBit!
What a start.
I said about a comeback early on to make it all square. Rafsou can only shake his head. A perfect start for the German. That's just the time in there of Marcelo through his legs. You do that another 5 times, he probably would have blocked it.
And that's the first thing that we're going to say. It will 0-0 up to half-time in the first leg. Will a player make an early start in this leg? MegaBit, is it telekinesis? It read me mind. He thought, you know what, Richard? I will make an early start just for you.
Well, if Rafsou pulls this back now, 2 goals, it could be one hell of a game. It's giving away possession there. This is where Rafsou can sometimes let himself down a bit, or both players. When the game isn't going for them, or when they aren't doing the right things, they will get frustrated. You can see Rafsou there about 2 or 3 times there, just a shake of the head where he's not happy how he's defending. Needs to stay composed. Hey, look at the best players in the world, or from previous times. You know, Bruce Granick, we spoke about him quite a lot today.
Composure.
He would relax, he wouldn't lose his head. And that's what a coach can help you to do.
Yeah, it's composure, and it's also, I think you've got to, the very best players have lost in a final, or they've lost in major competitions. Looking at someone like Gorilla in Madrid, he lost in that final against Principe.
Rafsou!
You can then build on the defeats almost. Just last Thursday, MegaBit lost in a final of a competition at LAN. He lost on away goals to Cody the Finisher. He might have got that sour taste in his mouth. You know what? I'm not going to another final. I'm not playing second fiddle to somebody else.
But you've got to say, when is the time coming? Quarter-finalist in Manchester, lost there. Semi-finalist in Barcelona, of course, lost to F2 Techs. Lost in a tournament last week in LAN. When is his time to win it? Is this it right now? He's learned on 3 occasions. Is this the time to go the full way? And if it is, he's picked the right tournament to do it. But maybe I'm speaking a little bit too early here. Still 75 in-game minutes left.
And Rafsou only trailing by 2.
He'll be hunting for a way back into this game. All he needs is 1 goal. Just to add a lot of pressure onto MegaBit. But as you said, he's been to these finals. And if you look on the other side of that, Rafsou, he did lose in the cross-console final to Expect Sporting last year on FIFA 17 at the FIFA Interactive Club World Cup, it was called back then.
But the job was already done. I think the main thing for him was getting into the grand final last year, getting that last qualification spot alongside Expect Sporting, similar to what he's had to do this year at the playoffs.
That's what he said. He said, for me, the target of the tournament was to get a top 16 finish minimum, to get myself in that grand final. MegaBit up 3 goals! And every goal he scores, there's his manager from VfL Bochum. Should be very, very proud. And I'm sure there'll be fans back in Germany supporting this man throughout the competition. VfL Bochum football fans that follow this man. He's been making all the news headlines. And I'm sure if he goes and wins this, he'll be on a number more too.
We've seen the MegaBit back from November, back from December, when he was at his peak. We thought there were no getting better than that. What's he done? He's took it another level. He's gone to 11, has MegaBit.
He's still so early, though. It is still early. If there's anyone that would get a comeback, it would be Rafsou. Here he comes. They're just...
Maybe took a touch out of his feet and looked for that low driven across the goalkeeper.
Marcelo. Still such a long period of time to play. Sung there, fantastic tackle from the team of the season for Aiton Gretzka.
Just shows the confidence that he's playing with to do a slide tackle like that.
Inside, Sung drops the shoulder, that just rolls across his body, and these are all the little deflections and the mistakes that will really frustrate Rafsou. Marcelo into Ronaldo again, playing around the edge of MegaBit's box. Is he offside? No, yes, he is. Rafsou just needs to keep on looking on MegaBit's door. There will be a chance. There always will be that one way in.
You always get a chance, and there's so long left in this game. 26 minutes gone on the clock.
Even if he gets himself a goal before half-time, Richard, 2 goals in 45 minutes. 6 minutes, of course, real-life time, but if MegaBit keeps playing like this, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, you can just tell that MegaBit is feeling so confident. The skill moves coming out, something you don't really see from him that often. Look at the slide tackles, rash.
Needs to be careful, though, where he dives into those tackles.
I think we've seen MegaBit in a couple of tournaments get players sent off.
I think it was only last week in that LAN, he did get someone sent off. But when the game, when he's playing good game player, when he's playing exceptionally well in himself and he's confident, he is a machine. They call him the German machine, a number of other guys do as well. When you're full of confidence and you're playing some of the best FIFA, no one can stop you. Rafsou needs to try and
throw a cog in the machine.
Yeah, he has to. Rafsou now, Hullet. Still just trying to find a way through MegaBit's defence. Hullet now, R9, Neymar! There's the goal! To maybe strike a comeback. I said, get yourself a goal before half-time. He knows the stats that Neymar possesses. He knows the area he can shoot in, and he's just scored a lovely goal there.
And that is that 4-2-3-1. Plays it out wide. He had the extra man in Neymar, cuts inside, finessed into that top right corner past the goalkeeper. Great finish from Rafsou, and patience is key right now. If he keeps on creating chances, they will start to fall for him. He just can't rush the opportunities in the final third. if you're MegaBit on the other hand, keep hold of the ball and try and kill Rafsou's momentum. Take the sting out of the game almost.
And you see there, offside trap just jammed straight away from Rafsou. Wants to play a high line, wants to press the ball high. If he can get himself another goal before half-time. The guys on the couch thought Rafsou could get a comeback. At the time, he was only 1-0 down. Went 3 goals down. Now he's only 2 behind, but MegaBit will be looking.
That'll look a foul, but referee let it go. Rafsou coming again on the counter-attack. On the charge.
Still not totally convinced in the way he's playing, though. Just seems to be a little bit nervous still. Does Rafsou. Lovely ball. Threaded through ball, in fact, down the line to or CR7, in fact. Normally Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Is the way that everyone seems to be scoring goals or creating chances, obviously, on these unlocked foot accounts. Playing the ball impressively around the box. He'll look to exploit down the down the wings again with a 4-2-3-1, as you mentioned. Cutting inside, using the finesse. CR7 in a pocket of space. Let it roll across your body, Hum-Min-Song. Toys to go one way, goes the other. And another goal for the Frenchman.
What a finish from Hum-Min-Song. We talked about it. That was the patience. He kept on recycling the ball until that opportunity came to him. Son, if you give him an inch, it will take a mile. Slotted into the top corner. De Gea, no chance.
You can see MegaBit there. I just feel like he senses a few nerves now.
I'd love to get the heart rate monitor on him right now.
To see the situation that he was in before, cruise control, you would say. 3 goals in front. Maybe thinking already, I've won this. You can never think you've won it in a game of competitive FIFA at this level. Only 2 chances. Rafsou has created a few more. And only 1 goal behind. What a second half of action we could have.
Yeah, MegaBit leads 5-4 at half-time on aggregate. What a game. Rafsou, anytime he gets knocked down, always comes back into the game.
You can see there, the man in the Olympic, Lyon, on top of a coach of his.
Plenty of French FIFA players there as well. You see Aero representing their man, Olympic Lyon, Rafsou. And on the other side of it, you've got the guy, all the guys from Stark, all the German pros representing their player, MegaBit, wanting to bring it home for the German nation.
Well, of course, on paper, the job is done to get to London, to get to the grand final, alongside a number of 14 players, 16 in total. But what a second half we could have here. A really poor start from Rafsou. He'll know that was a poor start. He came into the game trailing the goal. Needed to score it. 3-4 minutes in game time. MegaBit just scored it straight away. Then scored another one to make it even worse. And one thing that he loves to do, Rafsou, as you mentioned, with this 4-2-3-1, exploit using the wingers, cut inside on the finesse if you can do it, and he's done it.
Yeah, it's usually ever so hard to get back into the game after you concede that early goal, but Rafsou, perfect example of how to do it. Straight back in the game against MegaBit, and I'm thinking back now, looking at some of his previous results, maybe they're the things that he's really driving off of now. Beating a Manchester champion, MSDossary, beating the Barcelona champion in Tex, beating the world champion in Gorilla. They're the things that drive you.
And he said,
you don't want to beat all these players and then fall at the last hurdle.
He said, I want to be playing against the best players now. Oh, 9 shots. Oh, Hum-Min-Song there took a deflection. MegaBit, you have to say, is worried. Look at the times. He's been in quarterfinals in Manchester, the Spring Cup there, and the semi-finalists in Barcelona, the Winter Cup. Of course, to get yourself into these playoffs, he's lost in those stages. Lost in a final last week, as we mentioned. These are things that play a psychological factor in your head. He's probably thinking, is this not my time again? Is this my time? If he gets a goal, it will shore things up. But Rafsou will be hunting for an equaliser. Oh, 9! Oh, inches wide.
Flashed past the post from R9 on that low driven. Rafsou going to try and play out from the back here. Going to dink it out wide, I imagine.
The confidence to play out short. We normally see a lot of the time last year, goalkeeper just throwing it out, losing possession carelessly.
Yeah, what a lot of the pros will do, dink it to the centre-back, head it back to the goalkeeper, then play from the hands of the goalie instead.
Or occasionally, just wait, run around with your goalkeeper if he's got it in his hands to find that ball.
Or even just play it long up to someone like CR7. How good is Ronaldo in the air? Pretty much wins.
Incredible.
Every single knockdown, through ball down the line.
Speaking of Ronaldo, saw the intentions there to try and feed it through to R9. As I said, we're so used to saying Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Rafsou really knocking on the door now of MegaBit as he comes forward with Neymar. recycling the possession ever so well. He just waits for the perfect opportunity on the edge of the box to strike. Finesse, low driven, long shot, whatever one or choice of shooting method he wants to use.
He just rushed it there a little bit, did Rafsou. He's won the header though.
Hullet, drag back, pulls away from Hullet, scoop turn. Well played, Sergio Ramos. The timing of the tackle from MegaBit. So impressive, and this is the chance if he can get through. Surely, one-on-one. Oh no, Ronaldo! The cushion is restored to 2 for MegaBit.
Yeah, end-to-end FIFA with that slide tackle. He threw the dice, played the slide tackle on the floor, did MegaBit. It paid off for him. He won the ball back, and then quick counter-attack, 1-2 up top. That's what the 4-1-2-1-2 can do for you. You can play off your supporting striker. R9 goes through on goal, slots back past the goalkeeper, I should say. 6-4 the scoreline right now.
And MegaBit, the highest goal scorer in the competition, scored over 70 goals, averaging over 3 goals a game.
I think that puts him up to 74 goals for the tournament, MegaBit.
And Rafsou now back to square one. 2 goals needed. You think it when it was only 1. You know, Rafsou, you could have said would have been on top. But then MegaBit, all he needs to do was score that goal. You know, it is, as crazy as it sounds, end-to-end FIFA. A slide tackle to save yourself, to start a counter-attack, to play the through ball to R9. He took a heavy touch. And now MegaBit will look to score again and extend his lead. Hullet will hit that one. David Haya saving it with his feet. But there's still a little bit of time left.
There's plenty of time left for Rafsou. Not even hit the 75th minute yet. That's the sort of the minute that a lot of players will look to get a goal before the 75th and then try and build going into the last 5-10 minutes. I think Rafsou will be looking towards extra time right now. Just try and get 2 goals. Force that extra time situation.
If you look on the other hand of results, MegaBit didn't really have a competitive season last year. Went to Munich for the FIFA Interactive World Cup qualifiers and just did not perform there. That was it for him, and he was gutted. You know, he wanted to do better, wanted to try and get to that grand final. He's already done that this year. He's been everywhere this year. He's been hitting 160-0 back in November. He's been one of the hardest working players out there. Streams all his games, plays 80 games a weekend over both consoles.
Every single tournament pretty much this year that has been played, MegaBit has been a part of it if he's been eligible to participate.
He just needs to just keep control of possession.
Great tackle.
Still 2 goals up. As we mentioned, a quarter-finalist in Manchester, a semi-finalist in Barcelona if you do follow the competitive scene. It was time for him to get to a big final and maybe win it. Maybe go the full way.
Yeah, can he go 1 step further?
If Rafsou can get a goal, it's going to be an interesting last 10 minutes in Amsterdam. Surely, Hullet, goal! Game on! A grand finale in a huge final. Imagine a goal goes in for Rafsou and we go to extra time.
1 goal separate these two with what? 10 minutes left to play. You can see MegaBit's coach there.
He's nervous. He will be nervous.
Extremely nervous in the crowd. MegaBit, you can just see him spamming the A button there to get past these replays.
Offside trap straight away from Rafsou. Wants to press high and just knows he has to.
If you can win the ball back, you always get 1 more opportunity. Just have to fashion it perfectly.
And I said if anyone could get a comeback, it could be Rafsou.
Oh, MegaBit, seal the deal and put the nail in the coffin.
Just needs to win the ball back, Rafsou. There, it's deflection. MegaBit has other ideas though. Oh no, Ronaldo, edge of the box to Hullet. Trying to just get away from his opponent. 1 more goal to confirm it. He has got the ball back. And we've got added time to come very shortly. It's one of those examples. You have to be ice cold. You have to play the best FIFA you can in situations like this. You won't get a bigger game. Well, you have to make sure every pass is perfect. This is what you work for on your weekend league games, when you're sparring against other pros. There's just really poor. That is really poor.
He's in behind.
And surely that could be game over. Oh no, now 1-on-1 against David De Gea to win it. MegaBit is the winner here. in Amsterdam. All the work, all the preparation across both consoles he can play in as many tournaments as you need to. What a year, and what a way to set yourself up before going into that grand final as seed #1 on Xbox.
Game, set, and match for MegaBit. How many times will he have done that online? Low-driven past the goalkeeper, low-driven finesse with R9, left-footed, on that 5-star weak foot. Makes it look so simple, does MegaBit.
But it's not for a win on your weekend league now. It's to be top seed and win $35,000 in Amsterdam. He's got a smile on his face. Congratulations, MegaBit, from VFL Bochum. What a year this man has had, and he deserves it. They call him the German machine. From 160-0 in November to tournament after tournament after tournament. Congratulations, MegaBit.
Yeah, and also congratulations to Rafsou. What a tournament he has had. Knocked out all the favourites in the tournament. It finished 4-3. That just shows in the Swiss style, all you have to do is get through, just survive, and then you can start to build your own stories in FIFA, and that's exactly what Rafsou does. But all the plaudits to that man, MegaBit.
Celebrations are out for him. He can relax now. $35,000 in his pocket. The winner of the Xbox side of things here should be very proud of himself. What a moment for this man. And as you said, well played, Rafsou. He took down 3 champions, 3 winners from events this year and last year. And now he could be #1 for a change after getting so close. You say sometimes you need to lose in a quarterfinal, to lose in a semi-final. You lose and you learn in FIFA, in any esport, in any profession in this world.
It's not wins and losses, it's wins and lessons. You learn from every single defeat along the way. That's exactly what MegaBit's done. And a rightful winner here in Amsterdam. Hugs all round for him and the Start Esports Agency.
And more importantly, you have to say the nation of Germany. Again, you know, they have at most tournaments the most players from their region, the most advanced, you know, in the way they look into esports, for taking risks, for getting so many clubs involved. And it won't be more to anyone else than MegaBit. What a year he has had, and on paper, he's worked so hard. You know, there's a reason why he plays 80 games a week on both consoles. For big games like that finesse at the end to just conclude the game. Yeah, it's not like playing at home from weekend league for a win. You're playing for $35,000, and to win yourself, you know, a huge tournament here. 64 players did come. You've got to remember that.
And he's been the best over the course of the week, has MegaBit. Result after result after result in the knockout stage, beating people 8-3, 8-4. He beat Ajax Joey 4-2, and in that final, did the job against Olympic Lyon's Rafsou. Congratulations to the man from Bochum, MegaBit.
And of course, that is the Xbox side of things concluded. 64 players game, and only one man stands there still, MegaBit. And he's on the couch now with Jimmy, Chu, and Spencer.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I'm very excited that MegaBit won because I predicted before the game that whoever scored first was going to win, and that man was MegaBit. It made me look like a genius, and I love you for it. Tell us about that match. It looked pretty tough, and he came back twice on you.
No, it was so intense. I'm still shaking right now. It was really important to score the first goal because he's a typical French player with the 4-2-3-1 possession game style. And I knew after the 2-0, okay, if you can stay calm and play your game, you will win this. Yeah, sadly, I conceded 2 goals to make it 2-2, but luckily the kickoff glitch is still in the game, and yeah, I scored those important goals then.
Now, how does it feel after all those games of weekend league, after all those games in tournaments? You are now a champion and $35,000 richer.
It feels incredible. I still can't believe it. You know, all the hard work is worth it now, and yeah, we will see it in 2 months. The FIWC will find place, and I think I can do even more.
What about that $35,000 though? What are you going to do with that $35,000? That's what we all want to know. Are we going out tonight? You taking us somewhere?
Hey, drinks on this guy.
Party today, obviously. But with the money, I don't know. In the next days, when I'm calm again, I can think about it. But now it's time for party first.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
Let's talk about London, though. Obviously, coming up, the World Cup final. We already knew you were qualified. Now you're going in as the most recent champion. Do you think you've got it in you to go back-to-back and now win twice in a row?
Yeah, I think I can. Today and yesterday when I switched to my 4-1-2-1-2 narrow formation, I started to play really well. And I know you don't, and sometimes my problem is I rush things. I want to score those goals, but it's not about scoring all the goals, it's about scoring more goals than your opponent. And therefore I have to stay calm in my attack, and sometimes may need 5 minutes for an attack, but it's okay in this gameplay.
How did it feel going into that final? Because everyone, including me, to be fair, were talking about the other side because Rafsou had knocked out all those big names. Your side was going about your business silently. Even after you were 3-2 up going into the second leg, me and Mike still felt like it was Rafsou's tournament. Not because you're not fantastic, but because he'd beaten all these big guys. But it must have felt good to get the one over on him.
Yeah, obviously, and now I'm really confident for the final. I knew this year I can win a big tournament, and now I've proven it, and it feels so good.
Well, you've done fantastically well. Guys, we are coming to an end now. I have to say, fantastic. Well done to MegaBit. Thank you for watching us. We're back on Friday, the 1st of June, to do it all over again on the PlayStation side, starting at 1 p.m. Central European time, 12 p.m. actually, midday. But I think the pre-show starts 20 minutes before that, so make sure you tune in to see. And I have to say thank you from everyone at EA Sports, from my co-host Jimmy, ChuBoi, all the casters, Mike, and the guys, of course, Brandon, Richard, Mark, Kuhn, everyone that's been involved. We'll see you again on Friday for more PlayStation playoff action. Until then, don't go changing.